kasih gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Gak usah ngelihat kita ada di peringkat 7, hashtag 7, apalah itu. Menurut gua EVOS kayak kehabisan bensin sih. Gameplaynya udah mulai kebaca sama tim-tim lain.
Yang terbesar buat nanti leg 2 harusnya idok sih. Karena aku lihat ya stabil lah mainnya, konsisten terus.
Kalau untuk RRQ sekarang, fondasi mereka udah benar-benar kebentuk lah.
Menurut gua di season ini yang Rising Star Toy, soalnya posisi dia bagus, laning dia bagus juga. Pas lawan RRQ dia yang kasih kita pressure di lane samping, kayaknya dia yang key player sih, gua kasih apresiasi.
Didapatkan tapi mereka masih tertarik.
Ya, pasti apa ya sih, misalnya kayak rookie yang bakal bersinar gitu. Mainnya juga kayak lumayan rapi, dia selalu nungguin kayak temen-temennya ngebuka dulu, terus baru dia finishing.
MPL baru tepuk tangannya.
Dia berarti udah di next level ya sih, karena kalau awal-awal naik harusnya dia punya api, kayak mainnya gerasak-gerusuk lah. Tapi kalau gue lihat emang dia ya udah next stepnya udah kayak ya udah golden gitu loh.
RRQ penuh dengan para rookie yang datang dengan kaya akan teknik.
Yang mencolok banget, menurut gue tetap duo mita sih. Idok sama Rin mungkin kayak season lalu nggak terlalu kelihatan kan. Mungkin season ini dia terlalu kayak udah kelihatan banget sih improve-nya.
Yang gue lihat sejauh ini kan gue udah lawan 2 kali kan, dimana ada si Idok, pasti di situ ada Green sama si Hypernya, dan terbukti kalau komunikasinya bagus.
Menurut gua playmaker RRQ ini ya di 2 mid-nya gitu, di roamer sama mid-nya. Jadi kalau misalnya EVOS-nya masih gameplaynya di roamer dan mid-nya gitu ya akan easy kebaca sih, gampang kebaca.
Tapi kalau untuk EVOS, kalau dilihat awal week lah, gue lihat kayak progres mereka bagus. Cuman gua nggak tahu roster mereka banyak perubahan, mungkin kayak butuh adaptasi lagi. Itu yang faktor dia lost streak sih. Ada ganti-ganti orang.
Sengit, itulah yang terjadi untuk game yang ketiga. Smith burung dari sang macan.
Mungkin yang rada gua concern di EVOS itu mereka punya Albert, rada sayang aja. Karena Albert itu tipikal jungler pengalaman yang lo mau ngasih dia fighter oke, ngasih dia assassin oke, ngasih dia tank jungler pun juga oke. Jadi menurut gua EVOS yang sekarang mungkin terlalu airline sentris kali ya, jadi nggak terlalu nge-enable Albert yang notabene harusnya Albertnya bisa dimanfaatin lebih aja sih, menurut gua kayak begitu.
Menurut gua EVOS kayak kehabisan bensin sih, jadi kayak gua lihat dia gameplaynya udah mulai kebaca sama tim-tim lain. Soalnya kalau di awal dia kan kayak agresif banget kan gitu mainnya tuh, jadi kayak udah gampang kebaca sih.
Sang macan kali ini telah hadir.
Ya mungkin bisa juga karena adrenalin rush atau mungkin terlalu hype di in-game-nya. Jadi kita gas-gas aja tanpa ngeliat situasi atau kayak gimana. Jadinya jadi miss eksekusi kayak gitu segala macem. Jadi kurang sabar. Lupa winning condition juga kira kita pick off guys. Kalian nabrak mereka langsung perang 5 lawan 5 ada cici gantok. Ya kayak gitu pasti lebih flat mereka.
Yang kurangnya di EVOS itu team fight sih. Tapi yang gue lihat bagusnya itu di early game, terus di mid game dia bagus ininya. Dia benar-benar mulus lah bisa dibilang. Finishnya juga harus diomongin mau di gimanain.
Gak usah terlalu nambahin apa-apa, gak usah terlalu ngurangin apa-apa. Yang penting fokus aja.
Kalau untuk EVOS menurut gua jangan ngecok di end game-nya aja sih. Karena menurut gua RRQ tipikal tim yang bisa memanfaatkan mistake lawan. Jadi kalau kalian ngelakuin mistake yang bikin dia bisa balikin gamenya, dia bisa kepanis kalian lebih berat ya.
EVOS War yang membutuhkan poin sebanyak mungkin.
Jadi menurut gua tergantung apakah ada gameplay baru atau hero pool baru yang keluar dari EVOS atau enggak mungkin hero-nya sama tapi gameplaynya beda gitu. Karena itu dibutuhin sih buat lawan RRQ ya.
One team, one voice, one family.
Mungkin ya ekspektasi gue ya teman-teman gue bisa riset, gak usah ngelihat kita ada di peringkat 7, hashtag 7, apalah itu. Yang penting kita fokus aja ke depannya, kita bisa riset, mulai latihan lagi dan bisa fokus lebih ke pertandingannya.
Kita akan memasuki rivalitas tertua di MPL. Inilah dia, Derby Classic.
Kalau ngomongin derby klasik, mau ngeliat kayak EVOS-nya lagi biasa aja atau RT-nya kuat banget atau kebalikannya, mereka pasti ada evaluasi dan lain-lain yang ngebuat match besok itu udah pasti seru banget derby klasiknya.
Matchnya yang pastinya dari dulu kan RRQ EVOS, vibe-nya pasti seru banget, derby klasik emang mantap lah seru.
Untuk derby klasik buat leg 2 kita jauh lebih siap. Jadi kalau kita lebih disiplin lagi di leg 2 harusnya bisa menang energi.
Di derby klasik menurut gua pelajarannya tentang ini sih, kepercayaan satu sama lain gitu. Dari situ kayaknya kita bisa lebih kuat.
Kemenangan Derby Classic leg pertama.
Khususnya ke daerah dulu nih. Kita sekarang derby klasik, dia di RRQ dan aku di EVOS. Ya kita kasih lah yang seru-seru, yang asik-asik. Kita FIFA Roar Arena.
Ya buat Swelo, kasih lah game yang terbaik lah sama KWL ya.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor Head & Shoulders. Official coffee Good Day. We own this.
Hai, kembali lagi di MPL Indonesia Season 15 dan pastinya masih bersama Alisa di week ke-7 hari kedua hari ini yang akan dibuka dengan opening match antara Dewa melawan Alter Ego. Dan pastinya kalau sudah di backstage bersama Alisa nggak akan sendirian karena Alisa akan ditemenin sama Okta dan juga Rine. Halo.
Halo.
Apa kabar Kak Okta sama Kak Rine?
Baik.
Baik. Oke, Kak Okta aku pengen nanya dulu nih. Di leg 1 kecewa gak sih kamu gak ketemu Rine? Apalagi Rine ini sebagai mantan tim kamu juga waktu di 404 JKT.
Lebih kecewa kalah aja sih.
Lebih kecewa kalah ya daripada gak ketemu Rine ya?
Iya.
Oke, tapi kalau dari Rine sendiri kenapa di leg 1 kemarin gak main dan melawan Okta nih?
Main kok, tapi game 3 mainnya.
Oh game 3 aja ya. Di leg kedua ini ada keinginan gak sih buat melawan Okta?
Ada pasti.
Ada pastinya ya. Hari ini kita akan tunggu kali ya.
Ya, tunggu aja.
Oke, balik lagi ke Okta nih. Ketika kamu satu tim sama Rine dulu, emang dia udah sejago sekarang apa gimana sih kalau dulu?
Ya jago-jago. Saya dulu udah ngeliat dia udah ada potensi lah buat bermain di MPL.
Jadi emang dari dulu nih udah potensial, udah ada bibit-bibitnya ya?
Iya, bibit.
Dan apalagi kalau main assassinnya nih menurut kamu sejauh apa nih perkembangannya?
Sangat berkembang sih sampai sangat-sangat di-respect sama tim-tim lain juga.
Luar biasa ya memang Rine ini. Tapi kalau balik lagi nih ke Rine, Okta sekarang salah satu mid laner dengan pool hero yang unik-unik banget. Mulai dari Hilda, ada Lunox, Kimi Mid. Apa dulu di 404 emang Okta nih punya banyak koleksi hero-hero unik nih?
Banyak banget deh. Dari Belerik, banyak dah nanti bakal keluar kali ya.
Bakal keluar ya? Memang dari dulu udah seperti itu ya?
Ya emang dari dulu udah seperti itu.
Oke, kita akan menantikan ya hero apa yang akan ditampilkan hari ini oleh Okta nih. Nah tapi kalau dari Okta sendiri ada bocoran gak sih kamu udah siapin berapa hero unik buat hari ini?
Nggak tahu sih Kak, yang sesuai dipikin sama coach saja.
Sesuai yang dibikin sama coach?
Iya.
Ada kejutan-kejutan menarik gak hari ini buat melawan Alter Ego?
Kita lihat nanti aja Kak.
Kita lihat nanti ya. Oke, karena surprise akan tetap di-keep as a surprise ya. Oke, dan baik lagi ke Rine nih melihat kondisi Okta sekarang di peringkat ke-8 bersama Dewa. Apakah kamu melihat kelemahan yang mungkin bisa dimanfaatkan untuk melawan Dewa dari Alter Ego?
Enggak sih boleh. Respect aja, main aja sih seperti biasa.
Main aja ya, tetap supportive ya juga ya. Oke, ada pesan gak nih buat lawannya hari ini melawan Dewa?
Good luck, have fun aja sih.
Good luck and have fun. Kalau dari Okta ada pesan buat Rine sebagai?
Sama, good luck, have fun aja.
Good luck, have fun. Harus memberikan good game ya hari ini ya.
Iya.
Oke, well let's see apa yang akan diberikan oleh Okta dan juga Rine pastinya dengan hero-hero unik dari Okta. Thank you so much, good luck untuk hari ini pastinya Okta dan juga Rine. Dan kita akan lemparkan ke Bude Clara Mongstar. Silakan Bude, take it over.
Di hari yang kedua, para shinobi kembali berkumpul untuk menyaksikan bagaimana jalan ninja yang akan diberikan oleh tim-tim yang akan beradu di hari ini. 3 match di malam minggu, malam yang kita tunggu. Semuanya akan semakin panas karena posisi di babak playoff semakin sempit. 8 tim akan terus memperjuangkan posisi mereka untuk 6 slot saja. Ditambah lagi posisi upper bracket menjadi tujuan pula bagi tim-tim yang sedang berjuang. Dan kalau kita lihat bagaimana perjalanan mereka, tentu kedua tim ini di pembukaan hari yang kedua antara Dewa United dan juga Alter Ego. Mereka memiliki misi kelas S, di mana ini adalah misi yang sulit untuk kedua tim ini karena acap kali 3 season belakangan ini mereka sering kali menjadi penonton di babak playoff. Dan semuanya berharap bahwa mereka bisa kembali berjuang di babak playoff. Namun kalau kita lihat Dewa United, mereka berada di zona merah. Mendekati ke arah Navi karena benar-benar mereka membutuhkan kemenangan demi kemenangan. Posisi playoff sedang dipertaruhkan. Ditambah alter ego. Mereka sedang berada di posisi tengah. Namun boleh kita lihat dari segi match win-nya benar-benar tipis. Satu kesalahan saja bisa membuat mereka terpeleset. Dan satu kemenangan bisa membuat mereka lebih nyaman. So, hari ini menjadi hari yang begitu penting dari minggu ke-7. Hari yang kedua akan terus memupuk bekal mereka untuk babak playoff, untuk misi kelas S mereka. Dan sebelum kita melihat bagaimana mereka mengeksekusi, menjalankan hal yang sudah mereka persiapkan. Tentu saja kita akan berterima kasih kepada para sponsor dan partner dan juga kepada super fans yang telah berkumpul. Karena kita boleh ingat bahwa MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, official dari sponsor Head and Shoulder, official coffee partner Good Day. Dan kita juga punya partner ini sports, ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Tak lupa juga advertiser Kacang Sukro dan juga Hawkband. Last but not least, kita punya supplier RSV Helmet. Dan banyak sekali yang sudah ingin menyaksikan bagaimana misi akan dijalankan, akan dilancarkan oleh kedua tim. Leg pertama, Alter Ego bisa mendapatkan kemenangan 2-1. Namun, leg kedua, apakah akan sama atau akan ada perbedaan? Karena kondisi dari kedua tim sedang tidak sama dan mereka membutuhkan kemenangan. Semua supporter dan semua support system juga sudah menantikan bagaimana hari kedua ini akan dibuka. Mari kita sambut bersama-sama, inilah dia pembukaan di hari kedua Dewa United dan juga Alter Ego.
Welcome back, Shinobis, to MPL ID Season 15, back on the English desk with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, as well as Arashi, as we are going to get through 3 stellar matches, one of which is the Classic Derby. But of course, first up is going to be Dewa United Esports versus Alter Ego.
A tough matchup for sure for Dewa United. They are currently standing at 8th place after losing to GeekFam 2-0. It's getting rough for them. Playoffs might look like an S-rank mission, some might say. Especially when you're up against Alter Ego, a team that has the momentum back. They have literally just beaten up the 3rd place team, dragging them down to 7th.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad to see that for Dewa, for the most part, all of their matches have been labeled as tough matches because that's where they are right now. They have improvements from them as well. They've been showing progress throughout the season, but unfortunately, just not enough to actually have any kind of favorite status. They've always been the underdogs, regardless of who they were up against, all the way until today in Week 7.
So will we be seeing change? Will we be expecting change? As we are now going to take a look at today's schedule. 3 matches ahead of us. We mentioned the Classic Derby earlier on, but to close things out, it will be Onyx versus Navi. And I think this is yet again a tough battle for Navi. Technically, they are no longer in playoff contention, but you don't really want to close things out 0.
Yeah, you definitely don't. You want to get at least one game in, right? For Dewa, at least here. They're standing really bad right now. 2-0 loss to GeekFam. We got a lot of stellar matches. Speaking of S-rank missions, now V's got another one up against Onyx later on. Oh, 0-11.
Yikes.
Yeah.
My boy Wolf's about to lose his record, man.
The standings presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. And again, it was a very different Classic Derby. I think we had to look at in like number 1. They were very close in the standings. I think number 1 and number 2.
Number 1 and 3.
Number 1 and 3, there you go. But now, number 1 and number 7.
That shows again that from 2nd place to 7th place, I mean, if you look at the standings there, 1 or 2 matches alone will just drop you or elevate you 4 or 5 spots immediately. That's how crazy the season is right now. That's exactly why teams that are at 5th or 6th place or even 7th place have a great chance still, and their fans are still very much hopeful of what's gonna come. But at the same time, even if you're top 2, it really feels like you're not really that safe.
Absolutely not. It's so close this season. It's incredibly close. And the standings don't reflect how well these teams have been performing, because Onyx at number 7 right now, they are 7, right?
They're
They're number 6.
Yeah, Evos are 7.
Onyx number 6 on the standings right now, but they're on an uphill slope with the change in coaching staff, with Yeb coming back into the roster. Things are looking really good for them. So we can't just see face value 1 and 7 being something like a hell and heaven type of battle. But for those of you guys back at home, the Shinobis back at home, with a loss in the first leg, what should Dewa United do in the second leg against Alter Ego? How will they be able to claim victory today? Do you think A, you need to force Rin on a non-assassin, B, give Mweza a pick-off hero, or C, give Okta his comfort hero?
This is literally the same audience topic voting that we had yesterday, only it was Geek Fam. Because I feel like we're stuck in a position where we don't even know right now. Dewa United, they got everything they wanted. Mueza getting a pick-off hero, Cho yesterday. Kimi for Okta, that's Okta's signature comfort pick. Both games, they lost with these picks. So maybe it's not about that anymore. Maybe it's just about understanding the win con, because the win con has just been everywhere for them. They haven't been able to understand what the enemy win con is, what their own win con is. And against a team that really wants to win early game, and usually if they win early game, they snowball out of control. This is scary, man.
And maybe that's the issue here. They're maybe looking internally to try and fix some mistakes, but maybe they have to try and look externally and see how their win condition matches up to their opponents, and how their individual players and their strengths can be used to really win up against specific teams. It could be the chance they have right here against Alter Ego. We know this as a team that has a very straightforward way of playing so far. They like this aggressive style, they like controlling the tempo. So maybe now, if Dewa United wisen up in that department and they get their quote-unquote win conditions, they can try and put Alter Ego on the back foot and at least try and see how Alter Ego respond in that situation.
That and confidence, right? I got to speak to Watt yesterday in their loser interview, and he mentioned something related towards confidence. It feels like they're not performing well because of that. And maybe that is like a cascade into them lacking the potential to implement the winning condition that you guys mentioned earlier.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan, by the way, of the answers I heard yesterday in the loser interview. It felt like, it was kind of like putting the players, just fully blaming the players, saying the confident issue. I agree, the players didn't understand their win cons, but I think just a reminder should be able to get them, like, put them back onto the map when it comes to actually understanding what they have to do in the game.
Absolutely, absolutely. That really does need to be taken into consideration. Maybe there's something off in the coaching staff. I don't know. Something out there, but
Watt came up, not Bombi. I'm not sure.
Which is weird.
It is very weird.
Because that was like the big thing for Dewa when Bombi and Kurt came in. We're like, all right, cool. There's 3 people on the coaching staff. Maybe that could be like the big groundbreaker for their performance. But let's, steer our gears in the mid lane first before we get to talk about it. The Witch List will be highlighting Hijume and Okta today, considering both of these players have a set of unique or pocket picks that they can utilize in the game.
Unique hero picks, but also picks that are so unusual but somehow really works. So credit to them as well, but also credit to their coaches for allowing some of their heroes to come through in the drafting phase. As you can see here, the Zask and the Veil for Hijume in the current meta, it's very unusual. In a way, it's very straightforward as well, but it's just so different from the other meta picks we've seen from the other players. Same thing for Okta here, with the Lunox and Kimi in particular. He's been able to find a lot of success right there, operating as this almost secondary carry, aside from the gold lane. So that's an approach we haven't really seen as much, the carry, hard carry mid lane. And looking at the quote here from Team Liquid ID Saint DeLucas, he's saying this one's pretty balanced, but the difference maker could be Okta. And wow, when the mid lane is so versatile, and there's so many ways the matchup can go in the mid lane, along with the roam, getting in the way of that 1v1, I feel like there's a lot to be seen here in the mid lane for sure.
I agree. Like number one, maybe it wasn't too special from Octa, but as soon as we started seeing these really weird picks coming through from him, which include the Kimmy, the Lunox, that's when we saw him start to kind of really rise in that lineup.
This guy is truly a mid laner. Whenever he plays a meta hero, he is literally mid. But whenever he plays a non-meta hero, he's so good. Again, the Kimmy, the Lunox, like you mentioned. Okay, maybe not the Hilda. The Hilda was... that's not a mage, y'all. But everything else, this guy really does well. So, yeah, it's so weird to see a player like this, but we've already seen it before. In Sway Low as well. I think he also does really well on strange picks. Better than, you know, the meta picks. I remember
mid.
Exactly, Terizla mid. Even Khalid mid back in the day.
Right. I really do feel like if your players just do so much better on these unusual non-meta picks, I really don't see an issue with it. You know, different teams are different, and if this is a style that your team can use to really gain maximum success, why not, right? Be a trendsetter, and don't worry about what other teams are picking as long as it does work.
The big bonks, man. I mean, to be fair, the Octa Hilda thing was... I'm not a fan of it again. Oh, these are the Veil players. These are the Gara players.
Ah, right, because Veil was a unique pick for Hijume, and we saw him actually win on it. We're taking a look at the path of Gara across nations here.
Wow.
From MPL ID, PH, and Cambodia. Do you think it could actually resurface today?
Today? Especially against a team as aggressive
It's my go-to.
as Dewa and Alter Ego. They're both teams that really want to take momentum there. I mean, if you've played against a Veil in your ranked games, you would understand that if you can get behind him, if you can have that mobility, then the Veil is an easy target. But if you don't, and we've seen some teams go in with this full dive-heavy style with a fighter in the jungle even, if you don't have any way to really flank around and get your hands onto the Veil, it's a tough time to try and get past all that AoE, the knockups, the slows, right? The damage as well. So that's where we were theorizing before when the Veil was buffed as well. When the Valir was buffed as well. Can this Valir and Veil actually come through in the meta when it's a straightforward front-to-back dive composition? So if those win conditions surface here, I don't see why the Veil can't really make an appearance.
Might we be seeing Veil and Valir being picked up today? I think we've been seeing really strange picks coming into the meta, and it's interesting to see, especially in the hands of these two unique players in the mid lane, heroes like that can start to surface. We're looking at the ping test now, but let's go back to our previous topic of the coaching staff, drafts. What do we think about the draft so far? Because I personally, in the Dewa match yesterday, I really liked their draft.
Exactly. I don't think the draft is a big problem for Dewa. In game number 1 as well, up against Geek Fam, it was them just getting outplayed. Again, them losing track of their win conditions. And then Geek Fam just getting all their win conditions. It really just comes down to, because when you get a good draft, it's not always going to be a win when your players don't know what to do with the draft. I think, again, it's the job of the coach to try to straighten up the win cons, to try to explain the win cons to the players and for the players to understand those. So it's also the connection. That's why we were talking about Onyx and how special Yeb is for the team, because for Yeb, it's not just that he brings a better draft. He brings even sometimes a worse draft sometimes than Adi, but he lets the player know how to play that draft, how to execute it.
All right. I have a question, a follow-up question after that, but it looks like both of the teams are ready, ladies and gentlemen, in just a bit for them to meet each other in the Land of Dawn for our first match of the day here, week 7, day number 2. Let's welcome Alter Ego with Nino, Rin, Hijume, Dreams, and Heiz is not in the gold lane. This is a new gold laner. That's Alter Ego X's gold laner.
With a get-in in the roster.
Oh man, Arfi out of nowhere, man. Let's see what this new combo can bring.
An S-rank mission set to Dewa United. They must defeat the 3-face Shinobi, Alter Ego!
Coming onto the stage right now with a new addition in the gold lane. Despite the highs and the lows we've seen from highs, they're going with a different route, a different formula this time. They're up against Dewa, and maybe they think this is something they can afford to try and do. Maybe there's good reason for it. But against Dewa, that's also improving. That could be a risk that can bite them in the back.
Let's see, number 8 right now on the standings, also on their own S-ranked mission. They're looking to find a victory here in order to get out of the red zone. With Rez, Ray, Octa, Mueza, as well as Maybe, big question therein lies. Will they be able to today? Because last time they met, it was a 2-1 victory for Alter Ego.
Standing at 8th place, finally we see their retribution back in the middle. Dewa United!
Dewa United, let's see if they can come up with a solid game plan to deal with Alter Ego. Against a new formula, a new lineup for Alter Ego, I bet that kind of throws their plans out the window a little bit. But maybe they can salvage what's left and come in with something solid.
So they've resorted back to Ray now. What do you think about that change? What did you think about Van's performance yesterday?
I mean, it's just odd to see, right? Later in the seasons, this is usually where teams want to maintain that formula, maintain the consistency. Now it's Sefer, Kurt, Watt, and NFR coming to the stage. Let's see if we can kind of discern what the idea is behind these changes all the way from the drafting phase. Because again, you really don't expect a lot of these changes in players all the way at week 7. We're approaching the end of the season. This usually isn't the time to bring in new factors to your team's performance.
Dewa United, what's going to be the formula? Will it still be the same drafts again? A draft that we kind of like, but it seems the players haven't been able to find that winning condition. Or will Watt go back to saying, you know what? Let's not play the Kimmies. Let's not play these picks. Let's go Lunox. Let's go back to Dewa first 2 weeks.
I think the Lunox is so scary.
Yeah.
I mean, in situations where you think, all right, this looks like a team fight that Dewa United are supposed to lose, Octa on his signature Lunox just throws that entire idea out the window and is able to hone on himself. It's insane. I think the Lunox is a big pick for Dewa.
It's a pick that allows you to do so many things. It allows you to be aggressive in the early game due to the sustain. You're effective from level 1 to level 2 immediately. And in the late game, you can do a lot of damage, but you can also be relatively secure due to the Brilliance Order. Looking at the King's DNA, because he was an XRRQ player here, #1 mid laner total kill in MPL ID Season 15. Like we mentioned earlier, this isn't a pattern we've seen that often. Nowadays, the gold lane is where the kills are piling up on. The mid lane is a bit more of an enabler. It's a bit more of a softener to allow that gold lane to really shine. But for Dewa in particular, this mid lane it's an aggressive avenue of their own. So that is something that Alter Ego needs to be very careful of. And as you can see for Hijumage here, #1 mid laner total assist in MPL ID Season 15. On an aggressive team like Alter Ego, as you can see, the mage, the mid lane, becomes more of an assist machine.
Yeah, we've seen him doing well on the Selena. I think that was imperative to some games that we've seen throughout, like #2 from Alter Ego, being able to assist those kills, give them over to Rin, give them over to Highs previously. But it's not Highs in the gold lane, which is yet again another big question for Alter Ego today as we take a look at the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S25 series.
For Dewa, don't get dictated by Alter Ego's war tempo and the high pace kill oriented strat there, and get comfort picks for Maybe and Octa. Beatrice and Lunox, like we mentioned, are good. The Beatrice in particular can allow them to play that pick-off heavy style as well. If they want to really use Mueza in that aggressive playmaking potential, then burst damage becomes something they can really utilize to get a lead over Alter Ego. But for Alter Ego themselves, prove that RP is talented, not just a psychopath. I feel like that joke translates better in Indonesian. But along with that, if you want to win, forget the Fedrin and exploit Rin's assassins, right? Get that mobility, get that dive potential, and adapt well in the mid to the late game, especially when they're behind. Make sure that they have a good idea from the coaching staff how to really slow things down and look for that comeback opportunity as long as the game goes on in the late game.
By the way, that's Code Delwin's Red App username, CEO Kopat Alter Ego.
You guys see? Did you guys see earlier when we were talking about, well, before the players made their entrance, when we saw the player rooms, Alter Ego were in a video call with the Alter Kage himself. He wants to win today, man. With these guys, these Genins might not get a chance to go and tune in up.
I'm wondering whether those were words of affirmation.
No, he's more of an active service guy. He's more of an active service.
to surface.
You need them to win. That's a service.
But it looks like Alter Ego is a first pick kind of team, having a better win rate on blue side. What do you think about that?
I mean, on the blue side, they have a chance to really pressure in the drafting phase, so that could be the idea. I think you can immediately assume from that choice that they have an idea on what they want as a first pick. Some prio picks for sure here. And with both these teams being aggressive, I guess the jungler, as always, becomes something that can be contested. Because with the jungler, especially if you get a really meta jungler right now, the meta junglers can do an assorted amount of different things, you know? And if you're forced into some of the maybe A-tier jungler, but not S-tier junglers, then you can kind of be read out more easily in the drafting phase. So that could be the idea here for Alter Ego.
What is the S-tier jungler right now?
Joy. Fanny.
Still Joy.
Yeah.
Oh, Fanny.
Fanny, if you can use it. Joy, Haya, those are the three that make it to the top 3.
Because uniquely enough, we haven't been seeing a lot of those this week in particular. We've seen Lings.
Joy and Fanny have been banned out mostly.
All right, let's see, ladies and gentlemen, drafting phase. Game number 1, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. There it is, the Fanny and the Joy banned out. Suyo as well. So that's 4 actually jungle bans for this match. Plus a Matilda.
Fanny, Matilda, and the Suyo. So already gearing for the Joy, but as we mentioned earlier, on the side of Dewa themselves, 2 junglers as well. Final pick right here, is it gonna be... I was thinking a macro tool. Wow. The Lo Yi comes in, the chip is the one left open. See if Alter Ego have any inclination to pick that first.
Kalea is also up for grabs. They're gonna go for the Harith instead. Usually when they have highs on their team, I would expect the Harith to be first pick. I'm not too sure about Arfi here, picking a hero for the Genin, the rookie of Alter Ego. This gives Dewa a lot to play with. They haven't played Chip before. I think Kalea should be the best choice for them.
Kalea right here for Dewa. He's gonna go for that. I mean, it's great, and we've seen its first pick before, but it also kind of locks in their playstyle, makes it a bit more predictable. I wonder if they want to do something a bit more confusing, or do they want to just go with that, like, you know, straightforward approach and just go straight for that Kalea and get some more burst damage, perhaps, to really complement it?
There are no shortcuts.
What?
Oh no.
Chip debut for Dewa United. I mean, the keys to victory for Dewa earlier on was a pick-off hero. Technically, the Chip is a pick-off hero, but it's not as straightforward in terms of execution. Meanwhile, one of the surrounding questions of Dewa United and their gameplay is and are their execution.
It takes a lot of coordination to make this pick work. And I don't know if Dewa have that right now, coordination. Well, the right amount at least.
And we'll see what they can do with it, because they're coming with the Phobias right now. It's going to allow them to brawl a lot more efficiently. But on top of that, now, I mean, Alter Ego can take their jungler pick first, whatever's left in the pool right now. And Dewa, without a solid, reliable jungler, the Chip just isn't as scary of a threat. And looking at it, Gatot and Kimi from Alter Ego, taking away the Kimi technically from Octa. Interesting choice.
So it's a denied pick, but it also is a lot of... Whoa, that's so cool. That's cool. Is that new? I haven't seen that.
Yeah, that is new. We didn't see it yesterday. It's not Lucas, folks. It's Naruto.
It's Naruto. That's pretty sick. But back to Alter Ego, that's double magic damage. And we know who is going where. So there's not a lot of flex aside from the Gatot. What do you think about that?
I feel this might be setting up for some kind of physical assassin jungler, but that's the problem right here. Now Dewa can kind of limit those down. After picking up the Lucas as well, they were going to be looking for a straight front to back, and that will be fine without the chip for Alter Ego. The fact that with the Kimi and the Harris, they don't really mind going for that brawl style, but now, if the Kimi gets flanked by the Lucas of all things, there's a real good chance that that backline from Alter Ego can get immediately deleted. So now Dewa, reading into the intentions of Alter Ego, are batting with the physical assassin junglers, trying to make sure that Alter Ego are forced to stack on that magical damage. And so the fighters, these beefy members of Dewa United, can just stack on the magical resistance and win out the fights just by out-sustaining that damage.
This is really good for Alter Ego, though. I like it. Yesterday we saw that, I think for BTR, they went for the Kimi first pick, they went for the Valentina. Usually we don't really see that. Especially without... Oh, wait up! We got a legend in the building! Sally Boy, the miracle boy!
And Kayas.
And Kayas, yeah. Oh, my...
Where's the baby?
Elzard.
Probably at home.
Elzard.
It's too
He named
loud.
his child after a Chelsea legend.
Is that
Eden
a bad
Hazard.
thing or a good thing?
He's pretty good.
That's a respect
Since he's
type
here,
moment.
I gotta pay my respects, you know? If he's not here, maybe I'll throw some shade to Chelsea, but it's okay. Since he's here, we gotta play nice.
I see. Very cordial of you, Mirko. But Dewa United, nothing cordial about that assassin selection there. Ling and the Hanzo. Now for Altrigo, it's gonna be a Farsa. So they're trying to limit the burst potential. Because if Altrigo can now get a physical damage jungler and another big frontline tool, then there's a chance I can kind of outplay this. They already have the AOG to deal with the chip dive, per se. So, let's see. Dewa United making the first move here.
What did you say about the Valentina earlier?
It was me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Valentina Kimi, you don't pick it up instantly because you want to utilize the Kimi flex pick. But in this position, they go Harriet, and then they pick up Gatot Kacha, and then the Kimi. So, by taking away these two mage carries away, you're kind of forcing Dewa United to play with a physical goal laner, right? And maybe in the mid lane, you're not the Kimi. Gatot does really, really well. So they've taken two heroes that do really well against the Gatot, forcing Dewa to play physical against the Gatot, which is good.
Which is Iritel now.
Yeah, it's a really good kind of forced error from Altrigo, I would say, in the draft.
You have to remember though, the Gatot Kacha, especially if it's in the...
Whoa! Oh my
lord! After the buff as well, ladies and gentlemen, a lot more efficient when he calls in his horse and gets on mount.
Wow.
And they go Valentina.
I can't believe it survived the banning phase. Yes, you want to ban Ling, Hanzo, but is it really more valuable than banning out the Valentina? Wait, Kimi!
Valentina XP, right?
Okay, there you go. Dewa thought there was no way that Valentina could show up because
of the Kimi pick.
Of the Kimi pick, but this is a jungle Lucas. The Valentina. First turtle will be good. Oh yeah, I mean, I think it still works. It's still really good for Altrigo.
I mean, in our own ranked games, Mirko, we've seen that the Valentina can take the Sacred Beast form, but the Lucas damage still is something to really deal with here. Oh, and the Lunox here as a final pick for Dewa. I feel like this is going to be a showdown in the jungle, man. It's a brawl. Two fighters that can do a very respectable amount of damage. One a bit more burst-oriented, the other one tankier. I really do wonder who's going to come out on top.
I mean, the changes to the Leomord make him less vulnerable to CC, right? Which was one of his main weaknesses back in the day when it was meta. By the way, it's funny that we get to see Sally Boy earlier on, and then the Leomord shows up.
That was a pick that we have seen from Sally Boy back in the day. Alucard as well. Lancelot, the miracle boy, making miracles out of these crazy picks. The Leomord looks bad. A lot of people will say this is epic, but the Leomord is the closest thing to Lucas. Like, obviously, then a Valentina. Valentina can steal the ult, but that's another Lucas, technically, with the horse.
So they have
it's
two.
A battle of ults in the neutral objective battle.
Level 4 will be very, very important. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the first game in this best of 3 series between Alter Ego and Dewa. We have Octa back on his ninja ways with the Lunox and the Leomord debut pick here in MPL ID. Will it work out? Let's see how both teams execute their game plan.
It's going to be Altrigo basically trying to win with the numbers. Going to get Barbiel in the picture as well, Leomord's horse. It's another extra member they have at their disposal. But like Mirko mentioned, most likely all the big brawls are going to happen in the neutral objective. It's all going to come down to the execution of Moeza on that chip. Can he find the right targets? Can Altrigo respawn as well and shut down that threat? Looking at the emblems here, Firmness and a Festival of Blood for Nino on the Valentina. So already a more sustained-oriented build. Let's see how that laning phase goes up, matches up against the Phobias. Along with that, Bark and Hunter for the Kimi and the Harith. So Altrigo definitely looking for more of the item power spikes before they attempt anything too big scale.
Both junglers are also on killing spree here.
Yeah, they're both trying to go aggressive as much as possible. I mean, Ray, especially on the fighter, wants to do a lot of that big burst damage. He can proc that it can proc it really easily and then use the extra movement speed to really chase down the prior targets. Again, the same thing can be said for Rin on the Leo mode, but I feel like Leo mode has a lot more built-in crowd control, so he really isn't as reliant on it as Ray on that Lucas.
Super excited to see that first team fight happening, and I think also we need to take into consideration of the factor that Moeza is on the chip. We haven't seen Dewa United utilize this chip just yet. So again, this level 4 spike is going to be very telling to how things really progress. Rin already at level 4, already on the neutral objective actually. First setup from Alter Ego.
This is the thing that we mentioned, right? Yeah, so much control with Ult. Rez with the flicker forward, getting Hijume, forcing him to flicker out. Now it's going to Phantom Steed from Rin. Oh, decimated Rez! Still able to get some damage, but gets sliced down by the man on bottom BL. Rin, first blood. Now, Sacred Beast, Nino has it too! AOG! Ray able to dash away, Nino coming in as well. Octa able to find Hijume in the back there, but it's gonna be Nino! Who jumps in, taking Naruto down with his own Ninetales.
All right, trades happening here. That's a neutral objective over.
Flicker crash course, a kill back for Octa. That's 2 on the board. Moeza taken down. Now Rez. The fight has lasted so long. He can come back in, and Octa gets 3 at the end of the day.
3-for-3 trade at the end, plus Alter Ego are the ones to get the neutral objective. However...
Oh, a full kick down below Arfi. Again, getting bullied.
Was that worth it? Now for Alter Ego.
I think overall it's still worth it. They do want that brawl style. They're able to get kills onto Rin, but overall, getting the turtle is the main big thing there. But with Dewa responding immediately with that shortcut gank, that definitely kind of equals this out. As we take a look at the talent prediction here by the new application GoPay, as always, man, consistently, Pa Pulong.
Versus the world, versus everybody. The only one to vote Dewa United in this matchup. We'll see whether or not he's correct. Last week, he's been correct quite a lot. Octa goes for another kill.
He knows Nino has no flicker. That forces Nino back away. Dream to the bottom lane. Good immobilization. Sacred Beast used up into the AOG. Gunned down by Hijume with the Phantom Steed. Dreams of the big bomb. Moeza sliced down by Rin, who's on a killing spree.
Good play there to immediately try and punish the purple buff rotation from Dewa United. And honestly, Alter Ego, again, they do have the fighting power right here, and for them, there's a huge benefit in getting all these kills in the hands of Rin. This is a hero that we've seen do really well with the snowballs, and you know, if he is the cleanup guy, if he's not the guy in the front, the Leo Mort has an extra bit of his passive allows him to crit more on low HP opponents, so he can really play cleanup really, really well. Whereas for Dewa United, Octa, as always, can be a main carry, but he really isn't as active, and he's not going to be as present as Leomord in a lot of these small skirmishes across the map.
Speaking of Leomord, we have a game fact here by GoPay, as this marks Leomord's debut since Season 14, I believe, in the hands of Kyrie when they won against BTR. The fact that he's resurfaced back, is it... Wait, there you go.
Phantom Steed coming in with the crash course as well. Rin still able to win the rectory battle. Ray unable to get it down, and now he gets chain CC'd in the back. Nino doesn't even need the Sacred Beast. Moeza's gonna get gunned down. It's a double for Arfi. Octa 5-0, all the kills on him, but it's Alter Ego with the lead.
1-for-3 trade, plus the neutral objective as well. Alter Ego need one more for that perfect turtle stat. That's a lot of damage.
Oh, brilliance. Nino wants to go for it. Decides against it though. In the end, Arfi in the bottom lane will get a turret.
This is a 2,000 gold lead now built in by Alter Ego.
Yeah, and again, they do want to have all these brawls as much as possible, especially later on when Arfi gets involved. Already 2-1 here on the Harriet. Looking pretty good as far as scaling goes. Already with the Starlium, gonna building for the Feather of Heaven, potentially, and then later on the Holy Crystal. But Alter Ego are doing a great job picking the fight to Dewa so that Moeza isn't really finding a lot of time to really go around and look for these vulnerabilities in the formation of Alter Ego. He hasn't been able to go into the jungle to find Rin or go to the side lanes to get one of those side lanes ahead in the 1-2-1. And look at this, Moeza once again chased away. So Alter Ego are the ones having a lot of control, and Octa again can do a lot of damage. But for the most part, the way the Lunox works is that you're going to be able to just burst one person down. Afterwards, you don't really have that big AoE to really shut down the whole team. So Dewa has to be a bit more careful because it looks like it's only a 2k gold lead. But if Octa gets zoned out or gets taken out from the fight, that means that the gold disparity is just way higher than it seems at first glance.
Yeah, they lose their one win con.
Oh my lord, forcing the Brilliance out already in the mid lane. No ult for Octa. And the turtle is about to spawn the third one. Down below, Mueza setting up for a gank. Phantom Steed, Rin is going to try to run him down. No turret there. Nino looking for the play. Will be able to go for the Sacred Beast too. Uh-oh! Mueza, I'm not too sure if you want the smoke, baby. AOG coming down with a shortcut as well. Rin able to escape right now. Rin is going to be taken very low. Ray taken out by Dreams. Rin able to escape, but that's going to be the flicker from Rez. Take the kill back. Meanwhile, Nino still buying so much time in the back. 1v3. Flickering out the safety as RP gets rid of Rez. Maybe pulls back into RP. Hijume just throwing the shots to zone the two Dewa members away.
Yeah, they trade 3 members for Rin only. Granted, of course, they don't have a retribution, but he should be able to get up just fine. So, in terms of calculations and in terms of what they lost in that, I feel like Alter Ego still come out on top.
I think most definitely so. They were setting up for that fight. They put Mueza behind Alter Ego and tried to go for that pinch, but Alter Ego just brute forced them out of the fight there. Nino still has a Secret Beast form, and you can see, even with the threat of the flank coming in from Mueza, Alter Ego are just ignoring it. They know they have the brawling potential right now. And the fact, hang on a
Pull
second.
back, gun down. The Ninetales is a Ninetailing right now. Will be able to get the Tilt Beast Bomb down and secures his orange buff. But this is a very weak, maybe early on Naruto, 0-4.
Yes, looking at the early season Naruto, not really having too much to kind of do in a lot of these big fights. And again, Alter Ego are doing such a great thing in zoning away the main damage tools of Dewa. In that fight earlier, Dreams had the Radiant Armor completed already, and they sent him with a solo of Revitalize to just zone Octa and take that damage and make sure that he can't output that damage onto the other members that matter a bit more, like Rin, like Arfi. And if Alter Ego are playing the fights like that, then Dewa has a real big problem right now because they're not the ones dictating who they're jumping on. And if they're going to be forced to output all of their damage onto the Gatot, then Alter Ego can take that and instead do a lot more AoE with the Valentina, with the Kimi and the Harith, and take down Dewa all together as a unit.
Yeah, that's why Nino on the Valentina has been super effective as well. Look at that damage.
Ooh. Dude, when you have to use Ninetales just to escape, you're in deep trouble.
Alter Ego are snowballing absolutely out of control right now. It looks like they also have control over the purple buff. Absolutely no say coming from Dewa. Mueza though.
Wow, he just gets away there.
Oh.
Everybody has... Oh, no. Dewa, they've taken a teleport to their own demise. Maybe we'll be unstoppable. We'll be Arfi's unstoppable. Octa able to run away. Rez will be fed to Alter Ego as a sacrifice.
Fed to the Sharks there. Wow. That's why we were questioning the chip pick coming in from Dewa. We haven't seen the chip come through for them. Gave them the benefit of the doubt, but it's not working. Simply put, it's not working for them.
It's just the lack of proper engage right there. The fact is, for Alter Ego, almost everyone on their team has a way to kind of make distance away from that shortcut play. So they have to try and get into a position that's like so detrimental and have someone else to really lock everyone down. Because even Rez went into the shortcut to try and catch Hijume there, but with a flicker, immediately the whole plan just falls apart.
Boom. AOG, an entrance just to zone them. And wow, this is just a stompy stomp right now.
It's looking pretty bleak now for Dewa. Considering if we're looking at items, I think we'll see it shortly. Holy Crystal already built in for Arfi, who we haven't really quite mentioned so far. That's how dominant the rest of the members from Alter Ego have become. He's sitting at 5-1-1.
And he's definitely doing a great job here using that mid-game Harith power spike. Already at the 3-item power spike, that's really that. He was really doing so well even before that 5-1 right here. So now with the Holy Crystal, you can imagine the amount of damage that Dewa has to kind of deal with at the moment. And again, there's just so many more threats available for Alter Ego, and now they make a play for the base.
Holy defense already proc down below. Octa gets rid of the Lord. All 3 Holy Defenses already used up. Wes is looking for a flank, but I'm not too sure about this. Again, AOG into the back line right now. Alter Ego looking to play onto the turret. It will be Dreams with the Revitalize. Able to sustain for so long. Rez jumps in again. Mueza in the back pops in the shortcut, but the shortcut is of no use if Alter Ego are the ones diving. Ray taken very low, still able to sustain up. Octa against everyone, jumping in. Brilliance from Octa. Can he do it? He gets one. He's godlike. 7-0 and 1, but it's still a win for Alter Ego as they've cracked the base open.
7-0 and 1, but he's the only one standing on all these kills. Maybe and Ray are just out of the fight completely here. So far behind when it comes to the gold. Here, the battle emotes for MPL ID available in the shop, but Alter Ego are basically emoting on Dewa at this point. They have no requirement to really commit in some of these fights. They can use Hijime as a harassment tool, as a kiting tool, and Dewa are the ones forced to continuously overextend. Even there, in that base fight, Moesa went for the flank and Alter Ego said, yeah, go for it. Who cares? We're gonna brawl you, we're gonna plant our feet and brawl you head to head, and we're gonna come out on top. And they kind of try to do it again right now with the purple buff trying to deny it away from Ray.
This is for sure a take from Alter Ego once again. Arfi on top of the Holy Crystal already has the Divine Glaive as well. Back to that point earlier with Moesa on the chip, it looked like there was a moment of hesitation as well when he opened that portal. So again, we're seeing hesitation in their game plan. Hesitation in committing into a certain sort of strategy. And Alter Ego are a team that can capitalize over that. Look at the tempo that they're setting right now. Look at the way that they're pushing the pressure onto Dewa. But as we get into the later stage, now that neutral objectives are all out, other than the Lord, do you think the chip could turn things around for Dewa?
At this point, it has to be some kind of split push maneuver here, using the chip shortcut as a tool for Dewa. But Alter Ego have so many engages available to them, right? Dreams can engage, Rin can engage, Nino and Hijime can also technically engage, especially with Dewa having a Phobius in the lineup. It's just an immobile Phobius without a Mathilda. So the moment that they feel like they have to commit, Alter Ego can pull the trigger immediately.
Brave trying to go for the Retribution Res with a flank in the back as well with the flicker and the shortcut. Everything used in the kitchen sink. Ray able to find RP in the midst of the team fight without his Purify. Now it's Hijime who gets dove on. It's backline for backline as Octa's able to survive, but maybe even on his Sakati won't be able to survive the onslaught of damage. Octa gets away just barely. Rin's on the chase against Rez. Wow, he just got stabbed. He got shanked in the streets.
2-for-2 trade so far. The Lord is still marching down, though, in the bottom side of the map. With Nino and Rin still holding strong. It looks like they're still going to go for it.
Uh-oh, Rin has the Phantom Seed. Ooh, forcing out the Brilliance before using the Phantom Seed. Now he gets on the Phantom Seed and dives onto Octa. Shortcut, not too sure what it's for. Moesa gonna be taken very low. Octa jumps in onto Dreams, was able to bait out so much time. Nino on it, Hijime just gunning it down. 14 minutes. Alter Ego, 1-0.
19-12. Alter Ego with their ninja way. With the Leomord debut pick. Really just... it's in line with the chaos that they want to have in the early game. It just fits so well.
And again, any plans that Dewa had, it wasn't a bad plan, right? It just seems like Alter Ego saw through it and had the responses available. Which is why we said that Dewa United maybe had to kind of look towards Alter Ego and see if their game plan was compatible. And unfortunately for this game in particular, it really wasn't. The shortcut was basically nullified completely. They had no staying power. Alter Ego out-harassed them, out-bursted them, and out-brawled them in all of these fights.
It was all according to plan, even from the drafting phase, right? You gotta admit, Harith first pick, they knew that either Dewa pick the chip up, or they're going to be able to pick it up for themselves. Either way, it's a double win for them. We're looking at the flashbacks of that first game. You can see how oppressive already the Leomord was.
It was just tanky, doing a ton of damage there. And Nino did a great job as well with the stolen Sacred Beast form. He really made sure that the backline weren't really active in all of these fights. In stark contrast to Alter Ego, where Arfi and Hijime are just able to stand there, get the protection, get distractions from Dewa, and output their damage again and again.
Man, that was rough. Octa with 8 kills, yet the game was out of control, man. When you have 2 Lucases on the other side, 2 is better than 1, you know? Leomord plus the Valentina, it's just a battle of all ins, and in a battle of all ins, that's what you can expect. 2 Narutos beating 1.
and by all means, the burst damage difference as well. The fact that for Dewa United, yes, they're snowballing, but Octa has to go all in to get a kill, and he can't even secure the kill, in burst fashion. The Lunox doesn't work like that. It's more like, mini burst DPS on the Chaos Order. So even when Octa was just snowballing out of control, 7 kills, he could not just go for any kind of pick-off, in contrast to Alter Ego.
This is the crucial moment that occurred in that second minute. They were able to get the neutral objective, the turtle, plus they were able to get some few kills. But I thought this was still a moment where, okay, maybe Octa getting fed so many kills could still be the outlier for Dewa United in upcoming team fights.
Yeah, unfortunately, even with those kills, he really wasn't able to find a lot of big moments. Because again, the zoning potential from Hijime on the Kimi, now that you have a lot of reliable crowd control there, that's hard to dodge from, it kind of slows down your approach, especially when this man is on the hunt as well.
Man, we didn't expect the Valentina to come through, and I don't think even Dewa did either. Player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. What is Nino again? What's the term? Tune in.
Oh, tune in. Yeah.
Tune in.
He's a tune in.
I'm learning.
Yo, credit where credit is due though, because I think Nefari has been getting most of the criticism, especially when it comes to the draft, but wow, this one was really good. When he picked the Kimi and Harith into the with the Gatakacha, I was already impressed. Ending it with a Leomord Valen was amazing, amazing.
Definitely a harsh curveball there for Dewa to kind of respond to. And not to mention, the fact that Nina was on the Valentina, I feel like there's a secondary effect right here where for Dewa, they see the Valentina, they spot a vulnerable target, but it's Nina with an Oracle, with an Athena, with a Brute Force Breastplate. This is a bruiser Valentina with the Festival of Blood as well. But you can see here, every single time they go for some kind of pickoff, they just couldn't do anything. They couldn't get in range. They can't secure the full-on burst, the full-on catch. And that's something that was really shutting down any potential that the chip was gonna bring to the table, dude. Like, it's almost as if it's better for Dewa to have gone for another team fight roamer compared to this chip, because this was the fight we were talking about when Moezak went for the flank and he was completely ignored. They looked at him dead in the eyes and said, what you gonna do?
Ray took the portal and he's like, now what?
Your boys have to be alive to take the portal. Your boys are dead.
Exactly.
What was that portal in the final push?
Dude, that was just like a, yo, help kind of portal, you know?
It's an extra target as well, maybe, to tank some of the damage.
Or maybe, they expected RQ to come through to help them. I don't know.
Whoa. That's a very big hope there.
There you
this
go.
is the moment you're talking
for them to recall. Last time RQ popped the shortcut, they recalled.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Character development, bro. Well,
that was rough.
Regardless, they were definitely outdrafted right there. And even in the execution, I feel like you'd see some adjustment attempts from Dewa United. But overall, just not nearly enough to make any kind of difference there against Alter Ego. So, I feel like it goes straight back to the drafting board here immediately. Because again, they did try and go for some of the dives, some of the flanks that we're talking about to maybe get in the way and stop Hijime from being impactful on the Kimi. It really didn't work out though, at all.
No. And the fact was with, Valentina, Nino being that much of a monster in like the front line and the back line as well, it really also paved a way for Arfi, their rookie, to really shine. 7-2-2 on the Harith. I think it's a good start to his season.
Yeah, and again, he was such a bigger threat compared to maybe an Octa here. For the most part, Nino, Rin, and Dreams are able to just tank a decent amount of time, and distract maybe an Octa long enough. But the same can't be said for the frontliners of Dewa United. The moment Arfi is in the picture, the moment Hijime is just spraying him down, there's a bit of an urgency right there to do something, to go and escape immediately or dive in to make a play directly. Especially for Rez and the Phobius, that is double true because he's on a Phobius that doesn't really have any mobility tools. So that also, I think, kind of shut down that Phobius threat. So I think it comes back down to the fact that Dewa United have the macro tool, but they don't have the fighting tools. And that's something they kind of need against a fighting team like Alter Ego.
Look at this damage dealt. It was actually Nino who came second, which is crazy again. Didn't he build like non-damage. It wasn't all damage, right? Like
No, it was no damage at all. It's
exactly.
Oracle,
what the
Athena,
hell?
Yeah.
brute force.
This is why the Valentina is just a better Lucas, man. God. Full tank build, yet he dealt so much damage. He's rivaling Kimmy, and he actually dealt more damage than Arfi in this game. Well played, just well played. On top of that, the damage taken. He was rivaling damage dealt and damage taken. Like Mr. Gata Kacha, who's built to tank up damage, wasn't able to... Oh man, it was crazy. It's great, you know. Well played, but honestly, well played to the draft. When I saw the draft, I said, yo, this is actually really, really good. But it came down to the execution again, and they executed really well.
Yeah. Yay, Nafari! Happy for him.
NFR.
Sorry.
NFR.
Yay! Happy for him, man.
But it really feels like the chip now. It's just no longer a proper engage tool. It feels like it only really works when your opponents can't really get away from it. Because you're seeing Alter Ego there. Every single time Mueza tries something, they're like, yeah, see you later. Leave you in the dirt.
Do you
and just
think
kite away.
because how he utilized it was a little predictable?
I don't think so. I think it's just the lack of the... back then, it used to kind of stun you a little bit, you know, keep you in place for a bit longer. Now it really doesn't. So immediately after getting collided with...
So there was a change to chip.
There was. That's why he kind of went down in popularity for a little bit. But I feel like when we saw Edong use it, he would shortcut first and then use the crash course. So maybe that's something that can be utilized, but it's still a tough preposition.
So before we get into game number 2 to see the results of this match, you're gonna throw it over to Alyssa.
Thank you, caster. Kembali bersama Alisa dan pastinya Alisa kalau di sini nggak bakal sendirian karena ditemenin sama teman-teman dari Dewa United Esports.
Halo anak Dewa, halo teman-teman semua.
Boleh dong kenalin dirinya dulu siapa?
Boleh dong. Hai teman-teman semua, salam kenal. Aku Valin dari Talent Dewa United Esports dan di sebelahku ada...
Halo, aku Kimura dari Talent Dewa United Esports.
Yeay, ada Kimura dan juga Valen yang nemenin aku hari ini. Lihat-lihat kalian kece banget nih pakai kompakan pakai jersey-nya Dewa United Esports.
Iya dong, nih cakep nggak? Ini yang warna hitam kak.
Oh, ini yang warna hitam. Kira-kira variasinya ada apa aja tuh?
Ada jersey away yang warna hitam, ada jersey home yang warna kuning.
Oke, dan kalau mau juga anak Dewa samaan sama kalian, gimana sih cara belinya?
Bisa, karena kebetulan sekarang dari tim Dewa sudah ini menyediakan fans-fansnya buat membeli jersey official. Caranya kan bisa cari di segala e-commerce, di toko officialnya, store officialnya Dewa United. Tapi kak, kita juga bagi-bagi. Jadi buat teman-teman di rumah atau teman-teman yang di sini bisa dapat gratis.
Wow, gimana tuh caranya kalau aku pengen dapat itu gratis?
Caranya harus ikut activation di setiap home match-nya Dewa. Gimana tuh game?
Nah, buat kalian nih ya yang mau dapetin jersey Dewa United secara gratis, kalian tinggal tukerin battle emote Dewa di home match yang ada di booth Dewa di MPL ya guys. Jadi kalau kalian udah tukerin battle emote Dewa, nanti kalian bisa dapetin jersey secara gratis dengan undian.
Yes, benar banget.
Jadi gampang banget tinggal langsung aja tukerin bukti kalau punya emot ampun pusepu.
Iya, ampun pusepu.
Yang bisa dibeli juga pastinya dengan berapa diamond?
Berapa diamond? 109 diamond ya?
109
diamond. Udah dapat battle emote yang lucu, bisa dipakai buat in game, udah gitu bisa ditukerin buat dapat jersey gratis lagi. Kurang apa lagi?
Kurang apa lagi? Jadi langsung aja anak Dewa langsung datang juga ke MPL Arena karena kalian bisa nukerin kalau sudah mempunyai jersey-nya, sudah beli juga emang ampun pusepu, langsung aja datang dan bisa tukerin di booth-nya Dewa ya. Oke, kalau tadi kita udah ngomongin merchandise-nya nih, aku pengen tanya sama Kimura kali ya. Ngelihat gameplay di game pertama hari ini, yang sayang sekali poin pertama harus didapatkan oleh Alter Ego. Gimana?
Menurut aku tadi mungkin karena di surprise pick aja sih dari Valentina XP. Soalnya emang Valentina tuh nyusahin banget buat Lukas itu kesusahan banget buat di copy terus sama Valentina. Jadi kayak Lukasnya itu ngelawan dirinya sendiri.
Lukas ngelawan dirinya sendiri ya. Oke, kalau dari Valin gimana?
Sama sih, menurut aku tadi aku ngelihat dari game pertama, aku cukup kaget karena ada Valentina di XP lane, tapi masuk akal ya karena bisa nge-copy dari ultinya Lukas yang dimana ibaratnya dari tim Dewa itu juga ngelawan Lukas kedua gitu kak. Cuman harapannya di next game supaya bisa lebih disiplin lagi, supaya bisa dapat poin dan puji Tuhan nanti kalau bisa menang.
Kalau bisa menang pastinya hope for the best dan boleh kasih semangat gak sih buat Dewa United Esports? Silakan.
buat kalian yang buat main game kedua, buat jangan lupa di reset aja game 1 karena game 1 itu game tes ombak lah. Jadi game 2 bantai-bantai ya.
Bantai-bantai dari Valin, silakan.
Kalau dari aku, tenang aja mainnya. Yang penting disiplin, yang penting tenang. Harus tenang seperti maybe ya. Harus tenang biar nanti outcome-nya jadi bagus. Yang penting positive thinking dulu aja.
Tenang, fokus, dan konsisten. Dan itulah tadi kita bersama Dewa United Esport. Thank you so much Valin dan juga Kimura. Jangan lupa dukung terus tim kesayangan kalian dan kalian para super fans. Kita akan melihat apakah di game kedua ini poin akan bisa didapatkan oleh Dewa United Esport ataukah kembali ke alter ego. Dan kita akan kembalikan lagi ke caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
Thank you so much, Alyssa. Thank you, Kimura, as well as Valen, BAs and talents of Dewa.
Ex-Aura, by the way, Kimura.
Kimura, yeah. XP laner. Before Aran came.
Her favorite before Aran came.
That's true.
And then Aran took his job. Basic moved to Dewa, and Chorizo took his job. And Rez took Chorizo's job.
Damn. It's just job takers everywhere.
They took our jobs.
They did, they did. But you know, I don't know how to segue this.
Well, if you guys want a really good job yourself, you can save money, I guess, with GoPay. That's a job, right? I mean, like, a job means you get value
That's a curveball, bro.
financially, right? Like,
yeah.
There you go. You
Absolutely.
go be responsible with your finances with GoPay.
Yeah.
Look at this. Is it S25?
Okay.
That's a phone. But what's even crazier is I got GoPay in here.
Oh.
And with GoPay, I can watch MPL, use the
Okay.
promo code right here, MPL Pasti GG, get 5 diamonds with only 1 rupiah, and I can participate in the flash sale for WDPs. On top of that, I can also just get a lot of cashbacks, man. I mean, scan your QR code right there. You see the QR code on the bottom right. It says murah on everything. What does that mean? That means
cheap.
Cheap. You guys want stuff for cheap? WDP is only around 26,000 IDR, plus tons of extra promotions. Top up now and grab that new hero or skin. Naruto skins are still out, brothers.
I've been buying a lot of skins for the back end people.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
They've stolen all my diamonds. But it's okay, because I use GoPay.
You must have a lot of WDPs.
Yeah.
It's a lot of pressure on your head and shoulders.
So, what are you guys waiting for back at home? Move on to Head and Shoulders to wipe out 100% of wet and itchy dandruff. Alright, get the limited edition Head and Shoulders X Mobile
Check it
Legends
out.
Bang Bang now, because again, it's limited. There's not a lot on the market.
There's
you don't
only
want to
one.
miss out.
Two, there's 2.
And as soon as you finish it, you can just keep the container in your room.
Look at this.
For bragging
Why
rights.
are you opening it? Wait a minute.
I
At
wanna
some
smell.
point, Mirko, will you please pour it on your head?
No, not on broadcast. But I do it every day at home.
But not on broadcast?
Not on broadcast.
Even
no.
for like week 9, last day,
No.
last match?
If Head and Shoulders sponsors me individually, I will do it on broadcast.
You know what? I'll consider it.
Head and Shoulders anti-dandruff shampoo. Edisi terbatas.
Here, you can
that
have it.
means limited edition.
Smells so good.
I'm more of a menthol guy myself. Lemon. Hey, more of a chefin. Taste, flavor.
Smells good.
Well, speaking of chefing though,
CITB, CIT dubs.
Let's see whose hair is in the building as well.
Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be?
Ooh.
CITB!
Long, silky. I bet it smells good too, man. You guys just can't go wrong with Head and Shoulders.
Check it out. The chefin is definitely checking it out. Hair cam by Head and Shoulders. You can get the Ice Cool Menthol or Lemon.
lemon is
Lemon.
definitely a thing here. But in the Jakarta weather, maybe the menthol one would be a bit more preferable because you have to maintain, you know, a cool head. And speaking of cool heads,
and shoulder,
first pick selection, away team for Alter Ego. Already a difference here.
Again, so they're back on blue side. All right.
They just got a
61% by the way.
Sheep. I think they all got a ban Sheep. I don't think they can play the Sheep.
So, what do they leave open?
Loyi? Dude,
Do you want to do that?
like Joy Hayabusa ban, sure. Hanzo Ling ban, maybe no. You know? Like, go Hanzo Shore, Lingban.
I think they were afraid of the far side, the long lane.
But they got shipped.
I think they were just concerned about the balancing out. They didn't want Alter Ego to have any physical damage in the jungle. Which is where the Leo mode comes in, is like, y'all must have forgot, I got buffed.
They took the audience topic voting too literally. Force him to play non-assassins.
Well, be careful what you wish for, bro.
Exactly. By the way, those dudes were from Brunei, the father and son, to watch Alter Ego. They're Alter Ego fans. That's impressive.
Brunei.
Brunei? Is it Brunei?
I don't know. I've always said it Brunei Darussalam.
Yeah, I mean, I think... Whoa, Nino, get up. Hello. Okay.
Is it what? What?
He actually woke up and went up, up.
That's a bad
Game two.
omen. I just want to say, the people who have slept there or leaned back have lost. Like, seriously. It happened to Albert the other week. So that's why I gotta wake him up, you know?
Okay.
Are they just getting too relaxed? Is that what we're seeing there?
Exactly.
Where they're able to kind of just lean back, close their eyes?
He's thinking he can sleep on Dewa.
He was tired.
Why?
Okay, player of the game.
That's true. He is player of the game.
Nino, Valentina.
Well, he has to maintain the energy level, though. There's still 1 or potentially 2 games to go here before they win the match. And ladies and gentlemen, we're into the drafting phase for game number 2.
Shinobis, welcome to the drafting phase for game number 2. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Harith's first pick.
Wow.
Luo Yi is still the choice of ban there for the side of Dewa United. Alter Ego as well, exact same bans. So what's the change now for Dewa? Do they leave the chip open, pick up something like the Kalea instead, and hope Alter Ego don't pick up the chip?
Go Kimmy. Go Got. So Kalea. Yeah. What the hell? The Kalea was ignored completely in game 1. Sakura picked up by Dewa.
Interesting. I thought we were saying earlier Alter Ego might be second pick. What happened there? Kind of interesting. All right, but they have it. Same formula for Alter Ego. Now with the Kalea, though, lack of a roaming presence, but with the Kimi taken away, this is something that's a bit more flexible compared to the Lunox earlier.
Whoa.
But Alter Ego, wow, Phobia's Ling immediately.
Very early Ling as well.
Very, very early. I think Dewa can still go for the Lucas pick right now in the jungle. I don't see why not. With all the junglers already banned out, they shouldn't steer away from the Lucas jungle. It didn't work because they didn't ban out Valentina. So they can still ban out the Valentina in the second phase together with... They don't need to ban Leomord anymore, so there you go. I think they got it, right? Secure the neutral objectives. You already have Kimi Kalea. Just go for the front line again.
Yeah.
Lucas.
Which begs the question, what kind of front line they have in mind right here. Against the Phobias, usually a bit more of a... It's a bit more difficult, a bit more troublesome. They bring in the Fredrin though, so... Again, it's all about the neutral objective then. They want that synergy. They want the backline to stay protected. They're playing more to really stave off the dive coming in from Alter Ego, it seems.
Huh. Okay. So it should still be mid lane bans we're thinking about now. They're gonna ban out the Yi. The Juicin has been left up for grabs. But I think for Alter Ego, they're thinking of just a long-range artillery mage. Something like a Farsa maybe as well. They just want to go all in type of deal.
Technically, Alter Ego can pick up the Jushin against the Fredrin, right?
Yeah.
It's just a little difficult against the Kimi.
Exactly, that's it. But if you want to win early game, which definitely looks like they want to win the early game, it just definitely wants to go for the snowball, then sure, they can go Juicin and for Dreams, mid lane prio. I've only seen Dreams on Cho like a couple of times, but usually I would think Juicin Cho just win out early.
Juicin Cho can work out. When I say the Fredrin though, I think about these mages that can kind of lock him down, do some good poke damage. And there's always my personal bias, the Valir, man. But I mean, picking it right now, it's gonna be a bit too early, obviously. So we're gonna explore a couple of other options right here. The Ranger already banned out though. I feel like Dewa are trying to make sure that there's no real poke damage. So like you mentioned, Mirko, any kind of long range might really be beneficial for them.
Yeah, we're thinking about maybe Farsa to try and outrange the Kimi as well in the backside. understandably so, the Kimmy is still a flex pick, right? We're not really sure where this Kimmy is going. So that can be an option for Alter Ego. Novaria's banned out. What will be the next ban from Alter Ego though? Do they ban out the Moscow? Oh, Beatrix.
Alright. So respect ban towards maybe here. Kind of allows for Arthi potentially to actually have a proper laning phase as well. Because if they want to dodge away from it, all they can do is just clear that wave with the Beatrix ultimates and then go for the roaming plays around the map. So that taken out of the equation here. Dewa with the first pick.
Yeah, they also eliminated the Beatrix and Kalea combination, right? So it does make sense synergy-wise. Dewa, do they want to leave the flex pick up until the very end? Or are they going to choose a mid laner or a gold laner here?
I think they might, for Dewa United. They're gonna go for CC. There you go. A pick that we haven't seen in a while. Usually it's Alter Ego who first pick it. But now they've learned from that mistake. Yeah, first phase so many times. But the CC actually works here. Again, you already have a Fredrin in the jungle, so you need damage dealing in XP. It's good to match up against Ling later on as well as we get into mid-game to hold on to the side pressure. And it's really good against Phobia, so there you go. All right, really good stuff.
Good flexible pick, allowing Dewa to actually control ground here. Now in the back and forth with the CC and the Kimmy in the picture, Alter Ego, if they don't really have anything long range to trade back some of the damage from safety, it's gonna mean that Dewa United are gonna have a lot more time to really push Alter Ego away from the neutral objective before the fights even begin. They go for a Farsa and Gatot, so a bit of range there, but not spammable range by any means. Alter Ego are kind of locked into this all-in type of situation. Dewa are the ones now. They can pick and choose with these spammable engage crowd control tools. They can go back and forth with the dashes they have as well.
Gatot Gacha against a CC and Kimmy. Man, when Dreams doesn't get on, like the signature playmaking picks, he's always just forced on like Gatots. But the Farsa does come out as expected, long range artillery. Dewa last pick. It will be either mid or gold. I think for maybe Moscow.
Should be a gold later here.
Yeah,
gold, I think.
Kimmy just fits for Octa. Go for something like a Moscow, I guess. There we go.
Yeah.
The tyrant of
Right. So now they also still have the macro pressure to make plays to run with. But with the Ling in the picture here, if Rin is snowballing, you do not want to get anywhere near that Ling as a Moscow, dude. You can self-peel, you can buy some time, but I feel like, especially in the mid-game, it's gonna favor the Ling so much more than with all the outplay tools you have.
We might be looking at a game 3, boys.
Oh!
Rico called it early. But I agree. I think that was one of the main problems yesterday in that match with the Ling pickup. A lot of the far lane is what Mr. Zipperman mentioned in the back rooms.
That's not Zipper.
It's a different Zipper.
That's Mr. Deka.
Oh.
That's our scriptwriter.
Oh. Anyway. Game number 2, Shinobi's is upon us. Will we be seeing yet another revenge play from Alter Ego to close things out in their favor? Or can Dewa change the script and force a game number 3? Only time will tell. Let's head over into the Land of Dawn.
Ladies and gentlemen, watch for the 1v1s in the laning phase. A lot hanging here. This can be the last game of the match for sure. Can Dewa use the macro tools really efficiently here and stop and stifle that Alter Ego aggression, especially with their winning lanes here? Let's see how this plays out.
Let's see. S-rank missions for both of these teams. They're not looking too good on the standings either. Dewa United number 8. Alter Ego number 5. Again, every single game loss, every single match loss will be very significant. Has some trading damage into the mid lane. 2v2, but that's the Lethal Wanderer picked up in favor of Octa.
That's the mid lane control there with the Kimmy and the spammable basic attacks right there. And look at that, dude. The kite ability just makes it so annoying to try and get any kind of punishment back in towards that Kimmy. And looking at the emblems here, agility, allowing Octa to really kite back a lot more efficiently here. So we'll see how that plays out, how Alter Ego intend to try and catch him. Against the Kalea of Mueza though, running the pull yourself together. 2 purifies on Alter Ego, but that means Nino is going to be taking, Nino and Dreams are going to be taking the brunt of the damage from Dewa United. So Dewa themselves required a snowball to really threaten the pick of chance. Look at Ray though.
Knocking Dreams up. We'll be able to get the shank down, but that's it. Rin walking away. Dewa just trying to match Alter Ego's early game.
That's the snowball perhaps that they were looking for. But oh, Moisa goes in for a jump onto Hijome. Still gonna be able to get out with the wings by wings. And yet, no casualties on the board up until this point.
Okay, Tsunami Slam isn't available for Moeza just yet, but Dewa immediately jumping onto this neutral objective. The Ling, in theory, shouldn't really be able to contest, but look at this, Nino going in.
So Ray with the control though, Ray gonna be walking up as well. Ray should be able, no, it's Hijome who wins it out suddenly. Top of the blaze and knocked him up now, Ray taken down. Dewa United losing in a skirmish. And now Rez pops in the vengeance, gets some damage on Rin, AOG to the back, Rez isolated. And Hijome gets on the board. It's a disastrous start for Dewa.
Absolutely, 3-4-0 plus turtle, so you can consider it a 4-0 trade in favor of Alter Ego. And in the drafts, they committed to neutral objectives with the Fredrin setup, but the fact that they lost it there, how? Alter Ego have now reclaimed control of where they're always comfortable in, which is the early game. 2,000 gold lead already in 3 minutes.
Feels like they were over eager to really get in a 50-50 situation, whereas they're up against a Rin, a really good jungler here on the Ling. They really could have spent more time zoning away Rin on that Ling, because he's not a fighter by any means. Ray can have a lot more staying power in those fights. But look at this. Purple buff contest.
Oh, it's gonna be Ray who secures it. Rin able to escape. Dewa looking for the chase. Moeza. He's gonna try to cut him off here with the help of Rez. They are communicating, but it looks like Rez will be the one zoned away. The current call gets placed on Rin, but he's not scared of some yo-yos.
It's all G. It's all fine and dandy right now for Alter Ego. How did Hijome pick up the neutral objective? But wait.
Uh-oh. Boom. 3 shots. 3 big booms on Moeza.
All right.
3 booms there.
Boom, boom, boom.
Exactly. For Alter Ego, I mean, Hijome already having a great start. No items just yet, but the fatter airstrike always becomes that big threatening tool. And the fact that he was the one picking up the turtle there, I think the retribution was just that close between Ray and Rin. I believe Rin didn't really get to a retreat just yet. So it was just a little bit off from Ray, I feel, where Hijume's damage actually got it for Alter Ego. So Dewa now, I feel like they have to really focus on harassing and doing some damage to the members of Alter Ego first. Because if they go for an all-in, you know, with the AOG, with the better airstrike, Alter Ego have a lot more ultimates to really push Dewa away.
Moeza jumping to the back, the Purify's right there. Ray's gonna be targeted, isolated, all alone. RP diving dive very deep into the turret as well. Hijome taken low. That's gonna be Moeza who picks up the kill. Rin, top of the blade, Retribution securing it. Even with the vengeance, Moeza Rez will fall to Rin.
Rin was so low. He was so low. He was on a sliver of hell, still able to Tempest of Blades, get the turtle, and get 2 kills. That's insane.
He did a great job just dodging away with the Tempest of Blades there, buying a bit more time. But we saw Dewa have a bit of a mixed approach there. They were trying to take down the members of Alter Ego, get them low, but still, they kind of left the turtle low enough that Alter Ego just went and fully committed to taking the turtle, and somehow they're still able to win the fight afterwards. Again, Dewa have to try and do more before the turtle setup if they really want to win these fights decisively. Oh.
The pullback with a Tsunami Slam, but it's only on to Dreams. They get a kill, but it's traded back for Moeza! He's burning Lethal Ignition and the glowing wand tick. He gets away up top. Rez able to stop Rin from getting more value. But RP gets a tier 1 down below.
So still worse at the end, right? I mean, Dreams gets taken down for a permanent structure. That's more macro that they can actually utilize to their benefit. We do see a little bit of a swamp here in the mid lane. A little bit of trades and damage, but so far A-okay. Rez is going to be able to try and pick up a tower in the top side as a trade, but unable to get it.
The more turrets Alter Ego gets, the more they can stifle the push potential from Maybe. There's more of a buffer of structures before they have to really worry about the base once that split push comes in from Maybe later on. So that's definitely something that Alter Ego want to really emphasize on right now. But Dewa still walking up, really unthreatened by the chase and pick off potential, they might really have to.
Dreams with the AOG. Mueza still walking up, having to dash away now. Octa back to the mid lane to clear the waves out. 6 minutes in, and it's all Alter Ego. It's been all Alter Ego. Ow, ow, those are 3. Oh my goodness. Tsunami Slam just purified Mueza. And RP just gets all the shots he needs. He still has the dash. Free turtle.
Wow. Very clean by Alter Ego right now. They're going to look for a steal onto the orange buff. Ray gets caught really low.
Oh, full dive Ray! Taken out by Rin. Mueza, no Tsunami Slam. That could have come in handy. Now Mueza with a flicker back to safety. Nino still on him. Rin picks up the blades on Rez. Now Octa almost getting solo kill in the mid lane.
Okay. Rin should be able to get this purple buff away, and that's another steal in favor of Alter Ego right now.
Wow. Orange will have pressured away from the hands of Ray on the Fredrin here. The pick that we assumed is going to give Dewa the control and sustain for these neutral objectives is falling apart. Alter Ego are finding ways to threaten the rest of the members first and then zone Ray out when he's alone and vulnerable. It's not just the turtles that he's kind of forced to leave here, it's also his buffs again and again. Alter Ego doing a great job just pressuring every single objective available in the jungle. And look at this now, immediately pressuring Dewa away from the waves, trying to set up for the next neutral objectives. And you can see Rin is keeping himself really out of sight, so Dewa are forced to really respect the potential for him to show up out of nowhere with that Finch Poise.
Exactly, and that's why maybe he's having a tough time as well to play the far lane. All he's been able to do is push under turret. He knows in that 1v1, he shouldn't have too much of a say, considering that he doesn't have had the time to pick up the Swift Trinity either. Oh, yep.
Brother, that's so much damage. Rez only has a War Axe. AOG, oh, they're gonna be cut down. Rez, caught in the bad spot, instantly deleted in the back line. It's still gonna be Dreams, buying so much time. Rin with the cleanup now, gets the Tempest in place, gets pinned down to the wall, and it's a free hit for Octa. SOD dodged away from though. Dewa are able to get to both their marksmen still alive.
But you're seeing the damage potential come through for Octa right there. Almost turning it around for Dewa United. Alter Ego definitely has to respect it a bit more there. Hejume, that was just a real quick tap onto the Feather Airstrike. That's interesting. But Alter Ego will have this lore to play around with now. That macro pressure that the Moskov can exert gonna be neutralized by the empowered waves. Alter Ego has a chance to use this really efficiently. And before we go on and talk about all the other factors here, Ray on the Fredrin is only on an Athena shield and steel leg plates. He's the second lowest gold in the game right now.
That's rough.
3K gold lead.
He's having an awful, awful time.
4 level difference with Rin.
He's the second lowest gold. He has less gold than Dreams on the jungle pick, on a fighter that should be contesting a lot of these neutral objectives. So that already is going haywire for Dewa. But for Alter Ego, the fact that Arfi has reached the Holy Crystal power spike as well means that Rez now, if he's trying to be aggressive, if he's trying to zone anyone, he needs to be careful that he doesn't get taken out himself.
That's true, that's true. And even, not to mention Hejume as well. With the range, that's it. Oh, that's for the airstrike damage. Just a zone, actually.
Yep. Tier 2 taken down already, and now the Lord will be marching down into the base. We'll get a charge, I believe, with the cannon finally cleared out. One charge before it gets taken down by the Holy Defense. Up top, Tier 2 falling to the mini waves. Bottom lane as well. Few more hits from that wave, and it will be taken down. Alter Ego have gotten all 3 Tier 2s. AOG to the back front zone away. The members from the turret. Hejume caught in the back spot. Razor's Wrath almost taking Hejume out. The Feather Airstrike though. Long range artillery. Big booms to the back, maybe. Caught in the back spot. Rin trying to go for the kill. Maybe able to flicker out. Alter Ego. Nino will fall. Octa is still in this game deathless.
Yeah, standing at 5-0-1. And the fact that he was able to trade Nino as well, 2-for-2 trade at the very end, plus Alter Ego don't even touch an inhibitor turret. The shields may have broken, but the structure is still up for them to utilize to their benefit as the next Lord approaches.
Well, the way the game goes right here, Dewa has a decent amount of clear. Yep. But I feel like with the lore coming through again and again, Alter Ego, especially if they do get to more items, we saw how Hijime was able to actually dodge away, get the cooldown off of that Feather Airstrike, and turn the fight around immediately. That's a Farsa with a glowing wand and lightning truncheon only. The moment he reaches some kind of divine glaive, holy crystal, this fight, I think the fights in the base are gonna be a lot more one-sided, man, because they are not really keeping up in farm as well. Maybe only now has reached the Swift Trinity, the 3-item power spike for the marksman, and Octa, again, the only guy that's doing well in terms of kills. He does have the Sky Piercer, so that's a factor that they can kind of rely on. But at this point, when they're 8k gold behind, it's looking tough for Dewa to really find anything at all.
But technically, Alter Ego, like Hijime has been positioning really, really aggressively. And at some point, I think he still is a member that can be punished for the side of Dewa. So we'll see how this goes. Sure, they pick up a Lord here. They're looking for a little bit more pressure as well, but Dewa know that Hijime, when taken out, all they need to do next is deal with Arfi and Rin.
And there's a possibility here for maybe to land the SOD onto Hijime when he's using the Feather Airstrike.
Yeah.
And if that happens, that can really turn the fight in favor of Dewa, because it might really force Hijime to cancel out the Feather Airstrike. And his Feather Airstrike AoE is part of the reason why Alter Ego is doing really, really well. Because Arfi and Rin are basically physical and magical damage cleanup tools. The main bulk of the damage that gets Dewa low is that Feather Airstrike.
But that's the Divine Glaive that you mentioned, Arashi, and that's a push.
Oh, it's a quick forward from Mr. Nino Dreams. Oh, gets pulled back. As the AOG gets away, Rin gets a kill on Rez. Base wide open, RP on, his Mount Force already used up. Oh, 3-man taunt for Dreams. And it's a full cleanup, Alter Ego. 13,000 gold lead in 13 minutes. Clean sweeping Dewa United.
The S-ranked mission does not go in favor of Dewa United Esports today. Number 8 currently on the standings. This will hurt them a little bit more as they try to claw their way out of the red zone. But Alter Ego's mission succeeds. And Arfi's debut in the gold lane is coming out with a win.
It's a great result for them for sure. They are able to actually do whatever they wanted here. They're able to adjust even when the drafts at first glance favors Dewa a bit more. It's just through the execution and good decision making. They're just really able to match Dewa's aggression, and they just seem to really know what's going to happen several steps further than Dewa can predict, and that just allows them to win regardless of the disadvantage they're facing in the Lana Dawn.
Yikes. Big yikes for Dewa United. Now, I think really cementing their place at 8th. Not a good look for Dewa United. We thought the season would be a close one, a battle from 1st to 8th, but it seems now it's just a battle from 1st to 7th. Dewa even deeper in the trenches of that red zone.
Looking at that final fight there, we talked about the Divine Glaive coming through. Athena's proc for Ray and Rez, but it doesn't matter, man.
Maybe he got took to half health there. We're gonna throw it over to the stage with Bude, Clara, Mongstar for the winner's interview.
Dan di sini all the champs. Mereka sedang merayakan kemenangan di match satu-satunya Alter Ego di minggu ini.
Alhamdulillah Bude.
2-0 loh, berarti lebih baik daripada leg pertama dong.
Iya, pastinya kita harus melangkah lebih baik kan. Gitu aja sih Bude.
Jadi ini udah lebih baik ya?
Lebih baik dari
Alter Ego versi lebih baik?
Iya, lebih baik.
Bude mau tanya, tadi sebelum mulai kayaknya ada yang video call tuh.
Oh biasa. Big Boss.
Ada apa tuh Big Boss tuh?
Pesan-pesan ke Arfi aja sih. Kan dia baru kan, first stage MPL kan. Ya dia ngasih motivasi lebih aja ke dia.
Khusus Arfi berarti hari ini?
Sebenarnya nggak Arfi doang, cuman Arfi lebih gitu loh Bude.
Oke, pakai teknik apa itu? Teknik ancaman, teknik semangatin, teknik...
Iya semangatin sih, semangatin doang.
Semangatin doang. Ternyata semangat dari Kodelwin bikin 2-0 dan cepet banget. Terlihat lebih rapi kalau kata Caster bilang ini Alter Ego bermain sangat rapi. Dari awal hingga akhir. Ini Alter Ego mode apa nih? Mode rapi?
Mode gak bisa sabar kayaknya. Iya.
Kok nggak bisa
Soalnya
sabar?
dicengin mulu, di scream sabar mulu kan. Jadi nggak bisa sabar. Kayak harus perang terus aja.
Tapi rapi.
Untungnya sih nggak aktif ya.
Oh, pasifnya.
Iya.
Oke, pasif tidak aktif. Dan kalau lihat Nino di sini hari ini, Valentina muncul. Satu-satunya player EXP yang menggunakan Valentina adalah Nino di MPL Indonesia.
Iya.
Dan akhirnya menang, No. Kali
Alhamdulillah.
kedua. Ini Valentinanya datang dari mana nih?
Datang dari pengen Valen aja sih, seru hero-nya.
Oke.
Iya, dia bisa copy hero lain kan. Kayak nggak bosen mainin satu hero kayak mainin 5 hero gitu.
Wes, tapi khusus untuk ngelawan Dewa tadi atau memang ada kondisi tertentu Nino feelingnya pakai Valentina?
Enggak ada sih Bude, yang pasti kayak satu-satunya pertandingan di week ini tuh harus maksimal aja. Soalnya kita ngerasain sakit hati di Geekfam yang minggunya tuh cuman ketemu satu gitu. Itu sakit banget, kentang banget.
Main sekali kalah, udah?
Iya udah, nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain lagi gitu loh.
Jadi karena minggu ini kalian gak mau mengulang hal yang sama? 2-0 dan dengan pick-pickan yang unik juga, tapi nggak cuma pick-pickan yang menarik karena ada maniak yang didapatkan. Ini maniak keberapa, Rine?
Apa?
Tadi maniak, dapat maniak.
Nggak tahu deh, cuman tusuk-tusuk doang kerjanya.
Tusuk-tusuk doang tapi dapat kill ya.
Ya.
Main tusuk-tusuk. Di sini di game kedua lancar banget, bahkan kamu kayak ngekill sana sini. Selancar itu hari ini untuk Rine.
Alhamdulillah.
Lagi kayaknya mood alter ego lagi baik kah?
Enggak, soalnya saya pakai jersey baru lengan panjang. Jangan lupa beli di Alter Match. Yeay.
Gokil.
Bude kaget ini. Wow, oke. Jadi di sini lebih nyaman, lebih hangat bermain.
Lebih hangat.
Nah, kalau game pertama, tadi ada Valentina muncul. Tiba-tiba kamu juga pakai Leomord. Om Bawa langsung teriak loh tadi. Wih, ini Leomord perdana. Kamu menjadi pelopor menggunakan Leomord. Apa nih dasarnya tiba-tiba ada Leomord untuk Rine?
Suka aja sih hero-nya. Soalnya bisa naik kuda, aku juga pengen bisa naik kuda soalnya.
Oke, naik kuda di Land of Dawn seru nggak tadi?
Hah?
Naik kuda di Land of Dawn seru nggak?
Seru kayaknya ya.
Bakal banyak kuda-kuda Leomord lainnya nggak nih?
Apa?
Bakal banyak Leomord lainnya nggak nih? Setelah kamu kan pelopor. Kira-kira ini bakal jadi trendsetter, semuanya bakal ngikutin kamu nggak nih?
Bisa jadi.
Bisa jadi.
Gantung A apa, B apa, C apa, D bisa jadi.
Oh.
Itu lucu sih, nggak itu lucu.
D bisa jadi.
Nggak itu lucu banget.
Oke. A, B, C, D-nya ada pilihan nggak? Misalnya kayak, oke, jika ini, Leomord bisa muncul.
Ada
Apa tuh?
satu, jika Rine lagi mood. Dua, jika Rine lagi nggak underperform. Tiga, C, jika Nino ngasih Rine bubur di pagi hari.
Maka Leomord akan muncul.
Ya.
Baik, jadi kita lihat ya. Berarti harus prepare sebelum dari match mulai. 2-0, ngedapetin kemenangan atas mantan Timu. Tadi kan ketemu, Rine, sebelum match. Di belakang sudah ketemu tuh. Dan sekarang kamu mengalahkannya 2-0. Lagi di leg yang kedua. Apa nih yang ingin kamu sampaikan kepada sobat lamamu ini?
Semangat terus aja sih. Sama apa ya? Udah semangat aja sih Bude.
Semangat aja ya. Pengen ketemu lagi di playoff gak?
Pengen.
Pengen.
Kalau masuk tapi ya.
Kira-kira masuk gak sih?
Kitanya Bude.
Emang kalian bisa gak masuk?
Ya kan gak ada yang tahu gitu maksud dia.
Alam Bude.
Oke, hanya bisa berharap ya dan berusaha.
Ya.
Oke, tapi nanti yang terakhir aja. Ada Dreams di situ. Dreams muncul dengan Gatot Kaca yang berhasil nggak Gatot di sini 2-0.
Ya,
kamu udah bisa gimana sih ngebaca di leg pertama kalian berhasil menang 2-1 dan mengembangkan menjadi lebih baik 2-0. Apa yang Dreams mungkin baca dari leg yang pertama?
Asal jangan pick kale aja sih Bude.
Itu.
Ya, makanya disuruh main Gatot doang.
Tapi ngelawan Kalea gimana?
Bisa kalau lawan Kalea, kalau makanya nggak bisa.
Oke, tapi kalau kamu harus main Kalea gimana dong?
Apa?
Kalau harus main Kalea gimana?
Ya nggak apa-apa, yang penting jangan Kalea.
Oke. Oke, kuncinya itu dari hero-nya. Tapi gimana kalau dari strateginya nih untuk ngelawan tim Dewa? Kan udah kelar nih, udah 2 leg. Apakah ada strategi khusus melawan tim Dewa?
Strategi khusus ya jangan kasih Rei Suyo.
Itu yang paling penting.
Dah.
Intinya dari hero berarti ya?
Ya dari hero.
Tapi Bude penasaran berapa persen sih dari draft itu mempengaruhi kemenangan kalian?
Ada dikit.
Sedikitnya itu seberapa?
Gini.
Segini. Ini berapa?
Nggak tahu.
10%?
30.
30%. Dan tadi cukup mengenakan kalian untuk dari segi draft. Dari kalian cukup nyaman dengan draft kalian tadi ngelawan Dewa?
Apa? Nyaman.
Nyaman. Oke, terima kasih Nino. Oke, lanjut lah Hijume ya. Kita akan ke Hijume di pojok sana yang kamu memecahkan win streak dari Okta dengan Lunox-nya. Apakah kamu udah prepare melawan Lunox dari Okta?
Nggak ada prepare sih Bude. Emang dianya jago aja sih. Gendong sendirian gitu dia.
Tadi, di match tadi?
Ya 2 match dia main sendiri sih.
Oke, dan ketika kamu harus melawan mid laner yang jago seperti itu, dari Hijume gimana sih? Hijume gimana sih ketika melihat kamu kan bilang dia jago banget, dia ini banget. Apa yang kamu lakukan, mungkin improvisasi yang kamu lakukan kah di dalam game tadi?
Gua nggak denger aja.
Ada yang kamu lakukan? Ada, Hijume, ada yang kamu lakukan spesial kah ketika lawanmu itu kamu bilang jago, improvisasi apa yang di dalam game kamu lakukan?
Oh, itu kurang-kurangin mati aja sama jangan mau gak Bude.
Jangan?
Mau gak langsung gas aja.
Mau enggak, itu jangan ya?
Iya, jangan.
Pokoknya gas aja?
Gas aja.
Enggak ada sabar-sabar, langsung gas?
Ya, sabar-sabar mah Nino.
Oke. Tapi kamu juga sebagai mantan dari tim Dewa.
Ya.
Sekarang kamu melihat keadaan Dewa gimana sih?
Kasihan itu Okta Bude main sendiri terus. Iya.
Jadi mereka butuh banyak banget perombakan atau mungkin butuh perbaikan ya?
Wah, kurang tahu sih aku Bude kalau itu. Cuman aku ngeliatnya Okta ya main sendiri aja sih gitu aja Bude.
Baik.
Ya.
Tapi kamu berharap mungkin ada yang ingin kamu sampaikan kepada tim Dewa, sang mantan yang telah kamu kalahkan dan mungkin sekarang posisinya lagi berat banget nih.
Nggak ada sih, paling ya semangat aja lah buat Okta.
Semangat Okta. Dan hari ini itu juga pada jauh-jauh. Kalian cuma main sekali di panggung, petakilan nanti hati-hati ya. Oke, tapi yang di sebelah dong, dikasih dong. Arfi, welcome to MPL Indonesia. Kasih tepuk tangannya dong, Alter Champs. Udah pada nungguin kan? Penantianmu dari minggu lalu akhirnya terjawab minggu ini. Gimana prosesnya pada akhirnya kamu nih yang naik untuk hari ini?
Proses ngelawan rasa sakit.
Gimana?
Ngelawan rasa sakit diri.
Melawan?
Soalnya lagi sakit dari minggu kemarin.
Lagi sakit, minggu kemarin lagi sakit. Minggu ini?
Masih dikit.
Masih dikit-dikit. Yang lainnya nggak kenapa-napa tapi?
Nggak kenapa-napa, dia doang yang sakit ya.
Apakah demam panggung?
Enggak.
Jadi bukan karena demam panggung?
Enggak.
Karena hawa-hawa takut?
Enggak ada.
Enggak ada. Berarti hari ini kamu datang dengan apa Arfi? Bude penasaran nih. Arfi seperti apa? Ada kekhawatiran nggak sebelum naik panggung?
Enggak ada sih Bude. Pede aja.
Pede aja?
Iya, main-main aja.
Panggung pertamamu mungkin ekspektasimu seperti apa dan ternyata seperti apa, bisa dikasih tahu nggak sih, bisa diceritain nggak nih?
Kirain bakal gemeter gitu pas naik panggung. Ternyata biasa aja.
Wow, mental Arfi nih bos. Bentuknya memang benar-benar kelihatan solid banget ya dari alter ego. Kamu kan berarti cukup sempit nih waktu untuk menyesuaikan diri dengan line up alter ego yang sekarang ya Arfi ya?
Iya.
Gimana caramu biar bisa langsung masuk nih terhadap player-player alter ego yang itu?
Sering bercanda aja kalau scream.
Oh.
Sambil ngomong Jawa.
Loh, emang sopo bae wong Jawa nih? Dia doang. Oke.
Kayaknya dia main.
Wong Jawa, sama-sama wong Jawa kita. Asal mana Arfi?
Jawa Timur.
Jawa Timur, Om Bawa juga Jawa Timur. Tapi kalau ngebahas Arfi, udah begitu klop hari ini, apakah tadi Kodelwin ngomong sesuatu?
Dikasih semangat sih sama Kodelwin.
dikasih semangat.
Iya.
Dan sekarang kamu menjawab ya dari mungkin banyak banget dari Alter Champs, dari Superfans yang kayaknya menaruh banyak harapan terhadap Arvi nih. Apa yang ingin kamu sampaikan dari kemenanganmu hari ini dan performamu pertama hari ini?
Yang pertama makasih buat Kodelwin yang sudah ngasih kesempatan buat main di MPL. Makasih Kodelwin sama Alter Champ yang udah ngevote buat naik ke MPL. Udah.
Itu aja.
Iya.
Ini co-planner ini
Hasil
ya
voting.
hasil voting ya ternyata ya. Terus minggu depan gimana nextnya?
Nggak tahu deh, semoga aja masih main.
Gimana No?
Nggak tahu itu keputusan coaching staff mungkin ya.
Coaching staff,
Iya.
oke. Tapi dengan hasil hari ini kita ngelihat baik sekali 2-0. Dan cuma sekali doang kita harus berpisah dengan sangat cepat karena 2-0. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan mungkin? Sesuatu spesial Nino?
Sesuatu yang spesial ya? Nggak ada yang gimana-gimana sih Bude. Cuman ya makasih aja sih ke Alter Champs yang udah dukung kita. Mau kita main bagus, main jelek, mau kalian ngomong apapun kita dengar pasti. Makasih ya guys.
Next week bakal seru banget. Karena match pembukaan di next week adalah tim yang tidak bisa dikalahkan Alter Ego dari musim lalu. Sampai musim dari season lalu.
Tim apa?
Liquid.
Oh. Enggak, sorry maksudnya iya. Liquid ya? Iya sih Bude, mungkin berusaha lebih aja kali ya. Buat ngalahin mereka, mereka kuat banget soalnya.
Mereka kuat banget.
Iya.
Tapi Alter Ego sanggup gak nih untuk melawan tim sekuat itu?
Insya Allah sanggup.
Untuk tim Liquid ID, kasih tahu dong.
Tetap jadi pria yang panas aja.
Kamu punya jungler yang panas tuh?
Wah ini panas banget. Nah dia nggak bisa ngomong udah kesian.
Oke, jadi mereka adalah tim yang disuruh tetap panas saja dan Alter Ego akan menjadi tim yang lebih panas.
Yang lebih baik aja sih sebenarnya.
Yang lebih baik. Oke, kita nantikan pertarungan mereka di next week. Dan kali ini Alter Champs kalian bisa berpesta karena 2-0 dihasilkan oleh Alter Ego.
Well, there you have it, 2-0 victory for Alter Ego against Dewa United. And it looks like the players are celebrating
Arfi.
behind us with debut from Arfi. And he mentioned up on stage that, he didn't feel any pressure. He just, told
He's just
himself
Arfi.
to stay confident. And then the rest of the players were also very supportive. And so was Kodelwin. Thank you, Kodelwin, for being supportive.
He's streaming right now. He's live. He must be
He
happy.
is.
2-0 win. Back to back against Evos too. Wow.
This is a crucial moment though in that final game right there, where you can see, honestly, it seemed somewhat equal until it wasn't. The fact that Alter Ego were able to get so much value and then get out with barely any HP kind of turned this game around completely for Alter Ego, man. And Dewa here, the moment they're able to find anything at all, it comes at a very expensive cost.
And, at this point with the Ling early, we did kind of question it in the drafts, but looking at how they were able to play it in the game, and maybe they were also anticipating the Moskov being picked up, which is why it wasn't banned out in the second phase. They banned out the Beatrix instead. They knew that the Ling would have control over the far lane, and then we saw the impact that it was able to have, turning things completely around, 180 degrees in said team fights. Rin deserves the player of the match presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series.
Clean performance by him as well. Let's take a look at the highlights here, where he was able to actually dodge away from a lot of the damage, a lot of the dangers posed towards him by Dewa. And he's just playing it very, very patiently. There was no real requirement, no real urgency for him to really force any kind of issue. He lets the team do what the team needs to do. And right here, I was surprised because Alter Ego were going for the fights and also going to try and sneak out the turtle. But Rin was able to get it, get some damage out right here, get a kill even. And it just felt so weird because both teams were doing multiple things at the same time, but somehow it's like Alter Ego are just more used to doing it, so they come out on top. And once they're ahead in the gold, in the EXP, you already know Alter Ego want to go for all these brawls, man. The Fredrin doesn't matter. They just keep diving right in. They made sure that the Fredrin had no items to speak of, and just like that, you can see that the Fredrin that's supposed to be the sustainable fighter looks very, very squishy instead in the grand scheme of things.
Looks very. I mean, at this point, I feel like for Dewa, the draft wasn't bad again in game number 2. Game number 1, yes, they were outdrafted, but game number 2, it was they really should have been able to win out Turtle 1. Looking back at the replay, Rez just plays it too passive on the CC. He didn't want to use the curtain call up until it was too late. His job was to shred down the frontliners before they got to Ray. I think it was just miscoordinated completely by Dewa.
And with that advantage that they're able to get from that miscoordination, Alter Ego, they basically brute force fight that final base fight there with the Feather Airstrike, and it's a formula that really, really works for Alter Ego. Soften them up with the EXP lane, with the mid lane, lock them in with the roam, and then let the assassins and the aggressive gold lane do its thing. And it's a formula that just works so well against Dewa United completely. And even when they have Octa, again, that's still doing somewhat okay, it just isn't really enough, right? Because they were unable to use Octa's advantage and maybe use it to roam or bring that factor, bring that pressure anywhere else. And that's partially because if Dewa United were snowballing on Octa, Alter Ego were snowballing on Rin, right? So if the Kimi gets caught 1v1 mid-transition without any escort, that's Octa taken out completely. So that might be what Hijime was kind of referring to when he said, yeah, Octa was doing his own thing. He was trying to solo play. And it's tough because everyone has their own job here, and Octa really isn't really on a hero that can make a lot of those solo plays.
I guess that's up to interpretation, but what I caught from what Hijime was saying is like, Octa was like the only one playing.
Yeah, that too.
Like everyone else was a non-factor, and he was just carrying the entire team on his back, essentially. And it's quite surprising because usually for Dewa United, that role is usually on main V.
Or Ray.
Or Ray, yeah.
I don't know, it's weird, dude. Like, when I saw the Fredgen, I was already kind of like, okay, it's not a bad draft for Dewa, but it's already weird for Dewa. You know what I mean? This is Ray. Like, he was the worst jungler. I called him the worst jungler in Season 13. That was when it was the utility meta. And he's back on utility. This guy is known for his assassins, and he's been good on the assassins, not on the Fredgen, not on the utility. But he just keeps on getting forced on utility, while again, Lucas was open. I think they changed too much.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of times when you lose game number 1, you want to change some things, obviously. I don't think you go for the chip again. The Kimi Kaleo was already good, but why Lucas? Why Lucas change to Fredrin?
It was kind of weird. But let's take a look at the mic checks before we discuss that even further. Mic checks, Alter Ego.
Chip masih di gua. Gua TW. Harry di atas lepas deh, boy. Bisa TP, lupa. Udah start dulu. Gua pegang chip ya,
Ya. Gua ke bawah sih. Bawah bisa beli kertak.
Chip bisa dari sini nanti. Gua jagain. Dikit setengah. Aman, gua langsung alin aja ya.
Ya.
Gua ready connect guys. Gulti juga. Gak kena banyak boy. Aman, lunuk ke tahun. Ayo perangin yuk. Cip. Mati dia. Nah, itu loh maksud gua. Guys, bisa ngegas guys, di mid guys.
12.
Bisa pikirin nggak?
Duluan.
Gua mau. Siapa aja.
Duluan guys, siapapun guys.
Gua tumbal.
5 detik,
Gultin.
Kopi di gua.
Predin dulu aja depan.
Ulti belakang.
Gua gerotak. Gua imbangin tak. Lihat gua. Sabar ya.
Aman aja.
Gua TP bentar. Ini, no. Ya Allah.
Astagfirullahaladzim. Balik Des.
Sorry no. Aman.
Redin Des.
Gua ke Cici, mati Cici ya. Goyang.
Bisa desisian.
Goyang. Gua tahu 3 orang nih.
Aman goyang.
Nice.
You know, it's so funny.
He just never loses that passion. All the way from Season 7, he's been screaming like that. Usually players, after staying for so long, they would lose that passion, they would lose that what you heard earlier. But He just keeps on doing it, man.
I'm talking about Nino.
Yeah, there was a funny moment under turret. He's like, cover me, like take the damage from the turret.
Tank turrets for me, and
then nobody kind of did.
Maybe he started to, and then he walked a bit too far, and he was like, bro. And
It's okay.
But even before that, there was that one moment where he was trying to make a motivational speech. He was like, "That's what I'm talking about," and you just instantly know it's Nino.
It's super cute. It's super cute.
Nino.
Oh man, you'll have to see it. Naruto.
Be ninja, be legend. Come
Be
join
like Nino.
the crew, my ninjas. Here with the Naruto collab, you can get the free Gaara skin. I personally am a Sasuke lover. Sasuke. I have been playing, spamming Suyo. It's been good, man. It's been good.
Very nice skin. Reminds me of that song. I want to be ninja.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? I'll show you later. But pretty cool song.
Absolutely.
But yes, aside from the Sasuke's, the Gaaras,
And
you got the
skins.
Kakashis, you got the main character as well. We did see in game 1, I believe. You only get the dub, but yeah, there are all these custom effects here in the Land of Dawn. Make sure you don't miss out, man. They're
Check it out.
Make the game that much more interesting.
Yeah, there's stickers that you can get. There's a border, exclusive border that you guys can also get a custom map, which is
The
super
loading
cool. Yeah, loading effects as well. So don't miss out. Get your hands on it right now.
Sharpshooter.
Sharpshooter.
The sharpshooter didn't play. Heis, what's up? No sharpshooting today. Just, oh, this is my favorite. Vote for your favorite clan. Support your favorite clan. Are you a clan leader or a clan member? Come join the clan already. Are you an Uzumaki, an Uchiha, a Senju perhaps? Or are you Hyuga? Or are you just a non-clan member? Maybe you're just, maybe you're not part of
You're a
clan.
loner.
You're a loner. maybe. Who knows? Maybe is in Dewa United, so he's part of the Dewa clan, I guess. Yeah.
Supposedly.
Because you guys, when you participate in this, you guys actually have a chance to win a limited edition MLBB X Naruto action
Bro,
figure,
that action figure looks sick.
which is pretty cool. So, yeah.
Yo, I want that. Can I get that?
Well,
Mutan?
you better join the campaign.
Yeah.
I have, but I haven't been lucky enough. Like, it's a draw, Like when you do this, it's a draw. I got the Jiraiya emote, which is part of this too, but I didn't get this. Man, I will trade the Jiraiya emote for that action figure. Someone, please. Please. Come on, my fellow ninjas. Help me.
So Shinobi,
Shinobi.
that's ninja.
That's a ninja, yes.
Yep.
Is I think the Japanese way to say ninja.
Gen.
It's the official
Yeah.
term for it.
What's rookie again?
Genin.
Genin.
Yeah.
What's
What
the
we
one
call it.
above that?
Chunin.
Chunin, and then
Jonin.
Jonin.
Yeah. Then?
Are you lying?
No, what?
No, that's just
I don't lie about
'Cause
these
he lied
things,
to me
man.
last time.
Huh?
You said Sakura was like Naruto's mom or something.
That was before the collab.
Okay.
We can't lie about that now.
We get called out in the chat for that.
Yeah. People didn't get the joke. They're pretty dumb.
Whoa.
I'm gonna research on my own
Okay.
after this.
Okay.
So, scriptwriter said, Shinobis, charge your chakras during this break.
That's facts.
Before we get into match number 2, the Classic Derby. We'll see you after.
Some of them might not have chakra.
What?
That's chakraist. Some of them don't have chakra.
So what's the other one?
They just, it's like the Rock Lee people,
Oh.
They just do taijutsu.
Rock Lee people.
Okay, well that. Bye guys.
aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review. Walau yang lain terus berubah, kopi konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi GoPay, transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Max makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Gak usah ngelihat kita ada di peringkat 7, hashtag 7, apalah itu. Menurut gua EVOS kayak kehabisan bensin sih. Gameplaynya udah mulai kebaca sama tim-tim lain.
PR terbesar buat nanti leg 2 harusnya idok sih. Karena aku lihat ya stabil lah mainnya, konsisten terus.
Kalau untuk RRQ sekarang, fondasi mereka udah benar-benar kebentuk lah.
Menurut gua di season ini yang Rising Star Toy. Soalnya posisi dia bagus, laning dia bagus juga. Pas lawan RRQ dia yang kasih kita pressure di lane samping. Kayaknya dia yang key player sih, gua kasih apresiasi.
Dapatkan tapi mereka masih tertahan.
Ya pasti apa ya sih? Maksudnya kayak rookie yang bakal bersinar gitu. Mainnya juga kayak lumayan rapi. Dia selalu nungguin kayak temen-temen yang ngebuka dulu, terus baru dia finishing.
Dia berarti udah di next level ya sih. Karena kalau awal-awal naik harusnya dia punya api kayak mainnya gerasak-gerusuk lah. Tapi kalau gue lihat emang dia ya udah next stepnya udah kayak ya udah golden gitu loh.
RRQ penuh dengan para rookie yang datang dengan kaya akan teknik.
Yang mencolok banget menurut gue tetap duo Mita sih. Idok sama Rin mungkin kayak season lalu nggak terlalu kelihatan kan. Mungkin season ini dia terlalu kayak udah kelihatan banget sih improve-nya.
Yang gue lihat sejauh ini kan gue udah lawan 2 kali kan, dimana ada si Idok, pasti di situ ada Green sama si Hypernya, dan terbukti kalau komunikasi dia bagus.
Menurut gue playmaker RRQ ini ya di 2 mid ya gitu, di roamer sama mid ya. Jadi kalau misalnya EVOS-nya masih gameplaynya di roamer dan mid gitu ya akan easy kebaca sih, gampang kebaca.
Tapi kalau untuk EVOS, kalau dilihat awal week lah, gue lihat kayak progres mereka bagus. Cuman gue nggak tahu roster mereka banyak perubahan, mungkin kayak butuh adaptasi lagi. Itu yang faktor dia lost streak sih. Ada ganti-ganti orang.
Sengit, itulah yang terjadi untuk game yang ketiga. Smithy buruk dari sang macet.
Mungkin yang rada gue concern di EVOS itu mereka punya Albert, rada sayang aja. Karena Albert itu tipikal jungler pengalaman yang lo mau ngasih dia fighter oke, ngasih dia assassin oke, ngasih dia tank jungler pun juga oke. Jadi menurut gua EVOS yang sekarang mungkin terlalu airline sentris kali ya. Jadi nggak terlalu nge-enable Albert yang notabene harusnya Albertnya bisa dimanfaatin lebih sih. Menurut gua kayak begitu.
Menurut gua EVOS kayak kehabisan bensin sih. Jadi kayak gua lihat dia gameplaynya udah mulai kebaca sama tim-tim lain. Soalnya kalau di awal dia kan kayak agresif banget kan gitu mainnya tuh. Jadi kayak udah gampang kebaca sih.
Sang Macan kali ini telah hadir.
Ya mungkin bisa juga karena adrenalin rush atau mungkin terlalu hype di in-game-nya. Jadi kita gas-gas aja tanpa ngeliat situasi atau kayak gimana. Jadinya jadi miss eksekusi kayak gitu segala macem. Jadi kurang sabar.
Lupa winning condition juga gara kita pick off guys. Kalian nabrak mereka langsung perang 5-5 ada cici gatot. Ya kayak gitu pasti lebih fun mereka.
Yang kurangnya di EVOS itu team fight sih. Tapi yang gue lihat bagusnya itu di early game, terus di mid game dia bagus ininya. Dia bener-bener mulus lah bisa dibilang. Finishnya juga harus diomongin mau digimanain.
Gak usah terlalu nambahin apa-apa, gak usah terlalu ngurangin apa-apa. Yang penting fokus aja.
Kalau untuk EVOS menurut gua jangan ngecok di end game-nya aja sih. Karena menurut gua RRQ tipikal tim yang bisa memanfaatkan mistake lawan. Jadi kalau kalian ngelakuin mistake yang bikin dia bisa balikin gamenya, dia bisa ke punish kalian lebih berat lah.
EVOS War yang membutuhkan poin sebanyak mungkin.
Jadi menurut gua tergantung apakah ada gameplay baru atau hero pool baru yang keluar dari EVOS atau enggak mungkin hero-nya sama tapi gameplaynya beda gitu. Karena itu dibutuhin sih buat lawan RRQ ya.
One team, one voice, one family.
EVOS Run! Mungkin ya ekspektasi gue ya teman-teman gue bisa riset, gak usah ngelihat kita ada di peringkat 7, hashtag 7, apalah itu. Yang penting kita fokus aja ke depannya, kita bisa riset, mulai latihan lagi dan bisa fokus lebih ke pertandingannya.
Kita akan memasuki rivalitas tertua di MPL. Inilah dia, Derby Classic.
Kalau ngomongin derby klasik, mau ngeliat kayak EVOS-nya lagi biasa aja atau RQ-nya kuat banget atau kebalikannya, mereka pasti ada evaluasi dan lain-lain yang ngebuat match besok itu udah pasti seru banget derby klasiknya.
Matchnya yang pastinya dari dulu kan RRQ EVOS vibes-nya pasti seru banget. Derby klasik emang mantap lah seru.
Untuk derby klasik buat leg 2 kita jauh lebih siap. Jadi kalau kita lebih disiplin lagi di leg 2 harusnya bisa menang RRQ.
Di derby klasik menurut gua pelajarannya tentang ini sih kepercayaan satu sama lain gitu. Dari situ kayaknya kita bisa lebih kuat.
Kemenangan Derby Classic leg pertama.
Khususnya ke daerah dulu nih. Kita sekarang derby klasik, dia di RRQ dan aku di EVOS. Ya kita kasih lah yang seru-seru, yang ngasih-kasih kita FIFA Roar Arena.
Ya buat Suelo kasih lah game yang terbaik lah sama kau ya.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Dragon in agile fashion, we jump into action, dashing, perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah, fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Perspective, sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Justice calls.
Minna! 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。 湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Wow. Cool.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Gak usah ngelihat kita ada di peringkat 7, hashtag 7, apalah itu.
Menurut gua EVOS kayak kehabisan bensin sih. Gameplaynya udah mulai kebaca sama tim-tim lain.
Yang terbesar buat nanti leg 2 harusnya idok sih. Karena aku lihat ya stabil lah mainnya, konsisten terus.
Kalau untuk RRQ sekarang, fondasi mereka udah benar-benar kebentuk lah.
Menurut gua di season ini yang Rising Star Toy. Soalnya posisi dia bagus, laning dia bagus juga. Pas lawan RRQ dia yang kasih kita pressure di lane samping. Kayaknya dia yang key player sih, gua kasih apresiasi.
Didapatkan tapi mereka masih tertahan.
Ya pasti apa ya sih? Misalnya kayak rookie yang bakal bersinar gitu. Mainnya juga kayak lumayan rapi. Dia selalu nungguin kayak temen-temennya ngebuka dulu, terus baru dia finishing.
Dia berarti udah di next level ya sih. Karena kalau awal-awal naik harusnya dia punya api, kayak mainnya gerasak-gerusuk lah. Tapi kalau gue lihat emang dia ya udah next stepnya udah kayak ya udah golden gitu loh.
RRQ penuh dengan para rookie yang datang dengan kaya akan teknik.
Ya mencolok banget. Menurut gua tetap duo mita sih. Idok sama Rin mungkin kayak season lalu nggak terlalu kelihatan kan. Mungkin season ini dia terlalu kayak udah kelihatan banget sih improve-nya.
Yang gue lihat sejauh ini kan gue udah lawan 2 kali kan, dimana ada si Idok, pasti di situ ada Green sama si Hypernya, dan terbukti kalau komunikasi dia bagus.
Menurut gue playmaker RRQ ini ya di 2 mid ya gitu, di roamer sama mid ya. Jadi kalau misalnya EVOS yang masih gameplaynya di roamer dan mid gitu ya akan easy kebaca sih, gampang kebaca.
Tapi kalau untuk EVOS, kalau dilihat awal week lah, gue lihat kayak progres mereka bagus. Cuman gue Gua nggak tahu roster mereka banyak perubahan, mungkin kayak butuh adaptasi lagi. Itu yang faktor dia lost streak sih. Ada ganti-ganti orang.
Sengit itulah yang terjadi untuk game yang ketiga. Smithy burung dari sang macan.
Mungkin yang rada gue concern di EVOS itu mereka punya Albert, rada sayang aja. Karena Albert itu tipikal jungler pengalaman yang lo mau ngasih dia fighter oke, ngasih dia assassin oke, ngasih dia tank jungler pun juga oke. Jadi menurut gue EVOS yang sekarang mungkin terlalu airline sentris kali ya. Jadi nggak terlalu nge-enable Albert yang notabene harusnya Albertnya bisa dimanfaatin lebih aja sih. Menurut gue kayak begitu.
Menurut gue EVOS kayak kehabisan bensin sih. Jadi kayak gue lihat dia gameplaynya udah mulai kebaca sama tim-tim lain. Soalnya kalau di awal dia kan kayak agresif banget kan gitu mainnya tuh. Jadi kayak udah gampang kebaca sih.
Sang macan kali ini telah hadir.
Ya mungkin bisa juga karena adrenalin rush atau mungkin terlalu hype di in-game-nya. Jadi kita gas-gas aja tanpa ngeliat situasi atau kayak gimana. Jadinya jadi miseksekusi kayak gitu segala macem. Jadi kurang sabar.
Lupa winning condition juga kira kita pick off guys. Kalian nabrak mereka langsung perang 5-5 ada cici gatot. Ya kayak gitu pasti lebih flat mereka.
Yang kurangnya di EVOS itu team fight sih. Tapi yang gue lihat bagusnya itu di early game, terus di mid game dia bagus ininya. Dia benar-benar mulus lah bisa dibilang. Finishnya juga harus diomongin mau di gimanain.
Gak usah terlalu nambahin apa-apa, gak usah terlalu ngurangin apa-apa. Yang penting fokus aja.
Kalau untuk EVOS menurut gua jangan ngecok di end game-nya aja sih. Karena menurut gua RRQ tipikal tim yang bisa memanfaatkan mistake lawan. Jadi kalau kalian ngelakuin mistake yang bikin dia bisa balikin gamenya, dia bisa ke punish kalian lebih berat ya.
EVOS War yang membutuhkan poin sebanyak mungkin.
Jadi menurut gua tergantung apakah ada gameplay baru atau hero pool baru yang keluar dari EVOS atau enggak mungkin hero-nya sama tapi gameplaynya beda gitu. Karena itu dibutuhin sih buat lawan RRQ ya.
One team, one voice, one family. EVOS War.
Mungkin ya ekspektasi gue ya teman-teman gue bisa riset, gak usah ngelihat kita ada di peringkat 7, hashtag 7, apalah itu. Yang penting kita fokus aja ke depannya, kita bisa riset, mulai latihan lagi dan bisa fokus lebih ke pertandingannya.
Kita akan memasuki rivalitas tertua di MPL. Inilah dia, Derby Classic.
Kalau ngomongin derby klasik, mau ngeliat kayak EVOS-nya lagi biasa aja atau RP-nya kuat banget atau kebalikannya, mereka pasti ada evaluasi dan lain-lain yang ngebuat match besok itu udah pasti seru banget derby klasiknya.
Matchnya yang pastinya dari dulu kan RRQ EVOS vibe-nya pasti seru banget. Derby klasik emang mantap lah seru.
Untuk derby klasik buat leg 2 kita jauh lebih siap. Jadi kalau kita lebih disiplin lagi di leg 2 harusnya bisa menang energi.
Di derby klasik menurut gua pelajarannya tentang ini sih, kepercayaan satu sama lain gitu. Dari situ kayaknya kita bisa lebih kuat.
Kemenangan Derby Classic leg pertama.
Khususnya ke daerah dulu nih. Kita sekarang Derby Classic, dia di RRQ dan aku di EVOS. Ya kita kasih lah yang seru-seru, yang asik-asik. Kita FIFA Roar Arena.
Ya buat Swelo, kasih lah game yang terbaik lah sama kau ya. Ya.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Dragon in agile fashion, we jump into action, dashing, perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Justice calls.
Minna! 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。 湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。ここは俺に任せて。もらった。四代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Wow. Cool.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Oke, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash, makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Gak usah ngelihat kita ada di peringkat 7, hashtag 7, apalah itu.
Menurut gua EVOS kayak kehabisan bensin sih. Gameplaynya udah mulai kebaca sama tim-tim lain.
PR terbesar buat nanti leg 2 harusnya idok sih. Karena aku lihat ya stabil lah mainnya, konsisten terus.
Kalau untuk RRQ sekarang, fondasi mereka udah benar-benar kebentuk lah.
Menurut gua di season ini yang Rising Star Toy. Soalnya posisi dia bagus, laning dia bagus juga. Pas lawan RRQ dia yang kasih kita pressure di lane samping. Kayaknya dia yang key player sih, gua kasih apresiasi.
Dapatkan tapi mereka masih tertahan.
Ya pasti Toy sih. Maksudnya kayak rookie yang bakal bersinar gitu. Mainnya juga kayak lumayan rapi. Dia selalu nungguin kayak temen-temennya ngebuka dulu, terus baru dia finishing.
Dia berarti udah di next level ya sih. Karena kalau awal-awal naik harusnya dia punya api, kayak mainnya gerasak-gerusuk lah. Tapi kalau gue lihat emang dia ya udah next stepnya udah kayak ya udah golden gitu loh.
RRQ penuh dengan para rookie yang datang dengan kaya akan teknik.
Yang mencolok banget menurut gua tetap duo Mita sih. Idok sama Rin mungkin kayak season lalu nggak terlalu kelihatan kan. Mungkin season ini dia terlalu kayak udah kelihatan banget sih improve-nya.
Yang gue lihat sejauh ini kan gue udah lawan 2 kali kan. Dimana ada si Idok, pasti di situ ada Green sama si Hypernya. Dan terbukti kalau komunikasi dia bagus.
Menurut gue playmaker RRQ ini ya di 2 mid ya gitu. Di roamer sama mid ya. Jadi kalau misalnya EVOS-nya masih gameplaynya di roamer dan mid gitu ya akan easy kebaca sih, gampang kebaca.
Tapi kalau untuk EVOS, kalau dilihat awal week lah, gue lihat kayak progres mereka bagus. Cuman gue nggak tahu roster mereka banyak perubahan, mungkin kayak butuh adaptasi lagi. Itu yang faktor di week lost streak. Ada ganti-ganti orang.
Sengit itulah yang terjadi untuk game yang ketiga. Smithy burung dari sang macan.
Mungkin yang rada gue concern di EVOS itu mereka punya Albert, rada sayang aja. Karena Albert itu tipikal jungler pengalaman yang lo mau ngasih dia fighter oke, ngasih dia assassin oke, ngasih dia tank jungler pun juga oke. Jadi menurut gue EVOS yang sekarang mungkin terlalu airline sentris kali ya. Jadi nggak terlalu nge-enable Albert yang notabene harusnya Albertnya bisa dimanfaatin lebih aja sih. Menurut gue kayak begitu.
Menurut gua EVOS kayak kehabisan bensin sih. Jadi kayak gua lihat dia gameplaynya udah mulai kebaca sama tim-tim lain. Soalnya kalau di awal dia kan kayak agresif banget kan gitu mainnya tuh. Jadi kayak udah gampang kebaca sih.
Sang macan kali ini telah hadir.
Ya mungkin bisa juga karena adrenalin rush atau mungkin terlalu hype di in-game-nya. Jadi kita gas-gas aja tanpa ngeliat situasi atau kayak gimana. Jadinya jadi miss eksekusi kayak gitu segala macem. Jadi kurang sabar.
Lupa winning condition juga ya, kita pick off guys. Kalian nabrak mereka langsung perang 5 lawan 5, ada cici gatot. Ya kayak gitu pasti lebih fun mereka.
Yang kurangnya di EVOS itu team fight sih. Tapi yang gue lihat bagusnya itu di early game, terus di mid game dia bagus ininya. Dia bener-bener mulus lah bisa dibilang. Finishnya juga harus diomongin mau digimanain.
Gak usah terlalu nambahin apa-apa, gak usah terlalu ngurangin apa-apa. Yang penting fokus aja.
Kalau untuk EVOS menurut gua jangan ngecok di end game-nya aja sih. Karena menurut gua RRQ tipikal tim yang bisa memanfaatkan mistake lawan. Jadi kalau kalian ngelakuin mistake yang bikin dia bisa balikin gamenya, dia bisa ke punish kalian lebih berat lah.
EVOS War yang membutuhkan poin sebanyak mungkin.
Jadi menurut gua tergantung apakah ada gameplay baru atau hero pool baru yang keluar dari EVOS atau enggak mungkin hero-nya sama tapi gameplaynya beda gitu. Karena itu dibutuhin sih buat lawan RRQ ya.
One team, one voice, one family.
EVOS Run! Mungkin ya ekspektasi gue ya teman-teman gue bisa riset, gak usah ngelihat kita ada di peringkat 7, hashtag 7, apalah itu. Yang penting kita fokus aja ke depannya, kita bisa riset, mulai latihan lagi dan bisa fokus lebih ke pertandingannya.
Kita akan memasuki rivalitas tertua di MPL. Inilah dia, Derby Classic.
Kalau ngomongin derby klasik, mau ngeliat kayak EVOS-nya lagi biasa aja atau RP-nya kuat banget atau kebalikannya, mereka pasti ada evaluasi dan lain-lain yang ngebuat match besok itu udah pasti seru banget derby klasiknya.
Matchnya yang pastinya dari dulu kan RRQ EVOS vibe-nya pasti seru banget. Derby klasik emang mantap lah, seru.
Untuk derby klasik buat leg 2 kita jauh lebih siap. Jadi kalau kita lebih disiplin lagi di leg 2 harusnya bisa menang RRQ.
Di derby klasik menurut gua pelajarannya tentang ini sih, kepercayaan satu sama lain gitu. Dari situ kayaknya kita bisa lebih kuat.
Kemenangan Derby Classic leg pertama.
Khususnya ke daerah dulu nih. Kita sekarang Derby Classic, dia di RRQ dan aku di EVOS. Ya kita kasih lah yang seru-seru, yang ngasih-kasih, kita FIFA Roar kan Arena.
Ya buat Suelo, kasih lah game yang terbaik lah sama KWL ya.
Yeay, udah pasti masih bersama Alisa. Kali ini ada yang beda nih, karena kita punya sesuatu yang spesial sebelum kita masuk ke klasik derby di match kedua, yaitu ada Ramen Eating Challenge by Hawkband. Oke, boleh ya, yang sudah dapat bola dong, kenalin dulu ini siapa kandidat-kandidat kita.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Mikael.
Miguel.
Aku Ciro, bukan Alves.
Kalau digabung menjadi
Mikael Ciro.
Yeay, udah lumayan dapat lah ya chemistry-nya ya. Kali ini kita akan challenge kalian buat makan ramennya maksimal 2 menit. Iya, kelamaan ya? 30 detik kali ya? Oh, salah ya? Oke, kalau gitu 2 menit kalian harus menghabiskan. Kalau nggak habis nanti dilihat yang paling sedikit siapa. Dan yang menang nanti akan mendapatkan 2000 Diamond Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So, are you ready? Sudah siap? Oke, apa-apa dari aku ya. Ichi, ni, san, hai, silakan. Oke, kita sudah melihat ya kedua kandidat kita makan 30 detik. Betul, jadi 30 detik ya. 20, 19, kayaknya buka bungkusnya aja 30 detik nih baru selesai sih. Oke.
Aku makan telur.
Kenal telurnya?
Yuk, boleh ya. 2, 1. Oke, ini ala-ala mukbang banget ya. Ya, harus geleng-geleng dong palanya kalau enak. Nah, enggak. Cukup, nanti geger otak ya. Udah, yang ini jangan kesurupan dulu. Ayo dimakan.
Ini kerupuk Kak.
Ramen Kak, ayo dihabiskan. Ini ada suara ASMR-nya gak sih? Ya, ngecapnya ya Boy ya. Oh, kan kesel kan?
Enak banget.
Oh, enak banget. Oke, keep eating. Ayo. Oke. Kita sudah melihat kedua kompetitor ini kayak bersaing dengan cukup alot sepertinya ya melihatnya ya.
Apakah kamu masih lapar, Ciro?
Oh, berbagi. Dalam kompetisi memang kita harus saling berbagi ya. Oke, agak semuanya ya Kak ya. Gak apa-apa. 2000 diamond. Ayo Miguel. Ayo, kalian dukung siapa? Tinggalkan namanya di kolom komentar di bawah. Ayo ASMR lagi, ASMR. Minimal kalau minyak nggak habis, ASMR-nya ada lah ya. Oh, diseruput. Begitu nikmat ya.
Apakah kamu masih lapar, Ciro?
Sangat masih.
Dikasih juga dong dagingnya sekalian.
Nih sekalian.
Oke, kita hitung mundur ya. 3, 2, 1, tetot. Yeay. Kita sudah melihat, coba kita lihat dulu. Boleh diangkat bowl-nya? Oh, kamu makannya lama sekali ya, Ciro ya. Oh, bantuin aja. Oke, deketin. Jadi kita tahu ya, obviously siapa pemenangnya. Dan pemenangnya adalah Miguel. Selamat Miguel. Gimana kesan pesannya Miguel dengan kecuranganmu yang sudah kamu lakukan?
Karena saya melihat teman saya Ciro lapar, jadi saya mengasihinya.
Oh, mengasihinya. Dan kamu mendapatkan 2000 diamond ya?
Alhamdulillah, makasih.
Alhamdulillah ya.
Makasih ya Ciro ya.
Oke, makasih banyak loh ya.
Masih banyak
kalau
loh.
kuahnya mau boleh, minumnya boleh sekalian juga dikasih. Iya. Selamat mukbang ya Ciro ya. Dan itu dia tadi keseruan kita di Ramen Eating Challenge with Hawkband. Kalau kalian mau ikutan juga keseruannya, langsung datang aja ke MPL Arena. Langsung mukbang bareng ya. Nanti ditemenin Miguel dan juga Shiro diuyup. Nah, cakep. Jadi jangan lupa langsung datang aja. Dan kita akan melihat di game kedua kali ini, di match kedua kali ini, derby klasik. Siapakah yang akan bisa memenangkannya? Silakan.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor Head and Shoulders. Official coffee Good Day. We own this.
Di malam minggu, para shinobi telah berkumpul. Mereka bersatu. Mereka sedang ramai membicarakan akan seperti apa Derby Classic di leg yang kedua. Kedua tim memiliki rivalitas tertua di MPL Indonesia. Dan semuanya mengharapkan yang terbaik. Namun, hanya akan ada satu yang menjadi pemenangnya. So, Shinobi, siaplah untuk menyambut Derby Classic di leg kedua MPL Indonesia Season 15. Tim EVOS dan juga tim RRQ, kita tahu rivalitas mereka begitu memanas dari season ke season. Apalagi di kali ini, di season 15, mereka telah bertemu di leg yang pertama dalam kondisi yang lagi kuat-kuatnya. Posisi top 2, mereka berhadapan satu sama lain dan RRQ mendapatkan kemenangan dengan 2-1. Namun, di leg kedua ini kondisi sedikit berbeda. Dari tim RRQ memang masih berada di pucuk, namun tim EVOS mereka terlihat goyang dari segi performanya. Bukan hanya goyang, namun mereka terjun bebas sampai ke posisi yang ke-7. Jadi, kalau boleh bilang ini akan menjadi tantangan terbesar bagi tim EVOS untuk bisa mendapatkan poin kemenangan, untuk bisa mendapatkan slot ke babak playoff. Posisi playoff masih terbuka untuk semua tim. 8 tim akan berjuang untuk 6 slot babak playoff. Jadi kalau kita ngebahas tentang playoff, jadi pasti akan ramai banget. Kita akan membahas banyak sekali dari Derby Classic pun demikian. Kita nggak bisa lupakan bahwa Derby Classic sudah ada dari season-season yang lalu. Jadi untuk menemani Bude di MPL Arena sudah hadir pula satu sosok yang begitu melegenda. Bukan hanya di MPL namun juga di Mobile Legends. Dia adalah panutan, dia adalah seorang legenda. Dia adalah seorang yang full power. Langsung saja kita sapa bersama-sama JS No Limit. Wah. Halo. Emang spesial ya kalau Derby Classic di sini ada Just No Limit. Halo Just No Limit, apa kabar?
Halo, baik. Apa kabar, Bude?
Baik juga. Mungkin mau disapa dulu nggak sih Just No Limit yang ada di sini dan yang lagi nonton?
Halo semuanya. Apa kabar? Kalian dukung siapa nih? EVOS atau RRQ?
Waduh, di sini langsung pada rame nih. Ada yang jawab RRQ, ada yang jawab EVOS. Tapi kalau Just No Limit ya, kita kan ngebahas Derby Classic pasti nggak akan lekang dari yang namanya Just No Limit. Dulu sewaktu di EVOS, membela EVOS, Just No Limit ngelihat RRQ gimana sih?
Ngelihat RRQ itu kuat ya, spesial, kuat, dan fanbase dari RRQ itu sendiri juga banyak banget dari dulu sampai sekarang. Jadi merupakan tim yang spesial dan lawan yang spesial.
Dari zaman dulu berarti ya season 1 sampai season 3. Tapi Just No Limit kenapa sih bisa beda nih RRQ dengan tim-tim lainnya?
Karena kemarin saya ketemu dengan CEO-nya ya, Pak Ape. Jadi Pak Ape ini menurut saya luar biasa sekali ya, membentuk komunitas RRQ dari dulu sampai sekarang. Dan Pak Ape kan juga ngadain nobar ya, jadi saya ya salut banget lah sama Pak Ape itu bisa ngadain nobar di daerah-daerah gitu ya. Jadi komunitasnya benar-benar kuat banget dibentuk oleh Pak Ape dan Kingdom.
Oh, berarti bisa dibilang ini juga kalau bisa dibilang Derby Classic itu ramai karena dua fanbase yang kuat banget dari RRQ dengan Kingdom yang begitu solid, yang di berbagai daerah ada, EVOS Fam juga demikian. Berarti gitu ya Jazz ya awal mulanya? Oke, tapi kalau kilas balik tentang Just No Limit, ada nggak sih ada momen ikonik nggak yang kamu ingat di Derby Classic Jazz?
Momen ikoniknya sebetulnya mungkin kita ini kan rival ya kalau misalkan di game gitu. Nah cuman sebetulnya kalau misalkan di luar game itu kita berteman sih. Kita berteman, kita saling ketemu, bercanda.
Itu yang bikin beda juga ya, walaupun kayak di in-game kita lihat gontok-gontokan, nggak ada yang mau ngalah, kalah dari tim lain nggak apa-apa, tapi kalau ada yang ini nggak boleh. Tapi ternyata semuanya bersahabat, tapi kita mau ngebahas sesuatu yang spesial Jess. Dari masa ke masa, Derby Classic itu ikonnya juga berubah-ubah. Dan kalau dari yang kita bahas, kita akan langsung lihat bareng-bareng ya Jess ya. Kilas balik nih, dari Derby Classic di era mana nih Jess yang paling berkesan atau paling suka yang mana sih Jess?
Paling suka ya? Kalau menurut saya sih semuanya ya, semua era saya suka gitu. Karena EVOS dan RRQ itu spesial banget menurut saya. Jadi tidak terikat oleh sosok seseorang siapa, tapi lebih ke timnya ya. Jadi tim RRQ dan EVOS ini tidak terikat oleh seseorang, tapi memang timnya itu spesial gitu ya. Ya walaupun siapapun playernya, kan match itu seru gitu.
Wah, tak lekang oleh regenerasi saja, tak lekang oleh masa aja. Jadi ini semuanya kalau dari season 1 sampai 3, Lemon dan Just No Limit, rivalitasnya itu bener-bener berasa banget. Keinget momen-momen itu nggak Jess?
Keinget ya.
Begitu berkesan pastinya, tapi juga di selanjutnya ada Bang Sin dan juga Wan, lalu ada ada R7, Anti-Maze, dan baby-baby di sini muncul juga season 7 sampai 9. Tapi sekarang nih, kalau ngelihat dari regenerasinya, dari musim ke musim, sekarang kita berada di Albert dan Susujin yang kayak tukeran ya Jess ya, berdua ini. Dan kalau kamu ngelihat regenerasi dari EVOS dan RRQ gimana sih Jess?
Regenerasinya kuat-kuat ya, kuat-kuat. Jadi setiap season kan pasti ada kalanya naik, ada turun gitu ya. Cuman pastinya kuat-kuat sih.
Berarti rivalitasnya masih kental juga nggak Jess?
Iya.
Jadi memang kayak siapapun playernya, mereka selalu bisa membawa player yang kuat dari musim ke musim nomor Just No Limit. Tapi kalau ngelihat sekarang Jess, di leg pertama, EVOS dan RRQ beradu tuh pas lagi posisi 1 dan 2. Tapi di leg kedua ini Jess, EVOS lagi berada di posisi 7, posisi yang sulit. Sebagai mantan pro player dan seorang legenda. Gimana sih Jess kamu ngelihatnya?
Mungkin setiap masa itu kan ada naik, ada turun. Jadi ya kita doakan yang terbaik ya untuk kedua tim. Ya semoga bisa memberikan yang terbaik dan penonton bisa puas.
Jess kasih ini dong saran atau mungkin dari biar bangkit nih dari mungkin dari segi strategi, dari segi gameplay atau dari segi mentalitas.
Sarannya mereka udah jago-jago lah, mereka udah jago-jago jadi sepertinya gak butuh saran ya. Jadi mungkin karena ini kedua tim kan sama-sama kuat gitu. Jadi sama-sama kuat ya kita mendoakan yang terbaik untuk kedua tim.
Mendoakan yang terbaik, kita pasti ingin yang terbaik untuk keduanya. Tapi kalau ngelihat dari Classic Derby leg kedua ini kan kayaknya ini EVOS butuh banget semangat dari Just No Limit. Di Jazz Effect akan dimunculkan kah untuk leg kedua ini Jazz?
Semangat EVOS, semangat juga RRQ. Ya jadi saya mendoakan kedua tim.
Mendoakan kedua tim, ada nggak harapan khusus nih untuk Derby Classic hari ini Jazz?
Harapannya semoga kedua tim bisa memberikan yang terbaik dan dengan kedua tim memberikan yang terbaik, kita penonton jadinya puas gitu ya, mendapatkan gameplay yang sangat-sangat sengit misalkan gitu.
Oke, harapan sudah semoga dilancarkan juga oleh kedua tim. Tapi thank you banget Just No Limit udah bergabung bersama kami di MPL Arena. Kita semua rindu Just No Limit dan thank you Just No Limit.
Terima kasih Bude dan tim MPL.
Thank you. Dan itulah dia Just No Limit yang memang mewarnai MPL dari musim 1 sampai 3, namun namanya juga masih berkibar di ranah Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Dan kalau kita melihat bagaimana kedua tim ini akan beradu, ekspektasi tentu tinggi. Kedua tim harus membayar apa yang harus mereka lakukan. Di leg pertama khususnya EVOS harus membayar kekalahan mereka. Namun untuk RRQ memang ingin mempertahankan kemenangan dan memberikan tekanan bahwa mereka memang berada di pucuk. Mereka memang harus bisa membuktikan diri. Dan sebelum itu, sebelum kita memasuki bagaimana jalannya pertempuran dari kedua ninja, kita izinkan Bude mengucapkan terima kasih kepada para super fans yang sudah hadir. Yang udah, wah MPL Arena penuh banget di sini. Dari Kingdom dulu nih, Kingdom! Makin ramai, tapi dari pojok sini kita udah ngeliat juga dari fans yang udah mulai berkumpul, sudah mulai biru-biru. Mana nih semangat dari EVOS fans? Makin semangat juga pastinya karena MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton. Supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, dan official coffee partner Good Day. Kita juga punya partner ini sports ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Bersama dengan advertiser Kacang Sukro dan Hawkband. Tak lupa pula supplier kita RSV Helmet. Semuanya pasti udah gak sabar, Bude juga pengen cepet-cepet melihat bagaimana Land of Dawn akan diguncang. Jalan ninja apa yang akan dijalankan oleh kedua tim. Seperti apa misi dari keduanya, misi untuk mendapatkan kemenangan di Classic Derby. Jadi sambutlah ini dia, Derby Classic MPL Indonesia Season 15.
A rivalry that transcends generations. Since Season 1 up until this point, Season 15, we will once again bear witness to yet another classic derby between RRQ Hoshi and EVOS. Welcome back, Shinobis, to the English desk here at MPL ID Season 15 with me, Eternal, alongside with Mirko as well as Arashi. And we're going straight into the fray here. Number 1 and number 7. A stark contrast to when we saw them in leg number 1.
Dude, in leg number 1, we actually thought that this would be the battle of number 1 against number 2. They had a whole asset where we brought in, I think, the Season 4 standings again, where Alter Ego, EVOS, and RRQ were top 3. But it seems time has really changed these teams. Not for RRQ, they're still number 1, but EVOS, oh man, are they in a bad lose streak currently.
So how will they be able to come back here in leg number 2? Because in leg number 1, it was a 2-1 victory for the side of RRQ. Will it be the same story? Please put in your votes in the live chat. We do want to know what you guys think as we ask our wonderful analyst, Arashi, what do you think?
Honestly, right now, I'm not too sure what to think. Because in a sense, EVOS previously, they were up closer and it seemed still that RRQ was still super dominant. But since then, right, EVOS with a couple of losses, with some really unexpected losses, has went down. So now I was thinking, okay, you know, RRQ's got this. But RRQ themselves got taken out as well. So far, it's been proven by teams in the MPL that they are no longer untouchable. And when you crack the first 0, that's usually a chain effect. And the team will just look a lot more predictable, a lot more solvable. So I'm concerned, but I believe in RRQ.
Believe in RRQ, of course.
Yes, sir.
It's okay. That's the Kingdom mentality here. But I think a lot of people are actually thinking the same. If we take a little flashback into a Season 1 to Season 3, we're looking at a match history of 0-5. So RRQ has won the better most of that generation between, you know, Just No Limit, who was interviewed up on stage with Bude, as well as Mr. Lemon.
Right, and afterwards, in Seasons 4 to 6, it's kind of equal. Where we come in as casters was in Season 7 to Season 9. So that was where, oh man, this was a very exciting time, I must say. I might be biased because we joined MPL at about this time as well. But R7 and Anti-Mage, man, that was a
It was a very cool, like cinematic type rivalry between them. And then afterwards, Albert and Versik, you know, still intense, but I really feel like Anti-Mage R7 was something else, man. In the current one though, some people are definitely having mixed feelings because, you know, it seems like they've switched places. We talked about this in the last Classic Derby, but what happened? How did we end up here?
In that picture alone, man, you saw the Albert and Versik one. Albert is an EVOS player and Versik was an RRQ player, right? So it's crazy to see how things have unfolded here in MPL Indonesia. The transfers as well. Sutsujin, once branded as the prodigy, another one of the many EVOS jungler prodigies. But, you know, a fun story, a fun fact is Albert trialed for EVOS before he trialed for RRQ.
Interesting. But he ended up with RRQ first.
Yes, but now he's an EVO, so
he's back.
Full circle.
Oh, wow. So let's see what you guys thought about that previous question. What does EVOS need to do in order to win the second Classic Derby here? In Season 15, it looks like 62% have voted use Onyx Blueprint. Now let's break that down just a little bit more here. What do they mean by Onyx Blueprint?
Well, we've seen that, by the way, there's a reason it's not Onyx ID, because this is just Onyx in general. Onyx Philippines and Onyx ID, both these teams have been able to take down RRQ. The RRQ we see here today, I believe. No Hazel, I don't know if Chen's playing, but it looks like it's going to be Sutsujin. Take them to the late game. That's number one. That's plan number one for Onyx. Onyx Philippines, Onyx ID, they were always able to actually bring it out to the late game, some of these games, and then take control of the very sporadic late game. It's not as template as we get into the later stage of MLBB, but in the early game, that's when RRQ really has a hold on the game through their template, but very adaptive early game setups.
So that actually brings us to our next point here. Monotonic draft versus a dynamic draft in favor of Kescute, and they are the watch list because we've seen most of these matches go in a way where the drafts really set the tone. Let's say even maybe 50 to 60% of how the outcome becomes.
Well, the more dynamic your draft is, the more surprises you can have. And we've seen the power of those surprise picks. I mean, just against Onyx, the last time RRQ went up against them, even in game number 1, Coach Jeb was kind of caught off guard there. And there was a draft from Kescute that really caught everyone, talents, players, coaches off guard, that showed them the path to victory. So in that sense, the dynamic draft usually is always better. But when you're in a position like EVOS, where you have players that have their own cheese picks, it's not really as many options by all means. But when you have your own style here, and you do best when you have that style, sometimes going with something a bit more monotone is fine, as long as you can secure the important things, the critical aspects of your draft that allow you to get that game plan going. So just because one side is more dynamic doesn't mean it's always better, by all means. We've seen teams become a bit too dynamic and overthink it and overdo it in the pivoting and the drafting phase. So I really do feel like there's more possibilities if you have a dynamic draft, but it doesn't mean that when you get into the Land of Dawn, you're guaranteed the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Which is why, again, the showdown is just so much more highlighted, right? We're putting it to the question, is flexibility the way to go in this current meta, or is sticking to what you know and sticking to comfort is how you'll be able to win it? We're looking at the ping test, it looks like it's Sutsujin, so I don't think that we will be seeing a substitution today.
No Hazel.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I think there's a chance
I would have
Hazel...
sworn Hazel was in Malaysia.
What you saw was an AI-generated Hazel,
I see,
right? A real Hazel somewhere in Jakarta working out. That's what he does.
He's always working out.
No, I'm joking. Hazel is in Malaysia. It's between Sutsujin and Chen. I don't think Chen is gonna debut in a Classic Derby. Now that's some crazy stuff. If it is what's happening, if maybe Sutsujin doing the ping test was a curveball, RRQ, you pulled a sneaky one on us.
Where did Chen come from?
MDL.
How do you know of his performance in MPL?
I've done a little bit of research, just going through mainly TikTok clips of him because I don't watch a lot of the MPL matches, but he was part of the roster that actually won MPL last season. With this MPL-ish lineup with Toy, it was with Toy as well. I don't think he's better than Sutsujin though, I'll be honest with you. He's an assassin player, by the way. He does really well on Ling. Pretty similar to Sutsujin, the hero pool. But I think Sutsujin is just more experienced and is the better jungler compared to Chen.
So who's the better jungler between Sutsujin and Albert?
Oh, that's a tough one.
That's a good one.
I think so far, especially with the Fanny factor, I think a lot of people are saying that it has to be Albert that's a bit more fearsome in a solo context.
Yeah.
But I guess overall, in the team, I think there's an argument to be made that it's equal. Because Sutsujin isn't really as, well, to quote the asset earlier, dynamic. He won't do anything too crazy, but his consistency is actually one of the aspects that allows RRQ to have such a calculated early game aggression. Although we have already mentioned it, like Miko mentioned earlier, just because you're calculated and you're so, calm and methodical, the moment games get sporadic, they get chaotic in the late game with the mind games coming in, with the irregularities of the lanes and all that, he really does kind of fall short, and he has more activeness, independence almost. So, make what you will from that. I feel like individually, I think Albert right now has a bit more stock in his name.
Do you agree?
Joy and Haya, Sutsujin, by a long shot.
By a long shot.
So specifically
Joy,
on certain
Haya.
heroes.
On certain heroes, it's Sutsujin, no doubt about it. But on all the other heroes, the Suyos come into the fray. Again, the Fanny, like you mentioned, Albert is the more well-rounded, I would say, when it comes to the hero pool. And Sutsujin is a bit more situational.
And he has Lucas too.
Lucas, but that's more of like both. I think Albert's better on Lucas, actually.
Exactly. So we'll see. We'll once again be put up to the test. Ladies and gentlemen, Shinobis out there, looks like RRQ are ready with their main 5. Sutsujin in the jungle, no change just yet. It's a rivalry that has spawned from generation to generation. But in leg number 2, can they stay the same?
The darkness, right to the spotlight of the kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Your Majesty, RRQ Jose!
Still with the age-old battle-tested lineup. Back for the Classic Derby. Can they get it done in dominant fashion? Mr. AP himself has mentioned they can lose to other teams, but this team, that's non-negotiable.
So will they be able to remain consistent? Will they be able to maybe look for a cleaner victory against the White Tigers? Ladies and gentlemen, here they are, looking to make a statement. Reggie, Albert, Suelo, Ki, and Erlan. It looks like Reggie is back in the EXP lane.
Reggie making a comeback right here. We're back to the Karas, the solid lineup.
7th place in the standings, but you know they always rise to the occasion on a classical derby. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the lineup with Reggie and Erlan, EVOS!
Fighting for their tournament lives here, their playoff lives. They're currently sitting in the red zone at number 7. For RRQ, this would be just a hurt to their ego, a hurt to their name, a hurt to the history. But for EVOS, this match will mean a lot more. We're welcoming the staff as well, coaching staff for both of the teams, Coach Keskute and NMM for RRQ. And for EVOS, we have Coach Avil and Caleb.
Going toe-to-toe right here. We already mentioned the importance of the drafts for these teams here. And in a matchup like this, the pressure is definitely on. It's a bit of a vengeance match for EVOS as well, after being taken out in match number, when they first met in the first leg, when they seemed to almost get it done, but RRQ were able to egg it out against them. So now is their time to really prove to the audience, to the doubters that cheer for their fall to 7th place, that they still have it in them.
And that will be proven today here. You can see both teams preparing in their battle stations. Cut to both of these junglers, 2 Jonins cross paths, once from the opposite side of the spectrum, now in their current area as well. Number 4 jungler average kills. When we're looking at these stats, Arashi, what can we extract?
Well, we can extract that Albert is a lot more reliable when it comes to that killer instinct of getting a lot of those kills, looking at the average kill being higher. But afterwards, we can tell that for the most part, Sutsujin, he has a lot more of a role to play in those neutral objectives. And RRQ this season is a team that really likes playing around the neutral objectives for the most part. But still, Albert, despite that being a factor, Number 2 in the jungler total Lord. So in the late game, there's a lot more potential there for Albert to try and make something happen. That's something that RRQ definitely have to kind of be careful about.
I think the stats actually reflect what we've been talking about, right? For Evos, for RRQ. For RRQ with Sutsujin, they always play in that template style where they want to win the early game. That's why you can see a pretty horrible style when it comes to Lord rates, because they just don't get to Lords. A lot of the late game Lords, they only get to like Lord 1, maybe Lord 2 sometimes, but they always end the game really quick. Albert, on the other hand, he's had a fair share of really long games, but his Savage record is quite ridiculous.
So far, 4 Savages right here, and in their respective, if you look at it, he's, man, he was able to do it in like so many different timelines, basically, if you want to put it that way. And that's crazy, man. Number 1 most Savages in MPL Indonesia, 4 Savages, each with a different lineup technically, so that's kind of ridiculous.
MPL ID Season 7, 6 minute. Is that like the total amount of, like the total duration of that game?
I think that was at the 6 minute, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
But 6 minutes for a game. What?
Hitting a Link Savage at 6 minutes though, dang.
It was an Angeling, I remember that one. It's ridiculous. It was up against a very good Alter Ego side as well. It was an Alter Ego that was still kind of like win streaking in Season 7.
Well, that's everyone's wondering, how does Mirko remember? But he does. But Evo's mastermind right here, Avil. Number 2, blue side win rate at 60%, so you can expect a lot of those Cryo heroes. I feel like Evos with Avil like to really pressure and force their opposition to kind of react to them. Well, the King's mastermind here, Cascute. Number 1 on the blue side, number 1 on the red side as well. They've been doing really good this season. But after the last loss they experienced, I think Cascute definitely recognizes that there are some problems in the team that needs to be fixed. The question is, has he done enough here to guarantee the result almost, or are we still going to see the same kind of weaknesses that we've already highlighted now, possibly being available for Evos to use? The keys to victory here for Evos by the Samsung Galaxy S25 series is don't be too overhyped and lose to RRQ again, because they've seen great moments where they snowball in the early game, and then in the late game sometimes they just go a bit too ham to try and secure the win for themselves. You gotta get some more patience in their game plan and focus on strong fundamentals and creative drafting. Again, they don't really have to overthink it. Just go with what makes sense. Have the flexibility that they have with their hero pools and make sure they adjust accordingly. For RRQ, we're ready to face Evos' Crass lineup again. This is the lineup that people say is the strongest in theory, on paper. And don't be afraid to explore Toys' heroes beyond the Granger and the Harith. This guy has shown great potential in the laning phase. Now in this matchup again, with Erlan as an opposition, get something maybe extra spicy, extra flexible, and get that good laning phase for Toy to really start a snowball going on, perhaps even solo.
Okay, that's what we're looking at for both of the teams. As we look at the first pick selection here, and it will be for RRQ. So RRQ will be on blue side this time around. With this being the fact, do you think we're going to be seeing heroes like Fanny maybe forced open, or do you think it's going to be banned?
That's a good question. I think for... Well, it's going to be second pick for Evos. I believe they will let go of the Fanny. There's still a slight chance that Sutsujin plays the Fanny. Again, it's not like his Fanny is horrible. It's just like when he's up against the top tier teams, mainly Onyx Philippines with King Kong on Fanny, Onyx ID with Kyrie on Fanny, they're the ones who always have to ban it out. But against Evos, they might try to play it.
They might try to play it, but would they be willing to let it go? That's the other question as well. Do they feel like they can get ahead of that Fanny, shut it down using drafts? Even though they're up against Albert's Fanny, which we've seen, man, it's just a lot more explosive, a lot more dangerous in the early game.
Yeah, we're looking at heroes like the Lucas even become a probability to be picked up for the jungle, especially reflecting on our previous match. We saw, what, 3-4 junglers being banned out in the first phase. So heroes like the Lucas might actually pop up, and it's a signature for Albert as well. Let's just get straight into the drafting phase for game number 1, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. And it looks like Fanny will not be left open by RRQ. Cascute has banded out.
Alright, Ranger and Fanny for RRQ. Great respect already. But for EVOs, also the chip and the joy immediately. In the previous match, we saw the Lo Yi show up as well in the banning phase. I believe Dewa first phase ban that Lo Yi. So we'll see if RRQ want to explore that potential as well. If they are a team that indeed wants to use that macro heavy style.
And we've seen Rins do so well on the Luo Yi, right? That's not a hero I think the White Tigers would actually want to leave open. Chip ban, Joy ban, what else do we usually see in the first phase? Suyo, Matilda. So Matilda gets taken out first, and now EVOs, they have to make a decision.
For EVOs, I think they're going to have to ban the Haya. It's been a
Right.
very good choice, but honestly, looking at it again, Kalea comes up too. Edok has been able to utilize it really well. And I think RQ will prioritize Kalea over the Hayabusa as a first pick. So technically EVOs can be the ones to snatch the Hayabusa to deny it away from RQ.
Well, if they want to, they can trade. They can trade for the Harith potentially. We've seen the Harith be so prio in today's matches, and it's still a very good pick. We talked about how RRQ might want to explore different options for Toy. But again, against the Harith, it's always a bit of a skill matchup. EVOs actually respect the potential immediately. So now RRQ, they have the window open to go for the Kalia, the Hayabusa. Look at Kimi!
Wow.
What? Kimi, first pick? What? This means EVOs can go for the Haya, and they can go for the Kalia still now.
Not just that, but also the Luo Yi. The Luo Yi has been super groundbreaking for both of these teams, I believe. But that, in turn, has also not been prioritized. I wonder what the idea behind the Kimi is. Do they want to utilize that flexibility, that flex pick?
That might be the idea. It's a bit more vague compared to like an immediate Hayabusa. As predicted, wow, EVOs go for the Kalia, but the Valentina very early on. Interesting.
Set up to Lucas.
Exactly. If they can go for the Lucas if they want, and they've already denied it away from RRQ, so that's still showing their hand very early on though. But now RRQ, what's the response then? If they're predicting a Lucas Valentina here to come through for EVOs, definitely something that can help sustain in the front line, because otherwise that Lucas is gonna spin out of control.
Man, that's a Hayabusa picked up. The signature pick for Sutsujin and the Hylos, alongside the Suyo for EVOs. We're seeing 3 Naruto characters today. What a treat!
Wow.
Can you imagine if RRQ go for the Veil and we have all 4?
Okay, that would... Okay, they gotta go Naruto first though. I don't think it fits anymore. There's a Valen on the other side, right? There's no way to go Naruto. Veil. I'm not too sure about that either, but they have the power couple.
Well,
the Suyo against Haya is pretty good, but whoa!
Oh!
Skylar in the building!
With his fiancée.
His fiancée!
Congratulations, Skylar and Diva.
Happy for him, for sure. We miss him in the land of Dawn though.
Me too.
But you know, he's having a great time. And he's here to really witness his team, and looking at the cheer for your team segment right here. RRQ, a little bit of an advantage here, but EVO's not falling too far behind.
They're almost 2 times ahead, man.
I mean, they're fighting back. It's still climbing up.
All right, Glue banned out, Jushin banned out in the second phase. We're looking at the next ban coming in from EVOs, and that answer will be the Phobius.
Right. Phobius taken away from RRQ. They're respectful of the fact that Dairon might go on it. It's a high impact hero onto Dairon. My main question immediately though is EVOs, do they want to go and fight fire with fire, fight the early game aggression with their own aggression, or do they want to take a more reactive counter heavy style? Because we've seen some teams go and use that as a solution, because they know that RRQ are always looking for those big plays, big moments, right? So if you have something that can punish those attempts, that usually works out fine against Edok and Dairon.
They want to ban the Gatot Kacha away from EVOs. EVOs, with the Kalea already on the hands of Key, something that can actually just follow up, give them a little bit more sustain, and can deal with the Haya would be great. Yes, they do. Both Gs taken out of Regi's game, Gatot Kacha and Glue.
So now what will be the first pick here for the White Tigers in the second phase of the drafts? We're looking at a potential gold lane pick, as well as either
Yeah.
EXP or roam?
There's some flex potential there. Off the bat, I really feel like this is going to be a Kalea for Key, though.
Should be.
If that's the idea, usually the Edith pops up for Reggie.
Yeah.
But do they want to get something that's a bit more prio before that? That's the question.
Maybe that was a setup with the Valentina as well, right? So in case there's a Edith, Lucas, or even a Luo Yi pick from the other side.
Moskov.
All right.
This is a pick that actually was criticized heavily last time in the first leg of the Classic Derby, the Spear of Literal Destruction, but not for the enemy team, for their own team. Erlan was getting a ton of hate after that match, so this is truly going to be redemption if he's able to pull off the Moskov against RRQ.
Now for RRQ, 2 final picks. We're finally going to see where this Kimi is going to go. I think it has to go in the... Whoa, hang on a second.
No way.
No, no way. There's no way.
Okay, Badang.
Okay. Yep. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. I was thinking that Kimi most likely will go into the mid lane. And now with the Badang already shown, good engage, good chase available already. Final pick here that they've left us wondering about. It is going to be the Luo Yi.
Yeah.
All right.
I had a feeling.
That's a lot of magical damage though. But they do have the Sutsujin Hayabusa to apply that physical damage. It's looking like a really balanced composition actually.
So will it be the Edith pick for Evos? Will they try to utilize the Edith here for Reggie, a signature pick? Or are they gonna go for a wild pick? Up against a Luo Yi. This is signature RRQ really. The fundamentals, like we've kind of mentioned earlier, Badang and Hylos. It's a setup for Dyren. Should be Badang Edok, right? And yeah, as expected, it will be the Edith to come out of Evos. Both teams playing with comfort, it seems.
Yeah, falling back to old patterns. But we're looking at really good team fight composition from RRQ, especially in the early stage of the game, right? They have the Luo Yi, even pre-level 4, very strong, good base damage. And it's against a Suyo in the jungle as well.
I think the early game is going to be quite brutal for Evos. With the early game level 1, level 2 of the Luo Yi, with the Hayabusa in the hands of Sutsujin, and with the Badang to really enable the whole team, I feel like RRQ have the tools available to really hardcore pressure Evos and prevent them from really having a lot of momentum in the early game.
Lineup rating favors the White Tigers here for game number 1. So take that with what you will. We'll see exactly how the players actually implement and execute their game plan in the game. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, a rivalry that transcends generations. Welcome to the second Classic Derby of MPL ID Season 15. It's RRQ and Evos.
Will it be revenge or repeat? Will RRQ be able to repeat their success in leg number 1? Or will the Tigers climb out of that 7th place position in the standings with Erlan on the Moskov? In the mid lane already, a skirmish happening. Revitalize used up Key. Caught in the bad spot, but it's prio for RRQ.
That's the wave you're talking about, especially with Edok actually on the Hylos. That's a whole different look. It won't be as dynamic, but Toy with the Kimi in the gold lane, applying a lot of pressure there towards Erlan. Remember, that's another extra pick-off tool that RRQ can use. So Evos, they gotta be a bit more careful. But right now, especially if they are on curve, I think the Kalea is a stronger engage tool compared to the Hylos, obviously. Before level 4 though, I think Evos have to try and find something here before these diversions from RRQ start making their presence known.
That's a big problem, right? Because technically both teams are kind of reliant on that level 4, right? Kalea with the Tsunami Slam will get that at level 4, but on the other side, like you mentioned, they are going to have to be aware of that level 4 power spike to hit for the side of Rins. We're taking a look at... Wait a second.
No stun on. Oh, Yin Yang reaction! Catching all of that Albert caught in the shadow kill. Sutsujin already with a double.
That's the damage that we were talking about in the drafts, especially against the Suyo that doesn't have as much protection against magic damage. Luo Yi's base with the Yin Yang reaction, it does that much damage. Now Albert has to kind of fall because of that in the early portion of the game. Going back to the emblems, we saw a lot of tenacities uniquely for the side of RRQ.
I mean, they're for sure expecting a brawl with this kind of composition. They are the ones trying to make the game messy all across the board. Dyron though went with the support emblem if I saw it correctly, but look at this now. Whoa!
First shatter missing. That's gonna be Albert winning the retreat battle though. Edok caught on the bad spot. Now Dyron able to get a punch in. Flickers out the safety. Reggie still wants to go for more. That pathway really gave Evos an entrance.
Interesting chain of events. Albert being able to pick up the neutral objective, and it looks like they're utilizing that pressure to look for something else on the map. Despite Toy having a better time against Erlan because of the range, Evo still want to try and punish that. Suelo already rotating towards the bottom side of the map.
Edok will spot them out though. Won't really be going for a play. Oh, diversion.
Suelo caught on the bad spot. The quad shadow does land. Yin Yang reaction. Not there just yet. Rins. Uh-oh, has to purify, but you cannot purify out of the Soul Sever. Albert on the board.
Interesting move there. RRQ get in position, but then it seems like they saw the amount of people, the amount of players for EVOs congregating around that area and decided to bail. Unfortunately for Rins though, on a hero like the Loyi, you can't really go anywhere once you've committed that far deep. So EVOs, they won the neutral objective steal, and now they had a gold advantage despite RRQ laying down that pressure.
So yeah, exactly. Like the chain of events for RRQ was already really, really good. And I guess maybe Rins wanted to go for the gamble, but it's actually been able to put the White Tigers, Evos here, back on the board, equalizing the early game pressure that RQ had been able to put. Talent prediction by Gope. We're hearing a lot of oohs in the MPL arena. It looks like, what? Oh,
Mr.
Papung
Pulong
and Mirko.
Yeah.
For
Part
Evos.
of the Pulong train now.
Oh.
But it's not because I'm anti-RRQ, unlike Pulong apparently. I really think Evos have a shot.
I feel like whenever it's the classic derby we're talking about, it somehow always feels like there is a shot. Even when both teams are at their lowest, they find some way to show up. But look at Erlan getting shredded down here. This Kimi is an absolute bully in the lane. But now Evos make the play onto the turtle.
Rin's gonna be spotted as well. Now glorious pathway into the backline. Albert will be able to jump in forward, but it's gonna be oh wow! Still a retreat win. Got the bad spot. Oh, still revitalized. Albert will be taken down. Sutsujin on a killing spree, but now the leftovers are there for Reggie, and onward to lock Edok down, and it's a kill back. Turtle and a kill. Sutsujin though will get the purple buff.
Well, you might be right here. I mean, looking at how things have progressed, Reggie gets caught.
Oh, Reggie, this one is an interesting move. Flickers out. Dyron gonna walk up again.
Oh!
That's a flicker and a pin down. Reggie still able to get the Earth Shatter down, but Darius recalls on him down below. Not even a kill. Key cut down by Toy. Slowly but surely getting rid of that HP bar. Diversion. Dyron and Rins takes it. Erlan is able to escape with Key.
So the diversion really isn't used to be sneaky to set up something without being seen. It's really used just for quick rotations here. Spear of Destruction, but it won't be taken. Hopefully not. RRQ are gonna try and pressure for this bottom turret, but they won't be allowed to. All things considered, against the notorious Sutsujin Hayabusa, against a diversion, with Toy bullying Erlan in the lane, Evos isn't doing too bad with 2 turtles to their name.
Absolutely, they're trading back really, really well. The fact that Sutsujin has been unable to get the neutral objectives early, and the Suyo commit actually lands them the neutral objectives. It's going according to plan for Evos. We're looking at already 1 item under the belt of Erlan, despite being in that lane against the Kimi. Only a 200 gold lead. Wait a second.
Jumps to the back. There's a Purify there. He's gonna be stunned up as well. Now he's gonna take it down. Toy picks up the kill. Reggie with the Primal Wrath already. 1-0 for RRQ.
The all-in trade with a lot of ultimates used there. But against RRQ right now, with the Glorious Pathway and Revitalize combo, it's just a bit too much there. Key, unfortunately, has to fall. The Purifiers were available for RRQ, so that is something that Evos really have to time really, really well. Because the fights are gonna go differently depending on who doesn't really have a Purify available on the side of RRQ.
Absolutely. You can see Sky Piercer already built in for Toy, as well as second item.
Ooh. Sway low is able to escape. There's no instant initiator. Sutsujin on the quad channel and the shadow kill on Reggie. Oh, Primal Wrath cancel! Dyron! Wow, he got the shot, he got the punch before that. Dyron though, now no fist crack. Tsunami Slam locking him down. Still, Albert will be the one forced to get out of the situation. Sutsujin with his first turtle this game. It's gonna be a turret though, taken by the minions. Up top, Dyron. Again, locking Key. He won't be able to jump out of this one. Toy first stack on the Sky Piercer, a tier 1 in the mid lane, and a diversion down below. Erlan, can you escape? Has to purify, will be able to purify, but not from the damage. Edok gets the kill. That's a diversion, responded over. Now it's gonna be Rinse, caught in the bad spot. Reggie, Primal Wrap over. Diver with the pin down, but it's only on the 2, and it's gonna be Sway Low, who's still in the back. Diver low, shoots again! Killing Chris Sway Low! Whoa, with a flicker! And it's a shutdown for Reggie and a Maniac!
What in the world is going on? That was a long-drawn skirmish. 4 members from the side of RQ taken out. Albert and Erlan as well. Who was that worth it for?
It's hard to tell. I mean, RQ got the gold lead so far with all that happening. Let's take a look at the replay first, presented by the official tournament smartphone. It's a full-on dive towards Erlan here. He lived for a bit too long, and then here Rins, the main damage dealer in the early game, gets taken out immediately. But look at what happens here. The fact that the Primal Wrath was popped by Reggie, and he's able to just free hit the whole time here. Gets a Maniac, gets a shutdown. He's not gonna be the main carry though in the late game, so the fact that he has 6 kills to his name is kinda insane. Suitsujin has 4. So, I mean, when you look at it that way on who gets the kills, I gotta say, it might be worth it for RRQ.
Have we seen an EXP lane pick up a Maniac this season?
I don't think so.
Right?
I don't remember any so far off the bat. So yeah, that's definitely an impressive moment there. But you're seeing both teams really willing to just go toe-to-toe and keep going for those fights. RRQ wanted to play that calculated style. They pushed the wave below, they rotated with the diversion. I think that play by EVOS really caught them off guard there. They failed to notice that part of the reason why they won so hard was that Sway Low did not have a combat ultimate. Now with the Lord up, they're already getting bursted down. RRQ.
They're trying to blitz it. Reggie looking for a play, doesn't have the flicker. He will jump in, but won't be able to get a trade. EVOS lose out on the Lord. RRQ, 2,000 gold ahead.
All right, 9 minutes in, we're looking at how the tides have shifted quite a bit. And it's a wonder, right? There's a young man from the Philippines that really dislikes the Valentina blind, but this is exactly the value that the Valentina can have in the game, right? The fact that Sway Low was able to utilize that diversion to create something of an equal trade with RRQ has been insane.
Ooh.
And the fact is, with this Lord push, they can actually try and look for something similar.
So far, really good by EVOS. They're able to actually get the Lord low enough for it to not take down the tier 2. And RQ haven't really managed the waves where it could actually shove in all together. Albert was able to control up top. Reggie now looking for a position, does have the flicker, might be looking for it, Earth Shatter, only knocking up the purple buff. Edok not looking for the sun. Reggie with the backward. Uh-oh. He able to find Rins. He does have the Purify, so Nami-san coming down with the Purify, already used up Sway Low. Put down Gregorius Pathway. Tyrant. He with the flicker out.
Really expecting the potential there for the catch of RRQ. Man, RRQ though are using this, again, the divergence just for quick rotations to really get a footing in the jungle of EVOS. So despite the fact that it's kind of equal, look at that pick-off attempt there. Man, the Kimi is a very underrated engage tool, and I think a lot of people really need to start respecting it a bit longer, especially with the kind of follow-up that RRQ have in this game. EVO's got to be really, really careful.
So much that you would consider it as first pick prio?
I don't know if I would go that far, but I'm talking more about the engage potential there. It's great because it can be flexed as well, right? I don't think any of us were really expecting a toy retarding it. Erlan though.
Purifies out of the way. Tier 2 taken down. That's a stolen one from Sway Low. He's only able to catch Edok though, so for RRQ, it's all fine and dandy. A win. 4,000 gold lead now.
All they need to do is hold on to this. Swift Trinity already built in for Erlan. Is that enough for them to look for a comeback?
I think the issue right now is that Erlan hasn't really been able to walk up and deal damage reliably thus far. No real big moment for him to actually output all that damage just yet. Because even in a fight, all his basic attacks can kind of, go through the whole team. So they can't really frontline. Reggie though gets caught.
Has the flicker, will be able to flicker out to safety. But that is another resource burnt out. Diversion. Where is it going? Up top it will be. Suitsujin takes the purple buff away from Albert. Key. Tsunami's time over to Dyrun. Will they be able to follow up in time? Dyrun's going to be taken out by Albert, who gets the execution. Will run the wrong way though. Sway Low takes the glorious pathway. Not a good trade for Evos. XP for jungle.
Uh-oh, no retribution means that they should be happy to let this go, right? Edok looking for a zone.
Whoa, he gets chunked quite low. Key jumps into the midst of it. Also, Sejin able to look for the quad shadow. Won't be able to go for the shadow kill. Now it's gonna be Key still in the back. Reggie dealing so much damage. That's a purify out from Ridge. Reggie taking very low. Gets a shutdown in the bottom side of the map. And RRQ, all of a sudden, they're the ones on the back foot.
2-for-1 trade there. Well, 2-for-0 rather. And that's going to be another reset for the neutral objective take. You saw that Toy was doing his best as well to take members of EVOS down. But unfortunately, even with that, they were unable. Maybe now with the Divine Glaive, things could end up differently.
Uh-oh. Key's looking for another Tsunami Slam. Lord held down by Evos. This should be free unless Dyron is somehow able to make a crazy play happen. Diversion coming down with a Tsunami Slam as well. That's going to be Rinse and Ida walking up. Albert with Retribution, securing it now. Reggie caught in the net reaction. Toy gets the shutdown. Evos, the call is to back away, and they will just lose their frontliner in Reggie.
And that's a great play by Evos right there. RRQ, despite getting Albert, I really feel that I feel like they failed to recognize that they use almost all of their ultimates right there. Evos still had theirs up for the fight, so they went in to try and stop RRQ, and RRQ obliged them in a fight because they felt they have the man advantage perhaps, and that's where they started really losing in that fight. With that sway of events now, Evos has the Lord. It will get cleared out though, so it's still not the worst case scenario for RRQ, but they have definitely lost a lot of momentum off the back of that sequence of events.
It was a 3,000 plus gold lead earlier on. That's a diversion play from RRQ. Some damage onto Rins, but not too much to take him down. But going back to the gold lead, shrunken down to only 1,600, 1,800 here, and making it even bigger possibility for the White Tigers to come back. Suelo opted for Divine Glaive on top of everything as well.
There's just a Wishing Lantern too on the Valentina. I'm not sure if that's the usual item we see. Idok though.
Suelo able to get out. Good Earth Shatter to disengage. And Evos. Oh, Suelo gets caught. Doesn't have the flicker. Doesn't have the dashes anymore. But there's no follow through from RRQ. Bottom lane still pushing in. Both teams slowing it way down.
So why do you think the Wishing Lantern was built for Suelo?
I think he wanted to actually be a real threat to Tyron and Edok in the early game. Because before Erlan can really shred them down there, it's up to the Valentina, the mid laners, to really output that damage. So I think that's where that itemization comes through. Now though, with the Divine Glaive as well, you know, to tanky or squishy members alike, Suelo is going to be doing a ton of damage right here. Looking at the gold distributions here between Toy and Erlan, so far, I mean, all things considered, I feel like Erlan, you know, has damage, but I really feel like Toy really is a lot further along in his itemization. Went to the Sky Piercer as well, so it's definitely oh man, whoa.
Gonna look for a turret in the mid lane. The Queller lands on Rins. He's able to clear it out. Sitsujin scouting in the bush. Finds Reggie. But again, that ain't no target. He backs away.
Well, now we're back into this, we're in this situation, Mirko, like you were talking about earlier, about how Evos are able to withstand the early game methodical play, and now we're in the late game. This is the win condition. Reggie gets jumped on. We'll be backing away. Both teams really hesitating on the full-on engage now, knowing what is at stake 10 seconds into the Lord is in the map.
It's at this point, honestly, it could swing in either side, to either side. Sutsujin 15, Albert 15. These resources are all up. We're seeing Suelo go for
Sutsujin.
Hylos again.
Whoa. Edok going in all alone. Gets chunked. Glorious Pathway cutting them off now. Or Shadow in the back. Toy will be able to escape. Reggie will go for the onward. Rinse gets taken out by Albert. Who's going to be caught in the back spot. That's going to be Shadow kill over. Sutsujin taking him away. Suelo going to be caught. Toy going crazy. Erlan on Sutsujin gets the immortality, but it's going to be the quad Shadow will escape. Now Erlan against two. Will they be able to take this away? Erlan picking up the kill, and Toy gets the shutdown. Toy with a maniac, and it's a wipeout for the Kings.
16 minutes wiped out. Sutsujin and Toy, the members left from the kingdom. They're going for the end here.
Should be over. RRQ on it. The cannon minion will be enough, and RRQ take the game 16 minutes and 58 seconds.
Oh boy, a Maniac traded back with a Maniac for RRQ to really end the game there. Evo's focusing on the fight overall. They failed to see Toy staying in the back, spraying everyone down. And you're seeing there the potential from a late game Kimmy. What was that damage, dude? That is damage on everyone that's in range of the spray down of the Kimmy. That is
That's the
crazy.
first win
Pretty
for
gross.
Kimmy Gold in MPL ID.
Full item, Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive, and he got the Sky Piercer to boot. I mean, at that point, he was already sitting on a lot of stacks as well. We're taking a look at the replay here on the chain of events. I think 60 minutes in. Ooh, boom, Sky Piercer procced.
Man, that's so much damage. The Sky Piercer procs at about 400 HP right there, so in the end, Erlan there's no chance he was gonna 1v2 that as well. Toy did a great job hiding back away from the initial engage. I believe Reggie was looking for him, understanding that he is the main threat in the late game. But RRQ found a way to give him the space to go for that Maniac and end the game.
He was 7-1-2 before he got that final kill onto Erlan on the Moskov, so that was already a lot of stacks. I mean, that's a lot of... Even if he wanted to 1v1 that, it would have been a little too difficult. Man, Kimmy is so nasty.
It's like a better Irithel, in a sense, no? Because you can
Magic Ranger.
It's like a magic. It's like a bit of a combination. Because my point is, he doesn't have to stick around and have a basic attack animation. He just slides while spraying everyone down, and he has AOE the same way that I guess the Granger, but also the Irithel has with the heavy crossbow as the default, state, especially if it's like empowered, right? So
yeah,
man, that's a disgusting amount of damage in the late game. Because we saw the EXP laner Reggie just melted down immediately.
And it was so sad because in a lot of these skirmishes, Reggie was one of the main factors on how Evos were able to get that win, especially when he jumps into the front lines and dishes out the damage. This is the crucial moment from earlier.
You can see the Toy behind the wall, outputting all that damage, despite losing Rins very early on there. The fact that the Toy wasn't really zoned out, focused out in that fight, just allowed him to just literally hard carry that one team fight.
So, he deserves the player of the game, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series on the Kimmy. And what did you say? Broke the lose streak of Kimmy in the gold lane?
Yep, we're sitting at a 0% win rate. Kimmy Gold has only found a victory in the hands of the mid laners.
Looking at the highlights here presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy S25 series, the early game was great by RRQ, but in the mid game, right, you saw moments where Evos were able to get some momentum going. That's definitely a concern if you're a RRQ supporter. It's a great sign that there is hope there if you're supporting Evos. So we'll see if anything changes from there in game number 2. But against the diversion, against the Hayabusa, the notorious Hayabusa, RRQ, Evos were able to recover. They were able to surprise RRQ themselves with plays like this stolen diversion. But afterwards, it seems like they neglect to focus onto Toy. Reggie was able to get a Maniac right here, but again, he is not the hard carry, the main carry for the late game. So that's something that Evos really should have taken note of. And even with the sporadic late game that we said RRQ are going to struggle in, they were able to get it done in game number 1 here. Just due to that AoE damage output difference. I mean, look at it.
Crazy damage, man. They were able to... Oh, man. I really think the Sway Low dive there was... Yeah, this team fight was definitely very, very chaotic. But it was chaotic in favor of RRQ. You'd expect the chaotic team fights to be in favor of a team that has a Moskov. But you gotta see how Edok played that, man. He was just sticking to Toy every single time. He was a shield.
They just understand that as long as Toy stays alive, he's gonna output that damage. That's what they've been kind of building on to in the early game. They were really relying on Toy just surviving and scaling up to that late game potential there. So I think it's a great call against a team with an Assassin, with a Kalia, with an Edith and a Valentina. All of these ways to kind of dive in, do a crazy play and burst down Toy and zone him out, I think it's a great move by Edok there to stick around and just be on bodyguard duty. Because everyone else technically are kind of independent. Although because of that, Rince did get taken out, but at that point he's already used both of his main spells for the most part. So it really worked out in their favor.
1-3-12. We did see what he was able to do in the early stage of the game, but you know, despite RRQ's win here, would you say it was super clean for RRQ? Like, we're still seeing mistakes happening in their gameplay, especially in the early game.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not clean, and that's the point here. This game can still really go either way, by all means. Especially that one moment where RRQ took the fight without ultimates. They lost their jungler, and EVOs were able to get that Lord. That's a scenario that, for some reason, for me, as an RRQ fan, I feel like I've seen RRQ in time and time again.
Yeah.
You know, the late game Lord situations, and then a misjudgment, and then a comeback, right? So it's really a concern, by all means. If RRQ want to prove to everyone, the fans and haters alike, that they are on top, that they are still untouchable as #1 in the standings, they gotta clean up.
I think the big point can be also, why not take the Hayabusa away from Sutsujin, right? This is his pick, and we know that he was going to do well on the Hayabusa. That was part of the keys to victory. We were talking about it a lot. Hayabusa Joy. They took out the Joy. The Kimi was first pick. You would think that EVOs would just go for the Hayabusa, but instead they went Kalea Valen.
Yeah, the Valen, we already mentioned how it seems a bit early. They might really be concerned about maybe like a Lucas Valen unexpected pick there coming in from Cascute, perhaps. That could be a concern. Because we've seen it countered, we've seen strats like that countered with the Lucas pressure, we've seen it countered with an X-Borg by Coach Yep. But again, that's not something that every single team can do. So you can understand the concern, but I definitely feel like if that was what they were concerned about, they might have been, they should have been maybe concerned a bit more about the Hayabusa. I do agree on that. But that's a known weakness for Sutsujin.
Oh, his Hayabusa never disappoints. It's pretty gnarly. So I'm wondering what will change maybe in the first phase. Do they want to swap positions, maybe take blue side instead of red? But wait, has RQ been doing better on red side? Or is it equal?
They've been equally good on
Exactly.
both
Like
sides.
60-something% on both sides, yeah?
Yeah.
For the most part, yes.
What's the adaptations here?
Looking at the past games,
Is it for EVOs? I mean, if EVOs is first pick, then RRQ technically have to really... No, but they really respected the Fanny anyways, right? So... But maybe then they can maybe pressure and threaten like a Chip or Lo Yi themselves. I think Suelo plays a pretty good Lo Yi.
Yeah.
Right? And and Key, on the Chip, we've seen him perform well on it before. So maybe they can use that, kind of push that responsibility for the macro tools onto RRQ instead. Get some of these heroes open, maybe get a Mathilda or a Fanny for themselves. Maybe.
Does the Harith need to be banned?
yes. I think against RRQ, it really depends. If RRQ let go of the Granger, then leaving both open is fine, right? Because then you can just battle it out. But when RRQ already banned out the Granger, actually, you know what? Not too sure. Because the Harith does fit. I think they could trade it, you're right, for the Kimi. And if they do want to go Moskov, then that's also another way to actually win out against the Harith lane, I believe, right?
Exactly. So Chip, Joy, Haya.
Chip, Joy, Haya. And then they go for the same draft, right? Leave the Kimi and then go...
Yeah.
But I still think... Yes? I agree with the young man from the Philippines, man, Mr. Dan.
Valentina too early.
Valentina too early. It's also what BTR did. Yeah. They lost.
Fair point. Fair point.
Don't.
But I guess we'll see, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into game number 2. We are going to throw it over to Alyssa, so we'll see you soon.
Berada di tengah-tengah Derby Classic, para super fans makin memanas karena melihat game pertama. Bener-bener gak ada yang mau kalah, semuanya berusaha yang terbaik. Dan Bude pengen denger suara nih dari Kingdom. Kingdom di sisi kanan, di sisi kiri jangan mau kalah dong dari EVOS Fams. Aduh, semuanya masih memberikan harapan ya, dari wajah-wajahnya wajah semangat nih. Kita boleh ngobrol-ngobrol, ini Fams sejati nggak?
Hanya fans doang sih, nggak sejati.
Kenapa belum sejati?
Karena dulu sih saya joinnya itu bukan join sih, kayak lebih suka RRQ. Cuman hari ini kita percaya sama EVOS gitu.
Bentar. Ini lagi goyah berarti ya, tapi sekarang lagi EVOS. Nggak apa-apa, sekarang lagi EVOS Fams, lagi OTW jadi sejati. Tapi Bude penasaran, ini siapa namanya?
Nama saya Tommy,
Dari mana?
dari Jakarta Barat.
Dari Jakarta. Di sini dong. Kamu penghuni MPL Arena?
Bukan, lebih tepatnya sih dari Palmera.
Oke, dari daerah sini. Tapi Bude penasaran nih, gimana kamu melihat EVOS dengan hashtag 7-nya?
EVOS hashtag 7 ya. Sebenarnya sih, gimana ya mau bilangnya. Kita kan bisa sekarang lihat, oke lah, tadi itu udah mendekati bisa comeback. Cuman mungkin timingnya kurang pas tadi ya. Kita lihat itu tadi si Erlan, dia harusnya bisa mendominasi jika posisinya benar. Cuman tadi mungkin timingnya kurang pas, jadinya ya.
Udah bagus katanya, udah cocok. Hashtag 7 nggak jadi masalah karena terlihat walaupun hashtag 7 tapi ngelawan yang nomor 1 aja masih bisa ngelawan ya.
Si bisa ngelawan itu mungkin lihat di game 2 ini gimana.
Game kedua, tapi penasaran Bude, EVOS bisa ke playoff gak nih?
Bisa.
Bisa, yang baru datang nih, EVOS bisa ke playoff gak?
Bisa kali.
Loh, kok ada kalinya? Hei,
Mungkin
ini datang dari mana nih baru duduk?
habis dari toilet biasa.
Oke, tapi asalnya dari mana?
Saya dari Priuk Bude.
Dari Priok, jauh ya macet. Ini EVOS Fams dari Priok, hashtag 7, bisa ke playoff gak nih?
Bisa. Tiba-tiba final, ntar biasanya season ganjil kayak gitu.
Tiba-tiba final, oke itu EVOS Fams dari Priok. Tapi Bude juga kepengen dengar suara dari EVOS Fams sudah, berarti sekarang dari Kingdom. Ini Bude kepengen denger nih, Kingdom. Tapi ada yang spesial kayaknya, ada Kingdom dari Manado muncul, hadir ke MPL Arena, berada di tengah-tengah sini. Jadi langsung aja kita ngobrol-ngobrol bersama dengan Kingdom dari Manado.
Kanan kiri.
Halo. Loh.
Halo.
Ini Kingdom dari Manado ya? Sebutkan nama.
Udahlah, udah pada lupa kayaknya.
Enggak dong. Di sini Skylar, welcome back Skylar ke MPL Arena.
Ya.
Season 15 baru kali ini datang ya, biasa.
Biasanya main sebenarnya.
Season
Kali ini
lalu.
baru nonton.
Bener sih, gimana
Iya.
rasanya biasanya ditonton sekarang nonton?
Tapi lebih greget nonton sih dibanding main.
Lah,
Iya serius. Dapat vibes-nya gitu Bude.
dapat vibes-nya.
Iya.
Berarti ini Skylar bakal rindu jadi pro player lagi nggak nih?
Of course.
Of course, tetap. Kapan balik pro scene lagi Skylar?
Season depan.
Season depan?
Ya.
Serius?
Ya ditunggu aja.
Wow, udah langsung diumumkan ternyata. Ini pengumuman yang sungguh dinantikan pastinya. Tapi Skylar, sebelum kita ngobrol, Bude ingin mengucapkan congratulations untuk
Makasih,
engagementnya.
Bude.
Lancar-lancar.
Amin.
Kayaknya kita ngeliat Skylar, ini masa depannya sudah terplan banget ya. Habis menikah berarti nanti akan balik pro scene lagi. Tapi kalau ngelihat tadi, game 1 katanya mendebarkan. Tapi gimana sih Skylar lihat perkembangannya mungkin? Game 1 gimana tuh tadi ngelihatnya?
Mungkin game 1 sih tadi hero-nya udah kayaknya menang RRQ sih dari early sih.
Jadi udah dari enak ya?
Ke snowball di Susujin dan late game di backup sama Toy juga.
Tapi Bude penasaran ini bener-bener kayak ngelihat RRQ di nomor 1 Skylar. Di season 15, menurutmu ini RRQ udah sekuat itu kah? Atau masih ada yang bisa diperbaiki lagi, dikembangkan lagi, bisa lebih ada yang maksimal lagi?
Mungkin RRQ sih sekarang udah perfect sih, mungkin ya di playoff lebih perfect lah. Soalnya kan abang juga lebih banyak strategi harusnya.
Lebih banyak strategi?
Iya.
Tapi bener, dengan strategi mereka yang terus-terusan baru, bahkan Kimi Goldlane yang belum pernah menang dalam sebuah game, tadi bisa ngedapetin kemenangan. Back and forth yang sungguh-sungguh bisa dibilang emang ketat banget, tapi MPL Indonesia season 15 kamu ngeliat ketat banget gak sih Skylar?
Lumayan sih, lumayan ketat lah liatnya.
Lumayan ketat ya, ini 8 tim masih 6 slot, masih benar-benar kejar-kejaran. Skylar udah bisa melihat belum peta kekuatan, kira-kira siapa nih top 3 untuk babak regular season?
Ya mungkin kelihatan RRQ sih. RRQ 1, kedua gig, yang ketiga mungkin PTR.
Oke, 3 tim ini ya kelihatan. Tapi RRQ hari ini kira-kira bakal ngedapetin kemenangan di leg keduanya juga nggak nih Skylar nih?
Harusnya menang sih, soalnya biasanya kan abis match 1 sini ke boost mental buat memenangkan game kedua juga.
Widih, tadi sebelum duduk di sini ada ngobrol-ngobrol nggak sama player?
Oh enggak, takutnya ya biarkan mereka fokus dulu di pertandingan, nanti kelar game baru.
Baik, Skylar, tapi mungkin ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak sih? Mumpung lagi datang ke sini, Skylar, sampaikan sesuatu untuk RRQ atau mungkin untuk Kingdom? Semangat.
Oh, ya. Aduh, ini udah gak pegang mic.
Untuk kawan-kawanku nih.
Ya buat Kingdom tetap support terus RRQ sampai akhir week. Punya kalian keren.
Kalian keren. Biasa kita ngelihat Skylar stream di rumah, sekarang di MPL. Tapi katanya next season ditunggu untuk di panggung lagi. Kasih tepuk tangan untuk Skylar. Dan thank you banget Skylar, itu dia. Kingdom Manado sudah hadir. Semuanya juga sudah nggak sabar untuk menyaksikan bagaimana kelanjutan dari Derby Classic. Kita masih akan menantikan apakah akan menjadi 2-0. Atau akan menjadi 1-1? Kita nggak akan tahu akan menjadi kemenangan mutlak dari RRQ atau malah tim EVOS yang akan mengejar ketertinggalan. So, kita akan cari tahu bersama-sama dari para caster yang sudah nggak sabar kayaknya untuk menuju Land of Dawn. Kita udah nggak sabar, mari bersama-sama kita cari tahu bersama.
Thank you, Bude. And he was, Skylar, in the building, and he did mention a spill a little bit that he might be coming back to the pro scene next season. Well, he didn't say he might. He will be coming back to the pro scene next season.
That's a big bomb to drop on us fans there out of nowhere.
Very casually as well.
That random fan from Manado, man, is crazy.
Yeah, random Kingdom from Manado, man. Congratulations on the engagement again, Mr. Skylar, man. Who they said that, you know, his things planned out in life, you know, everything. Engaged, and then now waiting for the next season to play again. But Skylar, I gotta be honest with you, careful, because Toy is doing really good right now, right? Coming back. We've seen that before, an arc from Sin. Sin took a break, came back, and Skylar was already better than him.
Oh.
That's how much a season can really grow a player, develop a player.
You know what doesn't change?
What?
The best device in the biz,
You're
guys.
talking about
Samsung
this?
Galaxy S25 series. All right, it's the best of the best because it is equipped with the Snapdragon 8 Elite 4 Gaming Galaxy processor built on a 3nm technology, making it the fastest processor ever in a Samsung Galaxy device. And with this cutting-edge technology, you guys can experience lag-free and super smooth gaming. Even Miracle's in game already.
No, I'm not. I'm queuing.
He's in game already.
But that's kind of quick, though.
He's
Super
in
quick.
game already.
Dude,
That's how quick it is.
Samsung,
All right.
give me this phone and I'll smash the other phone that I have.
And if you guys don't enjoy gaming, you know, you want to make content instead, you guys can actually do that as well because it has a 50 MP ultra-wide camera, which is perfect for group selfies.
It
You
has
can
a-
take pictures with your friends, all right? There's also the AI-powered
It's like a
features
selfie.
that make your life so much simpler.
Selfie boys.
Okay. Oh yeah. And the design, of course, and the colors are always so fresh and so new, just appealing to everyone and adhering to all the wants in the market, pros, to get yourself
Damn.
Samsung.
Don't forget the AI-powered features as well. The
Yep.
circle to search. I mean, yeah, there's just so many things you can do with the AI on Samsung, man. I've almost lost track, honestly.
Are you gonna ask him questions?
Yeah, the auto translate is another one, right?
I'm gonna ask Gemini.
Who is... Well, Miracle is doing that though. Make sure that you try and get some of the bonuses worth up to 5 million rupiah because the promo is only valid until April the 15th, 2025. Fortunate.
I don't wanna do it.
What? Why?
I asked Gemini who's going to win MPL ID he or she said an answer that I don't want to say.
What is the answer?
No, you can't see it. It's okay.
Did you delete it?
Closed it. I deleted it. Oh.
Will win MPL ID.
You can type it in like that.
Don't, man. Don't.
Oh.
See, you can't really spoil it, right?
That's
spoil
pretty
it.
crazy.
Let's see if her prediction comes true.
That's pretty cool. That's really cool.
I just want to say I'm glad I got right here.
Guys, honestly, that's the first. That's not true. Don't listen to that clue. That's not true.
It's gonna throw us off the scent.
That was the first time I've used the Gemini
Yeah.
AI. Pretty cool. I want one now.
Dude, I already have one. You can buy it off of me.
No. I'll just buy it at samsung.com/ID, or I can always
like
just scan
taking notes,
the QR
right?
code down below.
Ooh.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah.
You can draw.
Okay, we're
Yeah,
going to the
of course.
Samsung Zone Cam as I'm drawing. Oh, the pen
the
is so
fold?
nice. What? How do you delete stuff? Oh.
So you can have all these facilities, and you also get to be in a Team Galaxy zone by Samsung Galaxy. Wow. I mean, it's just benefit upon benefit here.
Sorry, I'm busy.
She's busy writing notes with her S Pen and her S25. Well, speaking of notes, seems like Avil will have to keep on writing notes right now to see what they can do in the next game, because RRQ definitely have their number right now. That early game, winning it out. I think the big mistake for Mr. Man Evos was losing out in the first battle. Remember the shadow kill?
Right. Yeah, and
Kaibusa getting 2 kills at the start of the game.
that's the thing there, because I think they were relying on the Valentina and the Suyo, right? Just more fighting prowess, potentially. Also the Primal Wrath. But against a Luo Yi, we've seen time and time again, it's just so difficult to fight a Luo Yi level 4. Because, I mean, before the diversion is even a factor there, just the yin-yang effect alone is just such a problem to deal with. And RRQ, they have a Hayabusa, you know, a really good hero in the early game, and they have the highlights with the Revitalize, right? The Revitalize means that the whole team of RRQ is going to be tankier than EVOs. So those might be the factors that allowed RRQ to kind of catch EVOs off guard with their damage output and their sustainability. That's definitely something that EVOs want to look out for in the next game if they really want to try and contest that neutral objective again.
Which is why it was crazy for me that, wow, MPL Arena, the Kingdom, man, never disappoints. Both sides are showing their support for their teams, but that's why it was crazy for me that the Luo Yi took 2 phases to finally get picked up. Because I thought that the Louis would be picked up in first phase from RQ, and then they didn't. But then EVOs also didn't ban it out in the second phase for RQ to still be able to get their hands on the Luo Yi in the second phase with the Badang.
I think both teams weren't really expecting the Luo Yi, because it is on paper a very dangerous tool still for any team. But we haven't really seen a lot of teams heavily prio it, make it the cornerstone of their entire game plan. So maybe they just weren't. They thought something else was going to be more important. For EVOs there, it was Chushin and the Phobias. So I think they were really trying to limit the fighting potential from RRQ instead of that macro advantage. But now they've switched their attention over to the Kimi.
This is scary, man. Banning out the Kimi means that you're going to have to leave one of the options we were talking about earlier open, Harith or Joy. RRQ are they going to ban the Mathilda again with the Kimi already banned out?
Draxian phase. Game number 2 presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. And that is the question. If they do ban out of Matilda, then they should be able to get their hands on the high again if they want to. Kalea will also be an option. Harith, also an option. Oh, they're the ones that ban out the Hayabusa instead.
So this is going to be the Joy ban, right?
It should be. I don't see why it wouldn't. If that's the case, then RRQ potentially will go for the Harith. That's the only thing, right? If EVOs go for the Harith ban, then RRQ go for the Joy. And if they go for the Joy, then they can get a Granger. So, regardless, RRQ is going to have a good balance, I think, in the jungle and gold lane when it comes to the damage type.
But Granger is banned.
Oh wait, you're right. Huh. So it's just a Habit then. Habit Joy. Being
Yeah.
contested.
I think RRQ will prioritize the... They might prioritize Kalea actually over the Joy.
Magic is my life.
Alright, but never mind. I think they're gonna go Joy then. With the Harith already banned out.
So picking the Joy into the Kalea. There are ways for Evos to punish if they do get their hands onto that tick. But we've seen it before. We've seen RRQ deal with Key's pick-off potential on that Kalea before. You can kind of draft around it still. So for Evos, I think they still have to go for it. But along with that, what else is the question here?
This one was even more difficult.
They can't go Suyo, right?
They
Do
can,
they
but it will
set
be
up
bad.
for
Yeah.
the Lucas pick?
Huh.
Did they go Lucas Matilda?
You're right. I mean, Matilda is open.
But I think they want to go Kalea over that. Going Lucas Matilda first pick is a mistake that RRQ went.
Exactly.
But this time you already see the Joy. So do you want to just go for it then?
My tail's been itching for a
They go Kalea. And Suyo!
What? They're going full Naruto!
Oh man, all they need is a Lucas to get that Team 7.
Dude, Team 7 and they're 7th in the standings?
Oh my lord!
How is this working out, bro? That's kind of eerie.
Okay, so RQ, did they just go Badang then? Did they just go for the setup heroes? Badang and they gotta go goal, I think. Badang Moskov? Did
They
they
could
go
still
Badang
go
Moskov?
Luo Yi.
Huh?
They could still go Luo Yi.
They wanna go
they
this
can.
early though.
Huh.
Alright, they go Jushin Hylos.
So no gold lane though.
Yeah. I think Evos will take a gold laner here, right? The Moskov hasn't worked for them to be fair, but last game they were up against Kimmy. So now no Kimmy on the board. It'll be very tough for Toys we get into the second phase. They can try to ban him out.
They can get the Moskov and then they can start banning away options. Oh, Yeve! Yeah, the counters are still available for this Chushin, so RRQ picked it up very, very early on. The idea might be to really go for this jungle-centric style, have the Hylas and Chushin kind of brute force their way and allow the Joy to really flourish in the early game, get some kills under his belt. Against the Yeve though, it really won't be as clear-cut anymore. And both teams now have a concern for the gold lane, but Evos are the ones who will have their pick first for the gold option.
Interesting. So I guess Evos are planning on just picking up the gold lane first in second phase red side.
Do
Right.
Evos want to ban out Claude?
They're the ones that ban out the glue. So they're not interested actually in utilizing the glue. Are they gonna go glue Badang ban then? Because the Phobius is still up for grabs. Can still work technically with the Hylos, even though it's not the best. I think the Badang is still the best choice for RRQ.
Isn't RRQ just telling Evos like, you want a gold lane, you can pick it, but then we can go for the Phobius potentially? You know, instead of the Badang, I don't know.
Ah, Evos are trying to go Phobius first then.
Oh, is that the idea?
That's why they banned glue.
That makes sense. But they can still go Hylas against the Phobius, and it's not a really awful matchup, is it?
Yeah, they can go for the XP, but
Yeah.
the Phobius will be a big problem for the Joy later on in neutral objective fights.
True.
That's the combo that's been taken away, the Beatrix Kalea combo.
So no burst damage. If Evos want to go for the pick-off style, they already have a great combo here with the Kalea Suyo. It's a different version of the Jawhead Suyo that we've seen Evos succeed very frequently on. Final ban though. If the all-purple picks here, the Phobius, is what they're looking for, it's fair to assume it might be another EXP lane, another good pick that can shut down the Phobius.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. CC gets banned out here.
Huh.
They're trying to put the ball in the hands of Reggie here. We've seen Reggie be that decisive EXP laner that can kind of lead the team. But yeah, RRQ, they're focusing fully on the gold lane. They have no concerns about the potential Phobius.
Okay. What's going to be the choice for Evos? Do they go for the Phobius then? Because if they do go for the Phobius, like you mentioned, the Hylos will just be flex to XP and then they go Badang. Or even... Yeah, they should be the ones going Badang, right? Huh.
You're not gonna go Edith again, right?
With the CC ban, technically, they can still go Gatot. Gatot Kalea.
Oh man,
It's been a combo in the past.
it's a good mix of engage and counter engage as well. Allows some more frontline for the Kalea. Because we know the Kalea struggles really hard when they don't really have another frontliner looking for information. They go with the Bruno though. And now RRQ are the ones with a limited amount of options. Do they have a pocket pick here to slot in?
They don't need a pocket pick. They can just go for the safe Moskov, I think.
Moskov, Claude is an option.
The Claude, Moskov, 2 blinks against the Eve. Really good.
Yeah.
I wonder, is it just the confidence issue now, Evos? Does Erlan just not want to play Moskov anymore?
I mean, technically his Moskov in game number 1 wasn't like a bad Moskov.
There you
It
go.
just was a passive Moskov.
what?
That's a signature Franco pick for Edok.
Wow.
And we see the 1-1 pop in as well.
Now the Aerithal ban makes sense. They were setting up for the 1-1 pickup.
Oh man. Bruno against the 1-1. Well, 1-1 has a bit more advantage there, no?
What?
The Bruno against the 1-1?
It's a skill matchup. Level 1, it's 1-1 with the Inspire, but Bruno can always just slide tackle away from weakness points.
Just disengage? Well, interesting. RRQ though, they're really gearing for this snowball-heavy style. I don't think this is a composition you want to take into the late game.
They gotta go Gatot at this point, right? It has to be Gatot.
I think that really works. Unless they want to get something that can just regen, can stay in the front like a Hilda or something.
Priestess of Primal
They just
Light,
go
Edith
the
again.
hunter of all the evil gods.
I was wondering if the Edith will get picked up again. What do you guys think about the drafts?
I see the win cons here for sure for RRQ. But I think first neutral objective. Evils are looking to snowball early basically with this composition.
Yeah. I feel like Evos, they have enough, they have a balanced composition, but I feel like this isn't a draft that is made to counter the early game aggression here. When RRQ are really trying to push that level 4, level 5 advantage, Evos are gonna really be forced to give up some lives here as sacrificial, as a sacrifice to really extend the game a bit longer. They're not really good at disengaging and getting out of trouble.
Match point, ladies and gentlemen. Shinobi's back at home watching between Evos and RRQ. Leg number 2, Classic Derby. Everything we've been hyping for may end here. RRQ are 1 game away. Will they be able to do it as we get into the land of Dawn for game number 2?
Good take from Reggie, taking the shot so that Albert doesn't get delayed. That level 1 for 1-1.
That's Toy trying to abuse that level 1 potential as much as possible before it's out of the picture. And even in the bottom side, Taiwan on the high loss also trying to do the same thing. This really good all-in for both lanes. Everyone trying to strike back though. But there's going to be the regen still for Toy. That's a big factor as Edok makes his way up there. This Franco though, again, no one can really deal quote-unquote with the Franco. Anyone that gets hooked right now from Evos, they can't really get out. They can't really escape or nullify that pick-off threat here. So looking at the emblems, Inspire for the Yi, common emblem for Erlan and the Bruno, so he's just trying to scale, trying to have an okay lane as much as possible. But for RRQ, as you can see there, it's all of the utility, all the movement speed, and battle prowess, like the tenacities, because they want to go for all these brawls as much as possible and really avoid taking this game into the late game. We'll see if they can execute it as cleanly as they need to though, because if they make several mistakes here, Evos' draft in the late game seems a lot more flexible, a lot more workable than RRQ.
Yeah, they got the early and late technically. For RRQ, it's just mid, it looks, right? Not mid as in mid-average, I mean mid as in mid-game. Rins, Tsujin, Toy, all of them kind of hit their power spike mid-game.
And that's what we're going to be looking at. It takes a layer of execution here. There goes the hook. Pre-level 4, RRQ have that in the bag. But here's Key, not yet level 4 yet.
Yep. It's gonna be the stun onto Reggie. Key jumping to the back as well. Albert, forced to use the Blade Surge. Rins on him already. Reggie finds the Earth Shatter on 3. It's gonna be Albert literally running away, but the rest of the team wants to fight. They go back onto Dyron, Soul Sever. Key looking for the play one more time. Jumps onto Dyron. Sway low with the damage. Tsujin still in the bush, and Albert gets first blood. But RRQ get the turtle.
So it's a kill traded over for the neutral objective, and the kill is for Dyron. In the grand scheme of things, who would that trade be worth it for?
I think so far it's still worth it for RRQ. They do want to have this tempo disadvantage. They have the early to mid game composition, so it doesn't make sense to draft like this and let go of the turtle. So being able to get it is definitely within their game plans. Losing Dyron for it, not ideal. I feel like they could have entered and left the fight cleaner in that sense. And so far, this Franco from Edok, the signature pick, hasn't really done a lot so far. There's burst damage for RRQ, but it's still only Sutsujin, so they have to wait a bit longer before they can really nuke down and burst someone out.
Sure, that's if he gets the hooks, because he hasn't really landed anyone just yet. Nothing too big, rather. Which is why the Franco pick was interesting, right? Sure, there's synergy with the Wanwan, but with the Jushin, you usually see something that has a lot more burst-heavy damage to kind of be the securer against that hook from Edok. But we'll see how this pans out. Edok, I think maybe just the fact that he's on his signature pick is already like a mental game against Evos, because we've seen them really tread carefully around this Franco. By the way, is this Franco still sitting at 100% win rate?
I believe so. Look at the stats for confirm that one. But I feel like maybe RRQ is looking... Oh, wow.
He with an attempt on a read. That's a signature. Usually we say, "Lu bukan baloy." You're not baloy.
Oh,
can't make those reads. Man, I feel like RRQ have so many more combos to pair with that Iron Hook. Anyone who gets lifted with that Lantern Flare, anyone who gets hit with a Law and Order by Dyron, gets stunned there, can always be translated into a hook. I wonder if that's the idea here. Everyone can technically set up for an Iron Hook, which means everyone has to be respected from Evos. But Edok already preemptively throwing it out. Lantern Flare though.
Earth Shatter already baited out. Evos are taking it super slow, but this benefits RRQ. Remember, they don't have the best mid-game, or they don't have the best early game. Evos definitely have the better one here. Turtle can be reset. Purple buff, Sutsujin on it. Albert is a level ahead, was a level ahead, but Sutsujin is just waiting in the bush. Reggie holding on to it. Glorious Pathway coming down. That's going to be Reggie jumping with the Earth Shatter, and now it's going to be key as well. Edok on that spot right now. That's going to be the retreat win for Albert. Sutsujin gets caught, but it's a crossbow tag over to Reggie, who's still on him. In the back, it's Dyron, the horse, Lone Stallion. That's Albert with the help of Swaylo to grab the kill.
A much better setup from the White Tigers in that previous engage. You do see them being able to get the kills, plus the neutral objective take as well, because of the fact that Sutsujin was held down for so long.
And if you look at the drafts, it's just not the ideal way RRQ wants to take these fights. The Evos are the ones that want to make a big moment happen when everyone's grouped up together with the primal wrath, with the real world manipulation, right? Yeah. RRQ wants to try and get something before that because they have so many ways to chase down. With the Glorious Pathway, with the Lantern Flare, right? There are combos available here to at least guarantee one person can get caught from Evos. Now that there's no neutral objective.
Oh! Iron Hook, Erlan take... Oh, but Edok gets the kill. Still a good kill. Erlan without the Purify. It's going to be a problem.
Yeah, not the best kill allocation, but like Arashi was just talking about, this is the pick-off potential that the composition of RRQ has, and this is what we're expecting. Not them getting grouped up, not them going for the 5v5 team fights, but looking for these picks earlier on. We're finally seeing it getting translated. We'll look whether or not Edok can find another moment.
I was thinking with this kind of pressure from RRQ, they can use it to deny a lot of areas from Evos. Okay,
not too sure if you want to go on Dyron, and they won't. He noticed it too. He's like, okay, that's just a horse.
Yeah, can't jump on the horse, man. He's okay with that. He's a durable boy. But again, I really feel like RRQ, they should really be using this early game pressure to find something else. Even if they can't really go for the pickoffs because Evos are respecting that potential, they should really try and find something, you know, in the jungle, kind of zone them out with the pickup potential and steal some camps away from Albert because he's actually at an XP lead against Sutsujin. That's just not the way you want this game to be going.
Yeah, he has been for quite a bit. Even in the previous Turtle exchange, Albert also understanding this. Walking up, Sutsujin as well, actually. Looking for a 1v1 against Albert.
He already used the electrifying beats. That's an angle for Albert. He's already 2 levels ahead. You can see on Key, able to get the Tsunami Slam. Edok with the flicker out to safety. No flicker for Edok. An Iron Hook as well. Wow, early winter crown for Edok. Evo's on a turtle, Rin's taking a half HP, Darren walking up, only getting the sun on Sway Low. The real revelation gets locked down. It's gonna be Albert with the Soul 7, the Retribution, Sutsujin in the back line. Key looking to play again, Rin's with the Crimson Beacon to escape. Evo's with the turtle win. They're looking to go mid, and everyone is low for RRQ.
Another win for Evos here, as they're going to be able to pick up this turret in the mid lane as well. 2,300 gold lead, and they have all the kills on the right people as well. 202 on Suelo. You have a kill over onto Erlan, one as well for Albert. And it feels like RRQ are forcing these team fights in a situation where it doesn't actually favor their composition. I wonder why they keep going for the same strategy.
When it comes down to it, they just don't have enough damage, right? Whenever they do go in and they're trying to burst someone down, they don't have enough damage right now to really catch Evos off guard. That's why Edok is also kind of less of a threat right now. He has the Winter Crown, but again, there's no one from the side of Evos that can be locked down and guaranteed. Key
lifts Edok up. Good bloody hunt to cancel it down. Reggie gets an Earth Jet onto the back of the crossbow. Tang lands. Reggie caught on the back spot. Suelo taken down. Albert jumps in. Erlan trying to cut away. Flickers out away from Sutsujin, and that's going to be Sutsujin taken very low. Wow. Albert jumps in, gets the Katon. Rins gets Erlan. A disaster for Evos. But Albert could be the saving grace. Gets a double in the mid lane. That's a turret falling. Good equalizer though for RRQ.
3-4-4 trade at the very end of it. Really great cover coming from Edok as well, anticipating the fact that Evo's Key in particular was going to be looking for a pick. The fact that the Bloody Hunt hit and the last hook hit as well was able to allow Sutsujin to survive for a little bit longer for him to get that trade kill in the very end.
I think Sutsujin did a great job in that fight as well. The fact that he can get to the back line and really delete Sway Low. Because Sway Low, as of right now, is still one of the highest damage dealers when it comes to that initial clash of a fight. So the fact that he was able to get in the back line, delete them immediately, that's a great showing from RRQ, but they don't want to be trading evenly at all with Evos because, again, of the scaling issue. With the Lord in the picture now, Evos has a bit more pressure, but look at Darren.
Suelo cut down. Key looking for the back again. Able to find it. Bloody Hunt locking Reggie down now, and that's going to be Evos cutting away, but they're all split up. Darren taken low. A few shots from Erlan, not enough though. Only Rins traded in for 2.
2-for-1 trade, and it looks like the White Tigers will not be able to completely commit onto this. You do see that Key is holding on to the Lord for just a bit, but he knows that they don't have enough firepower as well with all the resources already utilized, especially the Tsunami Slam by Key.
You can see RRQ taking it slow as well. They've rushed to try and go for the Lord before, clearly learning from their mistakes. There's a chance here for Edok to make another play just to keep Evos funneling more members into the Lord. But no, they can't find it. Evos are back in shape, and earlier RRQ won that fight because they were able to get their hands on Suelo immediately. Now Key,
Tsunami Slam, Darren caught in the bad spot, will pop into Glorious Pathway, but will be picked off. 1-0 pick up for Evos. They have time to play with 23 seconds. Darren will be down.
Look at the wave on the top side though. It's pushing for RRQ. There's definitely some urgency for Evos. And they do have the engage tools. And now they're going to pressure for the Lord with a level advantage on Albert too. This could be a winning angle for Evos.
Earth Shatter and the Flicker and the Onward. That's giving the chase. CC jumps into the back, able to find the Bloody Hunt on Suelo. Now it's Sutsujin who dives in. Erlan cutting away. Toy walking up. Sutsujin with triple. Erlan with the Flicker forward, finding one. Oh! Sutsujin will try to go for the Savage, but gets shut down by Suelo.
That was monstrous. That was a huge gamble that they made. And it did work out in favor of RRQ.
Whoa.
They're going for the kill. They're leaving the Lord. That's a reset Lord. Has actually been able to be continued.
Wait, they can't go for it now.
Suelo is still there as well.
A dive into Toy. Suelo looking for the kill. Toy getting it. He's very low though, has to recall. Suelo down for another 27 seconds as the rest of Evos walk back to Lord.
Way too close for comfort right there. RRQ, they were trying to buy some time, allow that wave to exert pressure for Evos, and that wave almost took out the base, not the base turret, but the turret on the top side. Now RRQ, without Suelo in the picture, go for a pick onto Reggie.
Iron Hook and the Bloody Hunt, still gonna be Reggie, still alive. That's the airborne too, wow, the CC! Chain CC Rins with the proper timing to follow it up, and now it is all RRQ.
That's the power spike hitting as well for the side of RRQ, and the power of their pickoffs really coming to life here in this second game we're finally seeing the reason why RRQ committed with the Franco pick. Actually, if you guys want to view MPL from a different perspective, you can do so with Mr. Ade.
Mr. Ade Setiawan, great man, great character. Definitely having strong opinions here, as always, about this match. Now RRQ, I mean, you're seeing again, the lockdown potential is definitely there. It's only on whether or not they have the damage to do so. Fortunately for RRQ, Toy was able to get the Malefic gun before that fight, so he has that damage. As Ade emotes onto the screen.
Oh man. Now with a tier 2 taken down in mid lane, they're going to be looking for the full siege. The gold lead isn't like, the snowball isn't as much as RRQ would hope for in the mid game. But the fact that they have taken control of the game shows you again just how powerful that mid-game power spike is of RRQ with this composition.
But they're up against a Yves and a Bruno, great long range coming in. And Erlan, you saw earlier, does a ton of damage at this point in time. Already one item away from full build, but look at this now, RRQ. Can they find something?
Finding the body hunt. RWM though, lock them down. Toy gonna be taken very low, but Reggie gets slain! Rins picks up a Sky Piercer stack. He sustaining. That's the Lord dealt with. They go for the conceal. Keys looking to play on the Sutsujin! He finds it! Tsunami Slam coming down. Albert looking for play as well. Sutsujin! Gets away! Evo's unable to get a trade back.
Albert always going for the chase there. Not going to be able to commit onto it. Sutsujin's still going to be able to escape. That's an inhibitor turret in the mid lane as well, taken down.
RRQ pushing through with the pick of pressure as the only tool they're using, and they're able to get 2 base turrets. Evos, that was unfortunate. That was the play they were trying to use to equalize, to strike back against RRQ, but Sutsujin makes it out. Now with 2 base turrets down, they have an angle to play that calculated style again for the Lord, the way they really want to. And Evos are the ones that are going to be stuck looking for a lot of these fights, again, mainly onto Key. And his options are only going to be Edok and Dairon for the most part, unless he can do something crazy and get his hands onto Sutsujin.
For sure, we're taking a look at the items as well. We saw the Sky Piercer built in for Rins earlier on. Mirko mentioned 1 stack already in his hands. He's 1,100 ahead in gold compared to Suelo, who just secured the Divine Glaive.
Still a lot of damage coming through from Suelo as well, but I think the gold lane is where we're looking right now. Erlan only less than 1,000 gold behind compared to Toy. And we've seen the late game Bruno. This was a strat that was meta for quite a while back then. Dairon.
They're gonna all in onto Dairon. Rins in the back already. Dairon still able to survive. Glorious pathway. Oh! Evos! They've used almost, well, actually, only 1 ultimate for 2. Wait! I thought they used more.
It was just a Tsunami Slam. Now, without the Glorious Pathway, without the Crimson Beacon, RRQ's fighting prowess is not ideal, but they have a wave on top there. That's what they're trying to use, and Rins can scout so efficiently. The Purifier is still available. He's going to zone everyone away.
Reggie so far. Rins found the bad spot. Has to win a crown. Sutsujin takes it. Key looking for the kill. That's going to be Edok with the bloody hunt. Locking Erlan down. In the back, Key unable to get Rins. A disaster for Evos. Only getting Dairon. And RRQ definitely will be happy with that. Even the base at half HP. No Erlan, only Suelo, Albert, and Reggie.
This is a disaster for Evos right now. They want to be able to make it outside of the 7th zone.
Already used up. Sutsujin able to escape. 70 seconds on Erlan. RRQ are going to try to play with this. 20 seconds for the next wave to spawn. Reggie has to buy a lot of time. Can he do it? Rins looking for the pickup. Reggie thrown back. Bloody Hunt will lock him down despite the flicker. The winning crown comes in as well. And RRQ will clean sweep Evos in the Classic Derby.
Leg number 1, it was a 2-1 for RRQ. Leg number 2, they make it even cleaner. The Kingdom rejoices here in MPL Arena as RRQ cement their position at number 1 on the standings. Undisputed, uncontested. Evos will have to accept yet another defeat.
Wow. We talked about how the late game couldn't really work for RRQ, but they were able to play the macro so well there. And let's not forget that final play. We talked about how it's concerning that Erlan is scaling up, potentially having the items and firepower to take out RRQ, but he was shut down completely. The awareness for RRQ on their win conditions is what really allowed them to shut down EVOs completely, dude. That was a great performance.
A phenomenal performance, and I gotta say, man, Edok again stealing the show with his Franco. This guy, he was the assassin in this game, finding Erlan twice. And then the Suelo RWM cancel in the mid-game.
The Bloody Hunt was super valuable. A different shade, a different layer. So let's talk to the Kingdom. Let's talk to RRQ.
Derby Classic ditutup dengan 2-0. Kemenangan mutlak di season 15 didapatkan oleh tim RRQ. Dan kali ini di leg kedua, Susujin hadir. Menutup dengan 2-0 di Derby Classic ini. Buat Susujin sendiri, Derby Classic ini gimana sih?
Ya seru lah kayak biasanya. Cuman hari ini kayak ada Bangler jadi lebih semangat lagi.
Waduh. Jadi penyemangat tersendiri ya. Tapi ada nggak sih kata-kata mungkin yang disampaikan sebelum Derby Classic? Ngerti nggak Bang Ler akan datang?
Nggak tahu.
Jadi kaget tiba-tiba ada duduk di depannya?
Iya.
Lalu habis itu kalian berlima langsung, yuk guys kita tunjukin ada apa yang kalian perbincangkan?
Ya nggak, kita keluarin full power kita.
Wow, full power. 2-0 udah didapatkan. Tapi kan leg 1 kamu nggak bermain ya Susujin? Ada Hazel yang main. Apa nih yang mungkin Hazel sampaikan untuk Derby Classic ini? Ada nggak sebelum mungkin dia pergi ke Malaysia?
Nggak ada sih, dia cuma apa ya, ngasih aura-aura aliennya aja.
Aura-aura alien. Oke. Banyak alien sekarang, tapi kalau Susujin sendiri sekarang kan jungler yang tertukar, jungler yang terpisah sekarang. Kamu harus akhirnya melawan Albert dengan kondisi jungler yang ke-switch nih. Gimana sih kamu ngelihat Albert yang saat ini ada di EVOS?
Masih jago banget lah Albert. Jago banget.
Jago banget. Dibanding sebelumnya ini lebih jago lagi?
Ya, ini lebih jago lagi dari season-season sebelumnya.
Oke, lebih jago dari season sebelumnya, tapi kita ngeliat tadi bahkan ada bener-bener game 1, game kedua bertabur maniak. Banyak banget, ramai sekali hari ini. Ini RRQ lagi mode gas terus atau gimana?
Ya, lagi ini mode ganyang aja.
Ganyang aja?
Ya.
Ngedapetin maniak, dan kita tahu banget kayak ini RRQ yang mungkin mungkin ini ada yang bisa bantu jawab ya. Apakah kekalahan di sebelumnya membawa pelajaran tersendiri? Apakah ada pesan dari Cascute atau dari Pak Ape untuk Derby Classic ini? Ayo diomelin kan? Untuk Derby Classic ini tuh, ada Abang Cascute, apakah ada Pak Ape juga yang menyampaikan pesan-pesan sebelum Derby Classic ini mulai?
Ya semangat aja pokoknya, jangan kalah sama EVOS.
Udah itu aja, pesan simple, singkat, padat dan dijalankan. Iya. Tapi kalau kita mungkin ngebahas dari kekalahan sebelumnya ya. Apa sih pelajaran yang mungkin kalian dapatkan dari kekalahan sebelumnya, terus kalian perbaiki dan datang di minggu ke-7 ini?
Kesalahan ya paling kesalahan basic lah yang kayak ya kurang disiplin gitu-gitu doang sih.
Gitu-gitu doang?
Ya.
Tapi Dairen, Bude ingin mendengar suara Dairen nih. Ngelihat perjuangan kalian membetulkan yang tadi kurang disiplin bla 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 dari beberapa hari ini. Gimana nih? Apa yang kalian lakukan nih?
Iya Bude, benar. Kita bego kemarin, makanya kita dimarahin abang.
Ini kali pertama abang marah kan? Pertama kali abang marah-marah?
Iya kayaknya.
Berarti lumayan bikin shock dong?
Enggak lah, kan marah tandanya sayang.
Lalu dengan permainan kali ini kira-kira abang udah puas belum nih dengan permainan kalian hari ini? Menjawab marah-marahnya abang nggak di minggu lalu?
Nggak tahu gimana bang.
Tapi kalau kalian performanya udah memberikan semuanya dong, harusnya bagus dong hasilnya.
Iyalah, bisa dibilang 90% lah, karena gak ada yang sempurna di dunia ini.
Dairen. Benar, baru 90% nggak ada yang sempurna, masih menunggu 99%-nya kita loh. Tapi kalau dari Toy, hari ini Toy juga ngedapetin maniaknya. 1-1 dari Toy, 100% win rate pula. Toy, kamu bermain hari ini dengan 1-1 100% win rate, kamu jaga dengan baik. Gimana sih kamu bisa membawa kemenangan di game pertama tadi close game banget. Lalu game kedua cepet banget.
Mungkin dapat buff sih, Bro. Soalnya ada sekitar datang kan sini, jadi semangat ya mainnya.
Memang ini ya. Tapi gimana untuk kali pertama? Langsung ditonton oleh sepuhnya di depan matamu.
Deg-degan sih, Bro.
Deg-degan?
Iya.
Tapi ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak ke Bang Skylar yang udah sampai di sini nonton kamu?
Ya buat Bang Ler ya makasih lah udah dukung kita datang ke sini. Woi. Terima kasih lah.
Terima kasih aja. Mau adu bayuan nggak sama Bang Skylar?
Gak mau, takut.
Oh, gak mau takut. Kamu takut, oke. Tapi kemenangan hari ini dengan berhadapan kembali dengan Airline, untuk Toy sendiri bagaimana sih? Berhadapan kembali, di leg 1 sekarang ketemu lagi leg kedua dengan Airline.
Mungkin kalau buat hari ini sih menangnya senang banget ya Bude. Soalnya kan kalau yang kemarin tuh kita kalah comeback, jadi kurang senang aja.
Berarti menang yang mutlak seperti ini lebih enak?
Ya.
Lebih memuaskan?
Lebih memuaskan.
Oke. Dan kalau melihat dari sisi Idok yang tadi, Franco dari Idok muncul. Kalau kata orang berarti tandanya itu saatnya tim RRQ ngedapetin kemenangan. Jadi untuk mengeluarkan Francomu itu sendiri, memang ini momen yang tepat.
Ya dari ikutin komposisi hero juga.
Ngikutin komposisi hero. Tapi Idok, Francomu juga masih 100% win rate loh. Ngelihat, satu hero signature dari Idok dan bahkan dari RRQ bisa dibilang loh. Ini memang turun-temurun darah Franco ada di dalam dirimu, Dok.
Nggak tahu sih.
Tapi berarti kan kamu harus bisa melihat pergerakan dari setiap player EVOS. Gimana caramu untuk mempelajari dan bahkan di leg kedua 2-0 bukan 2-1 lagi?
Ya nggak ada sih, di depan Indiren aku tarik-tarik aja Bude.
Tarik-tarik aja semua. Dapat
gigit.
Dapat gigit, itu aja simple. Yang penting tarik, dapat gigit. Ngelihat hasil yang baik 2-0 sekarang Derby Classic. Tapi Derby Classic ini juga pastinya spesial karena posisi juga kalian harus mempertahankan. Sekarang 6 slot babak playoff itu lagi diperbutkan 8 tim. Semuanya masih terbuka. Ini kalian ngeliat persaingan ini gimana sih? Idok di minggu yang ke-7.
Ya persaingan sih ya ketat banget sih Bude. Dari peringkat 1 sampai mungkin peringkat 7 ya. Ya poinnya dekat-dekatan semua. Jadi ya semua tim harus mati-matian sama try hard.
Termasuk kalian posisi 1?
Ya, kami juga masih merasa terancam.
Masih betul karena ini benar-benar berasa match-nya begitu dekat. Khususnya next match. Lawan kalian, yang nggak sih Geek Fam akan berada di bawah kalian. Berada di nomor 2 sekarang.
Ya poin penting juga lah kalau menang lawan mereka.
Poin penting kalau menang lawan mereka. Dan Geek Fam yang sekarang berada di posisi kedua. Kalian memandang tim, dulu Geek Fam bukan di posisi nomor 2, sekarang mereka ada di posisi 2. Kalian memandang Geek Fam berbeda atau bagaimana?
Ya pastinya berbeda dengan improve mereka yang cepat Bude.
Siap ketemu Baloy?
Siap.
Siap. Boleh sampaikan sesuatu untuk Baloy?
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun. Tapi kalau ngelihat Rins yang ada di pojok sana, Rins membawa satu tim untuk maju. Ini minggu yang ke-7, minggu yang udah mepet-mepet untuk masuk ke babak playoff. Gimana sih kamu bisa membawa tim ini untuk menjadi satu kesatuan, semakin kuat pula?
Apa tadi tanya pertanyaannya?
Gimana sih untuk ngebawa tim ini untuk bisa semakin kuat nih, untuk mungkin dirimu juga, untuk timnya juga harus semakin kuat masuk udah minggu ke-7 udah deket playoff nih Rins.
Mungkin kita tiap weeknya ini sih lebih improve. Lebih improve. Itu aja.
Pokoknya intinya improve.
Ya.
Hari ini udah improve dari minggu lalu belum?
Masih 50% setelah kekalahan.
50% setelah kekalahan. Jadi total berapa persen nih? RRQ ada di berapa persen? Ayo, berapa nih? Berapa kita hitung bersama-sama?
100. Nah, itulah.
Ya, gitulah ya. Tolong dibantu teman-teman ini. Mungkin Idok mau bantu jawab. RRQ lagi ada di posisi berapa nih? Kira-kira berapa persen?
85 ke atas.
85 ke atas. Itu dari Idok sendiri ya?
Ya.
Oke, kalau nextnya nih ya, dari tim RRQ, apa sih yang mungkin ingin didapatkan? Apakah upper bracket ingin mempertahankan posisi tetap? Dari Rins, ini kan kalau sekarang nomor 1 posisi upper bracket kan 1, top 2, 1 dan 2. Gimana sih kalian mungkin cara untuk mempertahankan posisi ini nih?
Mungkin kita tiap match selalu belajar sih, biar nggak terjadi kekalahan kayak kemarin lagi. Semoga menang terus biar bisa mempertahankan top 1.
Kalau misalnya, ini kan kemenangan, ada pelajaran yang kalian dapatkan nggak dari kemenangan ini?
Oh, banyak tadi.
Banyak. Apa, boleh kasih tahu nggak?
Mungkin tadi kita lebih bersabar lagi aja.
Lebih bersabar. Tapi hari ini kemenangan sudah kalian dapatkan dengan semua hal yang begitu memukau. Mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan?
Mungkin pesan buat Kingdom ya. Buat Kingdom yang lagi datang ke sini maupun yang lagi nobar di RKK Banjarmasin. Terima kasih udah support kita, mau menang maupun kalah. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Dan itulah dia, dari Kingdom pun sudah gak sabar untuk menyambut kemenangan di Derby Classic leg kedua. Sambutlah tim RRQ. Kingdom sedang merayakan, semua super fans pun juga rame banget yang ada di sini. Sebentar lagi kita akan happy bareng dengan adanya GoPay hadiah GG. Kalian bisa ngedapetin GoPay Coin secara gratis, secara cuma-cuma dengan hanya scan QR yang akan Bude munculkan nanti. Jadi siapkan semua device kalian, pastikan udah punya aplikasi GoPay. Bude yakin kalian udah punya, dan yang belum tahu mungkin baru datang ke sini, Bude akan tunjukin caranya mendapatkan GoPay hadiah GG. Dan caranya pastikan kalian punya aplikasi GoPay, download sekarang juga, unduh sekarang juga. Dan setelah itu buka kamera pada smartphone untuk scan QR yang nanti di pojok kiri situ muncul. Dan setelah scan pasti kalian bisa buka hadiah untuk terima GoPay hadiah. Selanjutnya GoPay Coins akan otomatis masuk ke dalam akun kalian. Nah, semuanya sudah mengangkat kamera tinggi-tinggi. Udah nih, sabar nih ya. Semuanya udah pada siap ya? Kita hitung mundur dari 1000, 9, lama ya. Dari 3, 2, 1. Inilah dia GoPay hadiah GG. Wah, langsung tunjukin dong. Bude mau lihat nih siapa yang dapat. Wih, rame-rame. Wes gila, buset. Asik, abis ini makan-makan dong. Semuanya pada udah happy, udah pada dapet. Silahkan. Dan kalau melihat wajah-wajah bahagia kalian, Bude juga makin happy. Karena kita juga benar-benar bisa merasakan euforia di MPL Arena, di Derby Classic. Semuanya benar-benar excited. Dan kita juga pengen tahu bagaimana ketatnya match ini. 2-0 hasil yang lebih baik untuk tim RRQ. Namun EVOS, apa yang terjadi? Kita akan langsung cari tahu bersama para caster yang bertugas. So caster, monggo.
Thank you so much, Bude, and once again, congratulations to RRQ and the Kingdom as they are now celebrating here in the MPL Arena. And I'm pretty sure they're also celebrating back at home from whence they came. Another victory here in leg number 2, making this the 17th win, I think? 17th or 18th win for RRQ over EVOS.
Wow. RRQ doing it 2-0-2 as a statement right there that they are back. We heard in the interview that they got scolded by Mr. KazQ after their loss against Onyx. And man, they improve. Oh, Adok, dude. Suelo, you see that? He canceled the RWM.
He kind of got caught off guard right there. Kind of move. I feel like overall he was moving really aggressively forward this game, when I really felt like that wasn't necessary, honestly. Because RRQ, whenever they see something like that, they will just jump on him immediately, and this guy is no exception.
That's why the fact that he was able to, thread the needle with the suppress over the real world manipulation, canceling it time and time again, made him deserve the player of the, not just the game, but also the match here presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. In the early game, we did mention that it was a little bit lackluster, that Franco. This was one of the moments that he was able to get it in that 5th minute, taking Erlan down, but the fact that he was able to have that much of an impact as we got to the mid towards the late game was a real groundbreaker for RRQ.
Especially with the early game traits there on the neutral objective being so difficult. This was one of the fights where they finally got some synergy going. They got Sutsujin in the backline. They got Toy to proc the crossbow of Tang. But even then, even when they were able to do so, look at what it cost them. I believe it was a 4-for-3 trade. So it definitely wasn't easy at all. But there were moments like this where RRQ really found the right target there to really jump on and immediately blow up. And that is what allowed them to really get ahead when it comes to the tempo and setting. And this play there, we were again talking about how it's going to be so difficult when the damage dealers of EVOs are going to scale up. And we said maybe Sutsujin is going to try and deal with that. But it turns out it's Edok time and time again finding that backline. And here, especially with the advantage after picking off Suelo, that's exactly where they want to be, man. And oof. They were relying really heavily on just pick off threat to deal with a long range like siege composition. And this was one of the close to final fights, I believe, where you can see Erlan's damage really ramping up, dude. But unfortunately, he gets taken out right there. And without the gold lane, there's just not enough damage in the late game. And through that advantage, that tiny advantage, they just found their window to really end the game. Despite, again, taking it to 16 minutes on a comp that should really be hardcore snowballing without snowballing in the mid game.
Let's see it again, the item builds here as we get into, again, the 2-0 win. Winter Crown, I'm looking straight at the right side here, Evo side. Winter Crowns are being built up, but yeah, it wasn't within the time period. Again, for RRQ Hoshi, we already said this in the draft. Evos were looking to snowball early to shut RRQ Hoshi down from the get-go. They weren't able to get Turtle 1, and I think that was the big factor as to why they weren't able to fully snowball. But then, even when they didn't get Turtle 1, they actually did a good job at Turtle 2, getting a few kills, getting the Turtle, getting a 3,000 gold lead. The big crucial moment was when he decided to jump on Edok, but he couldn't get the Tsunami Slam down. He got bitten instead by the Bloody Hunt. Once he got chomped down by Edok, that was the green light. 1-1 was right there, Toy with the follow-up. Instantly got the crossbow attack and turned everything around. Now EVOS, they gotta understand that things won't always go their way. Right now they are, yes, there's one call, they go for it, but when Key dies like that, they have to, I think, fix that issue where it's not always an all-in. They can play, they can sacrifice the frontliner sometimes, you know? It doesn't always have to be, we go 5 members, flicker in.
Because they're too solid. The Kras lineup, the solid lineup, is too solid together right here.
Be water, my friend. That's what Mr. Bruce Lee said.
Gotta be flexible. Put the water in the cup, it becomes the cup. Put it in the teapot, it becomes a teapot. In that situation, you know, that you don't go in when Key gets jumped on. Because again, it's the roamer. And how many times did we see RRQ Hoshi do exactly that? Sacrifice Dyron, sacrifice Edok, and said, you know what? Not our time. Not yet. And they wait for the right moment to really go all in. Maybe that's something that EVO's definitely have to try and take note of, try and learn from RRQ Hoshi. But man, it's really unexpected. I really felt like RRQ Hoshi initially already missed that window to really find that mid-game power spike, and somehow like they just got it done again through just almost like outplays technically. Man,
Yeah.
it's a rough one.
It is, especially considering, okay, maybe in game number 1 it was really difficult, but for game number 2 they actually had a chance. Man, I'd be seething. I'd be seething if I were the Evo Spams right now. Oh.
I think the coach just needs some explaining here. Needs to explain to a lot of the fans in the building as to why. What happened? What's wrong? Going from top 3 to bottom 3.
Real
and
quick,
now,
by the way.
with this loss, they've cemented their position in 7. Like, even if the other teams lose today, they won't go 7. BTR could lose to Navi tomorrow and they won't be 7. Yikes. So now this is a big question. From being top 3, a candidate for EWC, for MSC, now not even going to playoffs as of yet, standing-wise.
Right, standing-wise.
It's weird.
We still have 2 more weeks, but that's crazy. They only have 2 more weeks.
We only have 2 more weeks? Whew.
But Evos, this is what happened to the odd even season.
Exactly. That's what I was
This is
about to
odd
bring up.
season numbered. Evos. Oh my god, they tried scapegoating Erlan with brands in. Didn't work. Oh man. Natco, the king, Natco.
Yes. Today was also the comeback of the Kras lineup, right? And
Yeah.
there was a lot of hype
Maybe they
surrounding
need
him.
Karan. They were top 3 with Karan.
Maybe. So I guess we'll talk to the coaching staff from EVOS right now. Is it Coach Avil or is it Coach Caleb? Alyssa, take it away.
Derby klasik di leg kedua kali ini dimenangkan oleh RRQ dan kali ini sudah bersama Alisa, ada analis dari EVOS, ada Coach Caleb. Halo Coach.
Halo.
Jadi melihat jalannya gameplay tadi, apa sih yang sebenarnya Coach lihat ini menjadi salah satu hal yang paling salah, paling fatal hingga bisa membawa EVOS kalah untuk derby klasik di leg kedua ini?
Nah, yang paling notice paling banyak ragu-ragu aja sih, sama kurang disiplin itu dong.
Kurang disiplin dan ragu-ragu. Tapi kita melihat bahwa di klasemen EVOS sekarang berada di posisi ke-7. Seperti apa nih melihatnya Coach?
Yang pasti kita masih banyak evaluasi sama review. Jadi yang pasti buat bisa makin baik lah ke depannya.
Oke, dan kalau kita mungkin sedikit membreakdown detail dari gameplay kedua tadi. Kita melihat Idong menggunakan Franco-nya. Apakah ini yang salah satunya membuat EVOS gagal? Atau sebenarnya ini sudah bisa didinai dari drafting namun eksekusinya saja yang masih salah?
Ya tadi kita game 2 udah mulai leading, cuman karena ada beberapa mistake. Jadi bisa mengenable mereka juga, jadi mereka jadi mainnya lebih inilah. Jadi bisa menang karena banyak mistake, tapi kita juga akuin Franco-nya yang bagus sih.
Franco-nya memang bagus dan pastinya kesalahan-kesalahan itu yang mungkin bisa menjadi sesuatu yang menjadi pembelajaran untuk hari esok. Dan kita melihat hari esok nanti akan ada EVOS melawan tim Liquid Indonesia. Seperti apa nih Coach?
Yang pasti kita review sama evaluasi hari ini, jadi bisa lebih siap buat besok.
Dan kalau aku tanya seberapa ready, boleh gak di rate 1-10 untuk EVOS bisa lolos ke babak playoff?
Nah, harusnya 10 sih, masih yakin kok pasti lolos playoff.
Masih yakin ya pastinya, amin, kita doakan yang terbaik. Dan pastinya EVOS fam dan seluruh super fans yang ada di rumah dan maupun yang datang ke MPL Arena, jangan lupa dukung terus tim kesayangan kalian. Dan kita akan kembalikan lagi ke para caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
Thank you so much, Alyssa, for that report with Coach Caleb, where he mentioned, particularly in game number 2, also recognized that they had the better form in the early portion of the game, but because of mistakes that were made, it allowed RRQ to finally secure that win in game number 2. But they said also it was indecisiveness and lack of discipline. Those two. Thoughts?
I guess, but I don't think it was like... It depends what discipline is, right? If discipline means like they understand when to sacrifice again Key when he doesn't get the initiation that he wants, then yes, then they have to fix the discipline and the indecisiveness. But if indecisive and discipline means just, playing it safe, then I don't think so, because they needed to push the tempo. They needed to take some risks in the early game to win it out. They actually didn't in Turtle 1. That's why they lost Turtle 1.
However the outcome, please do continue to support the teams that you favor, ladies and gentlemen. And also, don't forget to also vote for your champion on gopay.co.id/games, or of course download the GoPay app, because for your first vote, you'll definitely get up to 59 diamonds and a token. Now, this token can be used to spin for prizes in the gift arena, and the prizes include 2 electric motorcycles, 5 smartphone, 5 power banks, 25 wireless earphones, and you still have a chance to win 13 remaining motorcycles and other awesome prizes.
Oh, so it's only 13 left? Some people have already won it at this point?
I think so.
I thought they were gonna distribute it towards the end, dude. Wow, so you gotta really go now, because it's running out.
It is. So, Virgo, teach them how to do it.
Well, go to gopay.co.id/games or open the GoPay app and select the top-up game icon. Click the trophy icon on the top right. Click vote now to get a token. Pick your winning team and enter the final match score. Get up to 59 free diamonds and 1 free token for your first vote. Use the token to spin in the gift arena and win your dream prizes. And then you can also get more tokens by topping up game credits starting from just 10,000 IDR. Your token will be available right away for spinning.
Spin. Do it, guys, before you lose your chance to get those prizes, just like some of these teams are losing their chances to the playoffs. I'm just kidding.
Whoa!
I'm just kidding. It's still really close. We have absolutely no idea.
Damn!
But what we do know is the fact that when you're playing rank, you don't want to lag, right? That's so yesterday. So don't forget to check out IndyHome Package G21, offering fast and stable internet only for 375k IDR for speeds up to 100 Mbps. So subscribe now via the My Telkomsel app or tsel.id/nacional.
Check it out now if you don't want lag. You guys want lag in your game still?
No.
Come on, guys. What are you doing? 2025, the big old 2025, and you still are lagging in your games? This ain't 2002 anymore.
What are you, a caveman?
Yeah. Everything below 2002 is like ancient. This ain't ancient times anymore.
Wait a second. I thought you were getting secondhand shade.
Oh, if you feel shade, it means you're just ancient too. Well, I'm having a good day here today, man, because I got the Groovy Cookie, the special one.
Groovy Cookie.
Guys,
that's what's up.
I'm gonna drink this.
All right. While he's drinking it, we want to let you guys know once again to remind you guys that Good Day is a ready-to-drink coffee, 3-in-1 bottled coffee with a variety of delicious flavors. You have the fantastic macchiato, the original cappuccino, the tiramisu, bliss, avocado delight, and the groovy cookies.
They should rename themselves to Amazing Day or Great Day or
Great Day.
Good Dust Day. Because it's
Just
so
like
good.
best day?
When you like slightly choked on the coffee, I almost spit my coffee out.
Rashi, you want to know what happened there? I swallowed, but I was like, no, I can't swallow this quick. I gotta go back.
I see.
Yeah, so good.
So you regurgitated?
Yeah, I gotta drink it again.
Well, if only we have something great to accompany this great beverage, we would highly recommend sucro. Because, gamers snack like champs with sucro, bro.
Really?
If you snack with something else, you ain't a champ.
You ain't a champ?
Well,
oh,
that's a
isn't
no-no.
Sucro RQ sponsor?
Yeah, I think so.
So RQ are snacking like champs?
Oh.
Wait a second.
Maybe that's why they're number 1.
Remember what I asked S25 earlier. I'll tell you later what they answered.
That's true. Wait, where's the Evos one?
Dude, don't do Evos like that. What is this? Oh my god, bro. What? Why?
This is supposed to be their season. Okay.
Why?
This was supposed to be their season.
Do I do this?
No, you have to do this.
Yeah. What? I don't have that emote over here, bro. I have this.
Okay, then you can do this, Sarashi. Here. This is called sarcasm.
How about
the taunt?
How about
the taunt?
But before we get into match number 3 of the day, to close things out, we're going to throw it over to Alyssa.
Thank you, Caster. Kembali bersama Alisa dan
Natsa.
Yeay, Alisa ditemani Natsa hari ini. Natsa, katanya ada yang seru nih. Katanya ada channel baru EVOS di Spotify. Boleh nggak sih dikasih tahu ke teman-teman?
Yap, betul sekali. Namanya EVOS Station. Ini channel terbarunya EVOS khusus buat dengerin dan nonton konten-konten seru seputar EVOS.
Wow, jadi ada di Spotify bisa diakses langsung ya. Tapi konten-kontennya tuh seputar apa sih?
Kontennya tuh macem-macem ya. Mulai dari yang audionya aja, terus juga ada audio visual. Di sana kita bisa dengerin kayak ngobrol-ngobrol bareng pro playernya gitu. Terus juga banyak konten menarik deh pokoknya.
Wow, jadi buat para superfans bisa langsung ke sana ya. Natsa ada ngisi juga nggak tuh di sana?
Bisa sih kalau mau.
Kita tunggu nanti ya pastinya ya. Dan juga kalian juga pastinya bisa dengerin di mana aja dan kapan aja dong.
Bisa banget, kapanpun dan dimanapun kalian bisa akses lewat Spotify. Praktis banget kan?
Wow, amazing banget. Nah tapi kalau misalkan kita pengen, supaya nggak ketinggalan itu gimana sih caranya?
Caranya gampang banget, cukup follow akun Spotify-nya EVOS Station. Terus nanti kalian bakal dapetin notif ketika ada konten-konten terbaru di sana.
Yeay, jadi langsung jangan lupa di follow, bisa langsung di download juga gak sih untuk di play saat
Bisa
offline?
dong, langsung aja di download biar bisa nonton kapanpun ya.
Yeay, pastinya jangan lupa langsung di download dan bisa nonton kapanpun juga. Dan kalau nggak mau ketinggalan juga bisa follow-follow di social media EVOS
Bisa
yang lain
dong,
gak sih?
langsung aja cek Instagramnya @EVOSesports. Nanti kita bakal update terus konten-kontennya di sana.
Yeay, pastinya akan ada banyak update dan keseruan di EVOS Station dan juga di Instagram dan social media dari EVOS. Dan mungkin nih, karena EVOS hari ini belum beruntung, tidak apa-apa. Tapi besok kita akan melihat EVOS dengan tim Liquid Indonesia. Ada pesan-pesan semangat gak sih Natsa? Silahkan.
Oke, apa ya? Yang terbaik aja ya.
Yang terbaik ya pastinya, dan Superfans, EVOS fans dan semua Superfans lainnya jangan lupa dukung tim kesayangan kalian terus. Thank you so much Natsa.
Thank you.
Kita akan melihat apakah di match ketiga ini akan ada pertandingan yang seru juga antara Onyx melawan Navi. Jadi kita akan saksikan nanti di match ketiga. So see you di match ketiga.
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, kopi konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi GoPay, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Game Smash Booster kini dapat DG rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Gak usah ngelihat kita ada di peringkat 7, hashtag 7, apalah itu. Menurut gua EVOS kayak kehabisan bensin sih. Gameplaynya udah mulai kebaca sama tim-tim lain.
Fan terbesar buat nanti leg 2 harusnya Idok sih. Karena aku lihat ya stabil lah mainnya, konsisten terus.
Kalau untuk RRQ sekarang, fondasi mereka udah benar-benar kebentuk lah.
Menurut gua di season ini yang Rising Star Toy. Soalnya posisi dia bagus, laning dia bagus juga. Pas lawan RRQ dia yang kasih kita pressure di lane samping. Kayaknya dia yang key player sih, gua kasih apresiasi.
Dapatkan tapi mereka masih tertahan.
Ya pasti Toy sih. Maksudnya kayak rookie yang bakal bersinar gitu. Mainnya juga kayak lumayan rapi. Dia selalu nungguin kayak teman-teman yang ngebuka dulu, terus baru dia finishing.
Dia berarti udah di next level ya sih. Karena kalau awal-awal naik harusnya dia punya api, kayak mainnya gerasak-gerusuk lah. Tapi kalau gue lihat emang dia ya udah next stepnya udah kayak ya udah golden gitu loh.
RRQ penuh dengan para rookie yang datang dengan kaya akan teknik.
Yang mencolok banget menurut gue tetap duo mita sih. Idok sama Rin mungkin kayak season lalu nggak terlalu kelihatan kan. Mungkin season ini dia terlalu kayak udah kelihatan banget sih improve-nya.
Yang gue lihat sejauh ini kan gue udah lawan 2 kali kan, dimana ada si Idok, pasti di situ ada Green sama si Hypernya, dan terbukti kalau komunikasi dia bagus.
Menurut gue playmaker RRQ ini ya di 2 mid ya gitu, di roamer sama mid ya. Jadi kalau misalnya EVOS-nya masih gameplaynya di roamer dan mid gitu ya akan easy kebaca sih, gampang kebaca.
Tapi kalau untuk EVOS, kalau dilihat awal week lah, gue lihat kayak progres mereka bagus. Cuman gue nggak tahu roster mereka banyak perubahan, mungkin kayak butuh adaptasi lagi. Itu yang faktor dia lost streak sih. Ada ganti orang.
Sengit itulah yang terjadi untuk game yang ketiga. Smithy buruk dari Sam.
Mungkin yang rada gue concern di EVOS itu mereka punya Albert, rada sayang aja. Karena Albert itu tipikal jungler pengalaman yang lo mau ngasih dia fighter oke, ngasih dia assassin oke, ngasih dia tank jungler pun juga oke. Jadi menurut gua EVOS yang sekarang mungkin terlalu airline sentris kali ya. Jadi nggak terlalu nge-enable Albert yang notabene harusnya Albertnya bisa dimanfaatin lebihnya sih. Menurut gua kayak gitu.
Menurut gua EVOS kayak kehabisan bensin sih. Jadi kayak gua lihat dia gameplaynya udah mulai kebaca sama tim-tim lain. Soalnya kalau di awal dia kan kayak agresif banget kan gitu mainnya tuh. Jadi kayak udah gampang kebaca sih.
Sang Macan kali ini telah hadir.
Ya mungkin bisa juga karena adrenalin rush atau mungkin terlalu hype di in-game-nya. Jadi kita gas-gas aja tanpa ngeliat situasi atau kayak gimana. Jadinya jadi miseksekusi kayak gitu segala macem. Jadi kurang sabar.
Lupa winning condition juga kira kita pick off guys. Kalian nabrak mereka langsung perang 5 lawan 5 ada cici gatot. Ya kayak gitu pasti lebih fun mereka.
Yang kurangnya di EVOS itu team fight sih. Tapi yang gue lihat bagusnya itu di early game, terus di mid game dia bagus ininya. Dia benar-benar mulus lah bisa dibilang. Finishnya juga harus diomongin mau digimanain.
Gak usah terlalu nambahin apa-apa, gak usah terlalu ngurangin apa-apa. Yang penting fokus aja.
Kalau untuk EVOS menurut gua jangan ngecok di end game-nya aja sih. Karena menurut gua RRQ tipikal tim yang bisa memanfaatkan mistake lawan. Jadi kalau kalian ngelakuin mistake yang bikin dia bisa balikin gamenya, dia bisa ke punish kalian lebih berat ya.
EVOS Lord yang membutuhkan poin sebanyak mungkin.
Jadi menurut gua tergantung apakah ada gameplay baru atau hero pool baru yang keluar dari EVOS atau enggak mungkin hero-nya sama tapi gameplaynya beda gitu. Karena itu dibutuhin sih buat lawan RRQ ya.
One team, one voice, one family. EVOS Lord.
Mungkin ya ekspektasi gua ya teman-teman gua bisa riset, gak usah ngelihat kita ada di peringkat 7, hashtag 7, apalah itu. Yang penting kita fokus aja ke depannya, kita bisa riset, mulai latihan lagi dan bisa fokus lebih ke pertandingannya.
Kita akan memasuki rivalitas tertua di MPL. Inilah dia, Derby Classic.
Kalau ngomongin derby klasik, mau ngeliat kayak EVOS-nya lagi biasa aja atau RQ-nya kuat banget atau kebalikannya, mereka pasti ada evaluasi dan lain-lain yang ngebuat match besok itu udah pasti seru banget derby klasiknya.
Matchnya yang pastinya dari dulu kan RRQ EVOS vibe-nya pasti seru banget. Derby klasik emang mantap lah, seru.
Untuk derby klasik buat leg 2 kita jauh lebih siap. Jadi kalau kita lebih disiplin lagi di leg 2 harusnya bisa menang RRQ.
Di derby klasik menurut gua pelajarannya tentang ini sih, kepercayaan satu sama lain gitu. Dari situ kayaknya kita bisa lebih kuat.
Kemenangan Derby Classic leg pertama.
Khususnya ke daerah dulu nih. Kita sekarang derby klasik, dia di RRQ dan aku di EVOS. Ya kita kasih lah yang seru-seru, yang asik-asik. Kita FIFA Roar kan MPL Arena.
Ya buat Swelo, kasih lah game yang terbaik lah sama kau ya.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Dragon in agile fashion, we jump into action, dashing, perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah, fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Perspective, sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Justice calls. Minna! 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クロノ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。 湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Games main andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Instabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max, makin-makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Gak usah ngelihat kita ada di peringkat 7, hashtag 7, apalah itu.
Menurut gua EVOS kayak kehabisan bensin sih. Gameplaynya udah mulai kebaca sama tim-tim lain.
Plan terbesar buat nanti leg 2 harusnya idok sih. Karena aku lihat ya stabil lah mainnya, konsisten terus.
Kalau untuk RRQ sekarang, fondasi mereka udah benar-benar kebentuk lah.
Menurut gua di season ini yang Rising Star Toy. Soalnya posisi dia bagus, laning dia bagus juga. Pas lawan RRQ dia yang kasih kita pressure di lane samping. Kayaknya dia yang key player sih, gua kasih apresiasi.
Dapatkan tapi mereka masih tertarik.
Ya pasti apa ya sih? Maksudnya kayak rookie yang bakal bersinar gitu. Mainnya juga kayak lumayan rapi. Dia selalu nungguin kayak temen-temennya ngebuka dulu, terus baru dia finishing.
Dia berarti udah di next level ya sih. Karena kalau awal-awal naik harusnya dia punya api, kayak mainnya gerasak-gerusuk lah. Tapi kalau gue lihat emang dia ya udah next stepnya udah kayak ya udah golden gitu loh.
RRQ penuh dengan para rookie yang datang dengan kaya akan teknik.
Ya mencolok banget. Menurut gue tetap duo mita sih. Idok sama Rin mungkin kayak season lalu nggak terlalu kelihatan kan. Mungkin season ini dia terlalu kayak udah kelihatan banget sih improve-nya.
Yang gue lihat sejauh ini kan gue udah lawan 2 kali kan, dimana ada si Idok, pasti di situ ada Green sama si Hypernya, dan terbukti kalau komunikasi dia bagus.
Menurut gue playmaker RRQ ini ya di 2 mid ya gitu, di roamer sama midnya. Jadi kalau misalnya EVOS-nya masih gameplaynya di roamer dan mid gitu ya akan easy kebaca sih, gampang kebaca.
Tapi kalau untuk EVOS, kalau dilihat awal week lah, gue lihat kayak progres mereka bagus. Cuman gua nggak tahu roster mereka banyak perubahan, mungkin kayak butuh adaptasi lagi. Itu yang faktor dia lost streak sih. Ada ganti-ganti orang.
Sengit, itulah yang terjadi untuk game yang ketiga. Smith dibunuh dari Sang Macan.
Mungkin yang rada gue concern di EVOS itu mereka punya Albert, rada sayang aja. Karena Albert itu tipikal jungler pengalaman yang lo mau ngasih dia fighter oke, ngasih dia assassin oke, ngasih dia tank jungler pun juga oke. Jadi menurut gue EVOS yang sekarang mungkin terlalu airline sentris kali ya. Jadi nggak terlalu nge-enable Albert yang notabene harusnya Albertnya bisa dimanfaatin kerjanya sih. Menurut gue kayak gitu.
Menurut gue EVOS kayak kehabisan bensin sih. Jadi kayak gue lihat dia gameplaynya udah mulai kebaca sama tim-tim lain. Soalnya kalau di awal dia kan kayak agresif banget kan gitu mainnya tuh. Jadi kayak udah gampang kebaca sih.
Sang Macan kali ini telah hadir.
Ya mungkin bisa juga karena adrenalin rush atau mungkin terlalu hype di in-game-nya. Jadi kita gas-gas aja tanpa ngeliat situasi atau kayak gimana. Jadinya jadi miss eksekusi kayak gitu segala macem. Jadi kurang sabar.
Lupa winning kondisi juga kira kita pick off guys. Kalian nabrak mereka langsung peran 5 lawan 5 ada cici gatot. Ya kayak gitu pasti lebih fun mereka.
Yang kurangnya di EVOS itu team fight sih. Tapi yang gue lihat bagusnya itu di early game, terus di mid game dia bagus ininya. Dia bener-bener mulus lah bisa dibilang. Finishnya juga harus diomongin mau digimanain.
Gak usah terlalu nambahin apa-apa, gak usah terlalu ngurangin apa-apa. Yang penting fokus aja.
Kalau untuk EVOS menurut gua jangan ngecok di end game-nya aja sih. Karena menurut gua RRQ tipikal tim yang bisa memanfaatkan mistake lawan. Jadi kalau kalian ngelakuin mistake yang bikin dia bisa balikin gamenya, dia bisa ke punish kalian lebih berat ya.
EVOS War yang membutuhkan poin sebanyak mungkin.
Jadi menurut gua tergantung apakah ada gameplay baru atau hero pool baru yang keluar dari EVOS atau enggak mungkin hero-nya sama tapi gameplaynya beda gitu. Karena itu dibutuhin sih buat lawan RRQ ya.
One team, one voice, one family.
EVOS Mungkin ya ekspektasi gue ya teman-teman gue bisa riset, gak usah ngelihat kita ada di peringkat 7, hashtag 7, apalah itu. Yang penting kita fokus aja ke depannya, kita bisa riset, mulai latihan lagi dan bisa fokus lebih ke pertandingannya.
Kita akan memasuki rivalitas tertua di MPL. Inilah dia, Derby Classic.
Kalau mau main derby klasik, mau ngeliat kayak EVOS-nya lagi biasa aja atau RP-nya kuat banget atau kebalikannya, mereka pasti ada evaluasi dan lain-lain yang ngebuat match besok itu udah pasti seru banget derby klasiknya.
Matchnya yang pastinya dari dulu kan RRQ EVOS vibe-nya pasti seru banget. Derby klasik emang mantap lah, seru.
Untuk derby klasik buat leg 2 kita jauh lebih siap. Jadi kalau kita lebih disiplin lagi di leg 2 harusnya bisa menang RRQ.
Di derby klasik menurut gua pelajarannya tentang ini sih, kepercayaan satu sama lain gitu. Dari situ kayaknya kita bisa lebih kuat.
Kemenangan Derby Classic leg pertama.
Khususnya ke daerah dulu nih. Kita sekarang derby klasik, dia di RRQ dan aku di EVOS. Ya kita kasih lah yang seru-seru, yang asik-asik. Kita FIFA Roar kan MPL Arena.
Ya buat Swelo, kasih lah game yang terbaik lah sama kau ya.
Kembali lagi di booth Hawk Band dan kali ini kita akan kembali dengan Ramen Eating Challenge bersama kedua penantang kita. Silakan perkenalkan diri dulu. Boleh? Iya, rebutan. Nah,
perkenalkan, nama saya Ilham.
Ilham dan juga
Nama saya Mary.
ada Ilham dan Mary di sini yang akan menjadi penantang kita hari ini. Kayak udah lapar banget nih. Kalian udah siap belum untuk ngabisin ramen dalam waktu 1 menit?
Siap. Siap, Bang.
1 sampai 10 seberapa siap?
10.
Oke, aku kasih waktu buat dibuka dulu. Silakan boleh dituang dulu kuahnya ke dalam ramennya. Ini super lezat sekali ya, yang bisa kalian langsung beli aja di MPL Arena. Nah, oke. Sudah cukup. Ini kok kayak kuahnya lebih banyak ya. Ini kering amat nih, kayak mie goreng ya. Oke, ini kedua ramennya. Silakan dimakan dalam waktu 1 menit dimulai dari sekarang. Oke, kita akan melihat kedua penantang kita. Wah, kalau di babak pertama tadi, oke, udah dituang dan kuahnya nih nampaknya sangat lezat ya, dan sepertinya ini lebih panas ya. Oke, sudah 20 detik berlalu, sisa 40 detik lagi, ayo boleh dihabiskan ya. Kalau penantang pertama tadi kayaknya suportif banget ya, memberikan ramennya satu sama lain, tapi yang ini kayaknya pokoknya makan sendiri. 2000 diamond guys menunggu, siapa yang tidak mau ya kan. 30 detik lagi tersisa, ayo boleh dihabiskan. Boleh. Yang habis langsung boleh berdiri ya dari tempat duduknya. Ayo, masih tersisa 20 detik lagi, silakan. Ayo, boleh minyak dulu Kak. Ayo, boleh minyak dulu. Wah, kayaknya Mary nih lapar banget nih. Udah sampai tetes darah habisan. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oke, stop. Boleh diangkat tangannya. Sip. Oke, kamera silahkan tunjukkan. Mary sudah habis. Dan juga Ilham. Ternyata Ilham, kamu belum cukup lapar ya hari ini ya. Dan obviously Ramen Challenge di babak kedua ini dimenangkan oleh Mary. Boleh dong Mary kasih pesan-pesannya nih. Oh, minum dulu ya, keselak ya kalau nggak ya say. Oke, minum dulu. Gimana nih kesan-pesannya?
Karena dari pagi belum makan juga ya, cuma minum doang. Lumayan rezeki lah dapat makan malam ini.
Dikasih asupan ya sama
Iya.
MPL ya.
Dari tadi emang udah berharap dapet.
Oh, udah berharap. Udah daftar ya sebenarnya.
Iya.
Saya kita mau makan ramen. Jadi ini bukan kayak challenge, lebih kayak saya dikasih makan alhamdulillah,
Iya,
ya. Oke. Dan kalau kalian mau ikutin keseruan juga di MPL Arena, pastinya kalian bisa langsung datang ke sini dan bisa ikutan Ramen Eating Challenge juga bersama dengan seperti kedua penantang kita. Thank you so much Ilham dan thank you so much juga Mary. Dan pastinya buat teman-teman jangan lupa datang dan kita akan melihat di match ketiga nanti siapakah yang akan memenangkannya, akankah Onyx ataukah Navi yang akan memenangkan match ketiga. So let's go, kita lihat match ketiga.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official coffee, Good Day. We own this.
Sampailah kita para Shinobi di match penutupan hari yang kedua di MPL Indonesia Season 15 minggu yang ke-7. Semua sedang menunggu bagaimana match ini akan berlangsung karena dari tim Onyx mereka benar-benar berada di posisi yang mendebarkan, berada di garis di mana antara aman dan tidak aman. Posisi 6 bukan posisi yang ingin mereka dapatkan tentunya karena memasuki minggu yang ke-7, semua tim sedang berlomba-lomba untuk mendapatkan posisi yang lebih aman dan nyaman. Kalau kita bahas dari lawan dari Onyx hari ini, The 4P Champion harus melawan Navi, di mana Navi memang sudah tertutup untuk mereka di babak playoff. Mereka tidak bisa lagi melanjutkan perjalanan untuk memperjuangkan trofi yang baru di season 15 ini. Namun Navi mereka bisa menjadi batu sandungan dan bisa mencari kawan untuk tidak lolos playoff. Dan kalau Onyx sendiri kita lihat mereka sudah mendapatkan momentum yang begitu berharga dengan hadirnya tentu saja sosok yang dirindukan oleh para Sonic. Hadirnya Coach Yap membuat warna baru dari tim Onyx. Tapi hari ini tentu akan menjadi hari yang dinantikan pula di mana poin harus didapatkan. Namun poin itu tidak akan mudah karena Navi juga ingin memecahkan telur mereka. Dan sebelum kita lihat bagaimana pertarungan dan jalan ninja dari kedua tim ini, izinkan Bude mengucapkan terima kasih kepada kalian semua dan juga yang terus-terusan mendukung apapun yang terjadi dan khususnya kepada para sponsor dan partner. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, official dari coffee partner Good Day dan juga partner ini sports ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome bersama dengan advertiser ada Hawkman dan juga Kacang Sukro ditambah dengan supplier RSV Helmet. Dan semua sedang menahan napas melihat bagaimana semua tim akan melakukan yang terbaik untuk bisa mendapatkan kemenangan. Kemenangan adalah bekal mereka untuk hari esok dan juga pembuktian bagi diri mereka sendiri. Dari tim Onyx, mereka membutuhkan lagi dan lagi posisi yang lebih aman. Posisi 6, dan sedangkan dari tim Navi, mereka harus bisa memecahkan lustrik mereka. Mendapatkan satu kemenangan pertama mereka, mungkin ini adalah saatnya. Dan tanpa berlama-lama lagi, mari kita sambut inilah dia match penutupan di hari yang kedua antara Onyx dan juga Navi.
The Sky Kings currently on the rise against a Navi that unfortunately has been taken out of playoff contention. However, the Sky Kings really do need this match point in order to secure themselves a better standing on the standings. Right now at number 6, not too great as we get into our final match of the day here at MPL ID Season 15 English broadcast. My name is Eterna alongside with Mirko as well as Arashi, once again to bring you the last match of the day.
This is a big one, folks. Onyx versus Navi. They are the only two yellow teams we have in MPL Indonesia. Navi, unfortunately, are already out of playoff contentions. Technically, they got no pressure. Last time we saw a team with no pressure in Indonesia play, they did really well. It was actually Aura, 0-14 as well, back in Season 7. That was when Facehugger was actually promoted from MDL, from being an analyst to MPL, and they almost beat RR Kihoshi. At the time, they were top 3. So, history has it good for the teams who've already kind of lost that many in the first 7 weeks. Navi.
Yeah, it's a very tough situation for Navi to be in, man. And you really wonder now up against this opponent right here, the Onyx that people have been exalting as the comeback of the prime Onyx. You really do wonder what the players and coaches are really thinking about in this moment.
And we're also curious what you guys back at home are thinking about in this moment too. What should Navi do to secure this win against the Sky Kings here in leg number 2, considering back in leg number 1 they lost 2-0 against Onyx? A. Shive wins the laning phase. B. Beware of Onyx cheese picks. Or C. Minimize extra movements. Let's start with you, Mirko.
I think none of the above.
Different opinion.
I think it's the jungle. I think the jungle.
But the jungle has to change?
Yeah, I think so. I think the jungle needs to change for Na'Vi if they want to win against Onyx.
Yeah, we're looking at a new generation from the Sky Kings. Kage Gen 1 was with the initial Kages, right? Anti-Mage, Sasa. Who else, Arashi?
Anti-Mage, Sasa, Udil. Hang on, where is it? Two more, right?
Drian?
Drian, right, and...
You don't know, Eterna?
Of course I know.
Come on, you got it. Boys.
Psycho!
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 That's RQ too, by the way.
Yeah.
And in game number 2, we did see the version of Onyx that were able to get the 4P championship alongside with CW and Boots. And now the big question is, can this new generation continue forward the success that Kage Gen 1, Kage Gen 2 have been able to, secure under their belt?
I mean, it really is interesting to see. It's been such a long transformation from Gen 1 to Gen 2 by all means, and they've gone through the ups and downs in every single role, technically. It's not an instant process to go from Gen 1 to Gen 2, but now when you're talking about Gen 3, a lot of people I think would ask the question, is it too early to really start labeling Kages yet again, because the Kage moniker, even in the original lore, is something that you gotta work towards, man. You gotta have achievements under your belt. So for me, I feel like you gotta wait a bit longer before you wanna stamp some of these monikers on.
That's why I feel like this is the start to them proving that they might be the next generation of the Kage for Onyx, right? But going back to our previous question to you guys, back at home, it looks like 62% of you believe that they have to be careful of Onyx cheese picks.
I don't think Onyx cheese picks are necessary in a lot of matches. That's only if there are some revelations when it comes to the enemy team and if they are actually on par in terms of skill. And again, no disrespect to Na'Vi, but Na'Vi have to be aware of their own draft now, be aware of their own kind of weaknesses before being aware of enemy cheese picks. Because even if you're aware of enemy cheese picks, if your team can't really coordinate that well, it's going to be rough. And the reason I say this is because Na'Vi, they've still been rotating rosters. We, to this day, still don't know who's playing in the jungle. Is it Aether? Is it Worship Hall? Because they're up against the legendary Sanin, bro. They're up against the MLBB Jiraiya.
The coach you have here on the watch list, definitely interesting to see him on the watch list when he's been around for so long, but he's only now just made a comeback here. 5 games with 3 unique heroes, definitely bringing a new look towards the team immediately. Looking at the quote here by St. DeLucas, Yeb has really brought life back into Onyx, not just through gameplay, but creating a comfortable and enjoyable environment for the players. I mean, that's exactly what we're talking about here. It's not just about the drafting phase sometimes, it's also how you're able to unlock your players' potential. And for Na'Vi, again, before talking about the drafting phase, some things in the execution and performance need to be fixed up before you can even look and start blaming the drafting phase.
Oh, but that's so tough because, I don't know, the issues that we've been discussing about Na'Vi are the same issues that we've been discussing even from week 1. That doesn't necessarily seem like it has been fixed just yet. The indecisiveness. There are really good moments where you think, okay, they have an okay draft, should be able to execute it, but when it comes down to it, like even small things, I think it was a certain moment around Turtle, they had the Alpha, I believe.
Yeah.
They were supposed to be able to take that neutral objective,
God,
but because of that indecision, it really didn't work to their favor. So even in terms of execution, we've been seeing problems. And now we're also looking at drafting phase. Considering Onyx now in their last match against TLID, what can we kind of dig from this?
This wasn't their last match, by the way. That was their previous match. That was before Yeb. This is to emphasize again how good Raja Yeba is, because we haven't seen this. We usually see a template Onyx, and then now that X-Borg, man, Paramis, Benedetta, oh my god, that's beautiful.
All picks we haven't really seen at all in the season for the most part, and yet the moment they come through, even if you doubt it, right, you have this idea immediately that the players know what they're trying to do with it, what is the pick for, and you can see the vision almost immediately from Yeb. Like, oh, they're trying to stop the initial aggression, they're trying to counter with the engage, they're trying to avoid the team fights. So it's so crazy that he can find something so unusual and yet that makes so much sense at first glance.
That's the thing, right? There's something about Yeb that also has trust in the players. Because Benedetta in the EXP lane is definitely not something that we see too often, but in certain scenarios, it can work, especially in that game that they played it. And it's also a signature or a power pick from Lutfi. The fact that he allowed and trusted his players to utilize those signature picks gives Onyx a little bit more of an edge that doesn't necessarily revolve around going back to meta.
You hear that? That's a sigh. That's a big sigh. You know, even in my own content, we had to scrap the Na'Vi segment out because it gets repetitive. We still don't know. I've already said this, but who's going to play for Na'Vi? Washapal or Aether? Who's the main guy? You've been talking about the alpha, how they tackle neutral objectives, and I think they'll never be able to fix the issue if they don't stick to one dude. Yes, Aether hasn't been the best, Washapal either. We gotta choose one. There's no way in week 7 we still see a swap. The two teams who still swap in their junglers in week 7 are the 2 bottom teams, and that says something, man. Technically, the 3 teams who've been swapping so much this season are in the bottom, 7, 8, and 9. Evos with the changes, Dewa, Vans over Ray, Rizzo Rez, and then now, obviously, the weirdest sequence of trades. Cars, Rome, Hanafi out, Jungle, Aether, Washapal, that stuff.
It's almost like when you keep playing with the same roster, right? They kind of get used to it. They kind of build some synergy.
No way.
It's almost like that's the case.
Whoa.
Hey, Reggie got married, so...
Yeah, for Reggie, it's fair.
Cool.
And thank you, Natco, for keeping it actually stable.
So we'll see, ladies and gentlemen, lineup for Na'Vi uppers. Will it be Washapal or will it be Aether? At this point, they're playing with nothing to lose. Washapal will actually be the player to fill in that jungle position. Let's see how they perform with their backs against the wall. No pressure whatsoever.
Marching down from the crowd, from the Na'Vi Nation. That's Na'Vi Nation for you, just short formed. Shive leading the pack. The boy who will try his best to knock Onyx down from Prime down to the red zone. Na'Vi!
They've had moments, but so far they are still struggling to find that dominant, consistent level of success. Now up against a team that has instantly shown that improvement. Are they going to be able to steal some knowledge, some techniques from their position as they are shown right now?
The uprising of the Sky Kings looking to claim yet another victory to get themselves in a better position on the standings. It's the main 5. Will they be able with this lineup to get a 2-0 over Na'Vi?
Hear the bells chime for the Sky Kings climb back to their prime. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a rhyme. It's the Sky Kings on it.
Walking onto the stage with more confidence than ever right here. It is now almost instantly back to the feared Onyx of old. Let's see what they can bring to the table right now. Against Na'Vi, they're definitely the favorites. Are they going to bring in some of those interesting adaptations, those interesting options, or are they going to stick to the basics and show people that it's not only about the cheese picks, it's also about how in shape they are today?
Oh, and that's going to start at the drafts. Ladies and gentlemen, Shinobi's back at home as we welcome the coaching staff for both of these teams. We have Mr. Doe alongside with Raiden, with Coach Yeb as well as Coach Adi. Now we know, now Na'Vi knows that the strategies from the Sky Kings doesn't just end in a certain position. We now know that they have the ability to be creative in the drafts and look for different strategies in the game. And that's why this drafting phase is going to be that much more interesting. We'll be seeing maybe a different pick coming through for Onyx today.
Who's to tell? What can they bring to the table, man? This is Coach Yeb. If he goes with unusual picks in every single role, you have to remember back then for Onyx, even with a bad draft, they'll be able to get a dominant victory against their opponents. And now, the gold Shinobi duel here between Savero and Shive. For Shive himself, he's been able to find great success in the context of his team, he's been able to find moments of success. He's been able to farm a great deal even when his team is behind. And he's number one when it comes to the unique heroes. So on an individual level, he does bring things to the table, definitely in the 1v1. But overall as a team, now that's where the questions start coming through.
But we also know that he can pick up heroes that are really weird, right? He's picked up the Lunox in the gold lane. He's picked up the Natan in the gold lane. So that's something that, of course, Onyx really needs to think about. As we take a look at Baba Yeba, number 3 blue side win rate, 60%. Number 5 on red side. So, you know, against all theories that we've known or all data that we've known for Coach Yeb, he's actually found a lot more success on blue side instead of red in the season.
Especially now with all the prio picks we were talking about just earlier, how you can kind of pressure your opposition to try and, you know, go and respect some of these big picks. It makes sense, but hey, first pick selection is gonna be for Navi, so Onyx has selected to go second pick. But that's classic Yeb though.
That's classic Baba Yeba, Raja Yeba. Navi with first pick. They're actually should be happier. 22% win rate over a pretty bad red side. Onyx, what are they gonna play? It's my question now. As the home team, yeah, they have the. Is this Yeb's way to stat pad the second pick to go back up 50? Raja Yeba, you sly boy.
What does Baba mean?
Baba?
Yeah.
Baba, that's what Oji calls him. I call him Raja Yeba, man, but Oji calls him
Depends on which
Baba
culture
Yeba.
you're in. Baba can mean so many different
Baba
things,
can mean
man.
father, I think, or brother.
Yeah, that's Arabic.
Baba.
In Arabic, I believe.
Oh,
yeah,
the only
Stefan.
word I know in Arabic is Habibi. Actually,
Yalla.
no, I know a lot. Inshallah, Alhamdulillah.
Yalla,
you know.
yalla.
Yalla, Habibi.
Exactly. In
Yeah.
Japanese, Baba means old lady.
Old lady, yeah.
Old lady, yeah. That has a ring to it, yeah. I'm sorry, we might have to keep that one.
That's an interesting one if they do stick with it. But yes, Baba Yeba. We have to maybe ask him himself what that name really means. He might not even know what it actually means. It might be a
Exactly.
moniker given to him by the people. So we gotta ask around for that. But yeah, second pick for him. He's been here before. Man, if you're Coach Aldo right now, you're definitely on the ropes thinking, okay, what now? How do I throw an unsolvable puzzle towards Baba Yeba?
Believe the architect, right? Believe in the architect. Let's get into the drafting phase presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. And off the bat, already 2 jungle bands. That's the Hayabusa and the Fanny.
Time to drop the beat of the flash.
Hayabusa and Fanny. For Onyx, they've gone for the Joy as well as the Sushin. We just saw that combination just previously in the match between RRQ and EVOS. Funnily enough, in that particular match, we didn't really see it take off as efficiently, but Onyx, they definitely have plans for the mid lane here if they're trying to ban away all these aggressive early game potential heroes.
Where there is
Alright.
light,
That's a
there are
Louis ban
also shadows.
out by Navi, not allowing that to be let go. Onyx now. Chip opened up. I think that's a hero that they can actually allow to be left open.
Yep. Hey, look at that. Cheer for your team. Navi actually... Never mind. I was saying that they were winning. Then the chat went for Onyx. Okay. Where are the Navi fans at, though? Seriously. Am I the only one here?
The Navi fans? They're part of the Navi Nation.
Navi Nation. All right. Joy banned out as well. No, yeah, they're gonna go for the chip ban. There you go. Onyx still respecting the chip. Navi first pick. Harith, Kimmy. We've seen a lot of those.
No surprises this time though with the Loyi and Chip both banned away. There won't be any kind of global play unless of course the Moskov comes into the picture. Very available for both teams. But Kalea is the first option here for the Architect.
Signature cars.
Alright. Yeah, Kalea picked up first. Onyx now have the option to go Harith. And if they want, technically they could still go for the Suyo here. Joy's been banned out. So that's been eliminated. Hayabusa is not on the board.
Got him lined up in my sights.
So they go for Kimmy.
Oh boy. Immediately a bit more of the a new appearance here, the Kimi. And also still flexible. So for Onyx, it's a great option to pick first. Same thing with the Gatot, man. Both these heroes can occupy 2 different roles technically. So Navi, they gotta try and play the guessing game And if they do guess wrong, that could be pretty fatal for them.
All right. Now, Gatot and Kimi, this is the same formula, man. Onyx are gonna try to go for the Harith again. It seems like this is the... Oh, they're just gonna... Okay, are we gonna get a Suyo too? All right, no. Okay, not that crazy. It's just Sakura and Naruto. But this should be the Harith pick then for Onyx. They're playing with the... Yeah, you go physical, it's fine. We'll just take all the magical damage carries away from you, and then you're gonna be stuck in a bad spot against the Gatot.
Do you think this is like a forced pick for Onyx? Perhaps maybe if they want to go for CC, they have to do this now?
If they go for the CC to shut down the Lucas, you're saying?
Oh my.
Immediately, right?
Wow.
What do you do against a hero that does a ton of damage for a short burst of time? You get someone that has a second HP bar. This is the similar solution we've seen Yeb go for against RRQ as well. Back then it was the Lucas Mathilda combo though, so it's a bit different, but overall it's the same thing. Navi are gonna be attempting potentially a bit of a front to back unless they go for some kind of jungle now, assassin jungle, and flex this Lucas to the EXP lane. But regardless, in those fights, they have to let someone deal with the assassin, but the Lucas is gonna have to contend with getting roasted by Xborg.
Okay, so RRQ's response to the Xborg pick was, that ain't going to the jungle, my friend. That's Kyrie. He ain't gonna play on a hero like that. But it did go to the jungle. But still, it could be a jungler. Looking at how many junglers have been banned out. That's a fair miss, as expected. Something that we did see from Zans as they went for Xborg. You mentioned health bars, Arashi.
Yep, that's an extra one.
With an immortality, that makes it like 3. And then with the Gatot Kachi with Revitalize, that's 4. And then a fair miss would be 5.
Was that the same composition with the Benedetta in the EXP
Yeah,
lane?
exactly. So it's either they ban Benedetta, and then Onyx are like, haha, we gotcha, it was Xborg XP all this time. Or they pick up another carry XP, like a CC. We just mentioned it, it's great against the Lucas, the Moscow and the Chip gets banned out. This definitely shows that I guess we're going to be seeing either an MM pick to deny the last, I think Granger is still up, or the Kimi just go gold.
Yeah, for Onyx now, they just remove the potential for some kind of split push. Navi going for the laning ban, getting the CC out of the picture. But again, Onyx now have all the options here. Whatever they want, when it comes down to it, I think they're trying to lock Navi into some kind of team fight. Because if they can't really burst down the Xborg, if Onyx never really fall that far behind, can you imagine fighting into a Gatot Kacha, Xborg, and Kimi? That's a lot of damage to grouped up members. And Navi's composition is very groupy right now.
Ah, and then they have a Granger now in the gold lane. So the Kimi is going to be forced into the mid lane. But the thing is, even in that 1v1 trade against the Valentina, the fact that the Kimi has so much range as well, it's going to give the Valentina a bit of a tough time.
Dude, now they have the magic and physical Grangers.
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
Basically.
That's a lot of range that they're working with here.
And range is going to help them against a Kalia, Valentina, and Lucas. There's no range whatsoever for Navi. And even if they do get some range here, he's going to be dueling against both magical and physical damage from a distance. So either they double down here and go for something that can make them win the fight even more, or they try and balance this out and get some wave clear, something to stop them from suffering too much from the poke damage. That'll be the Edith and the Irithel. So this is still very much an all-in type of roster.
Last pick. Is it going to be XP or jungle? Or a crazy one, would it be roam? Because technically, the Gatot can be XP, and then jungle Xborg, and then it'll be a random different roamer. What's up right now? For XP, I guess the Benedetta still... Alright, yeah, it is going to be the Benedetta in XP. Oh, man! Back to Rajayeba playing this ROM composition.
So no need just yet to really reveal any other special cards. It's the Xborg, it's Benedetta. Unfortunately, the Faramis was banned out. But in the replacement of that, it's going to be a Kimi. This roster won't be as survivable, but at the same time, it's going to have a lot more damage built in, along with some more crowd control. You know, the Kimi can do way more annoying crowd control than the Faramis can. So for Onyx, this seems to be the same idea. Play the macro style, be responsive when it comes to the team fights, counter-engage, and they should really come out on top if all of those game plans come through. It's on Navi to really throw a wrench in their plans.
No pressure whatsoever coming into the land of Dawn in this matchup against an uprising Sky Kings looking to find their way to the top. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into game number 1 in this best of 3 series between Onyx and Na'Vi.
Swash upon the jungle, Mr. Becky Shy and XP.
See how this goes, man. Becky Shy up on the EXP lane, and now against Lutpi on the Benedetta. When it comes down to it, we talk about how Becky Shy is the more aggressive one, but against a Benedetta, you might want to be careful.
Oh, I'm not too sure if you want to stay for long. Oh, in the mid lane, San's got... Oh, this is the Kimmy skin, the Star Wars skin that was disabled. It's... I guess you can play it.
Pretty cool for all the Star Wars fans out there. The fact that Kimmy's back into the meta, and this is the range advantage that we were talking about in the drafts with Sans on the Kimmy. X-Magic not going to be able to do too much in the early game.
First blood to Keyboy. Uh-oh, yes, Petri, X-Magic will decide to flicker away before he gets sliced and gunned down.
This is the amount of damage overall when the Kimmy is in the picture. You just have to respect it. Even if you really want to try and get that prio in the early game, you really can't match up to it. You gotta wait for until a bit longer. And now look at this. Immediately transferring that pressure from the mid lane to the other lanes here. Onyx playing it efficiently and just, kiting back. They have insane kite ability here with the Kimmy and the X-Borg. There's no need for them to really force anything.
And to top it all off, even if Na'Vi are the ones that want to go for the force, that's 2 Purifies on Sans as well as Severo. So the 2 cores is not going to be that easy to take them down. Much more pressure on cars here in this game.
This isn't lore accurate Stormtrooper, man. They usually miss their bullets. He's hitting a bit too many.
That's true.
Well, let's see if the Lucas, the Naruto, is gonna be lore accurate. Washer Paul already spotted by Lutpi here. Onyx, what's their move?
Uh-oh, 1v1 Naruto versus
the swordsman.
The swordsman.
Swordswoman.
Kyrie on it. Washer Paul not gonna go for the orange buff. Actually gonna be leaving it away. Could have taken it, but Onyx are gonna slow it down. Beaky Shy walks up. It's flamed on right there. He's gonna take a beating there with a primal rat. Keyboy double taunt. Final blow from Kai. Naruto taken down. Sans landing the shots. BQ Shy taken down to the bottom lane. AOG from Keyboy. Oh no! He's feeding into the flames of Kai.
That's value, value, and value. Triple V in for Onyx. Neutral objective, check. 3 kills traded in for 0, check. And that's a 2,700 gold lead now for Onyx. The fact that Sans as well with a range advantage is able to get a lot of that gold shield in that mid lane is also super value as he's going to start being able to get more damage with the items building up. 12-0 again, Mirko, come on.
Na'Vi Nation, y'all. Who's part of the Na'Vi Nation?
Oh my god, that's brutal.
Mr. Pulong is, you guys make a great combination.
That's my boy right there.
Hang on a second, Washer Paul taking the orange. Ooh.
Oh, Keyboy! You didn't have to do him dirty! Oh my goodness! Okay, there you go. He gets slammed down to the ground. That's punishment for you, Keyboy. You did not derail the Na'Vi Nation like that, yo.
That was so dirty by Keyboy. Just by that skill alone, he was able to steal it away from Washipol, and now he's gonna have to function without the orange buff. Luckily, there's 46 seconds left on the clock for the next neutral objective, but man, Onyx really showing flair here in this game.
That's how you're supposed to really use winning lanes. Onyx right now have such prio in their lanes. They have the liberty to send Keyboy to sit in a bush for a prolonged period of time to potentially get the steal onto the orange. That's what you're supposed to do here. There's no need for Keyboy to do anything. So all what he can afford to do is sit in the bushes, get that information, go for the sneaky plays, and Onyx aren't really losing anything by him being allocated to scout duty.
Oh, bottom lane?
Oh man, Beaky Shy hasn't gotten a single win in the trades, unfortunately.
Even in the mid lane, again, that pressure is really starting to show here for Na'Vi. Gonna need a little bit more time to clear out that wave as X-Magic on the Valentina. 3 members already now on the neutral objective. That's 2 Purify still left. What is Kar supposed to do?
He has to try and get Kyrie, get someone that doesn't have a Purify before the fight even happens. But Onyx are pushing the pace. They're gonna make it a 50-50.
Final blow again. Let's see, Retro battle, Worship Paul with the win. Cars caught in the bad spot. It's gonna be the Tsunami Slam knocking him down. Keyboy with the Revitalize. Kyrie taking out Lippy. Phantom Slash getting him down. Shibe with a heavy crossbow right there. Oh, a shutdown 2 there. Meanwhile, Severo's looking for the kill. It's a triple for Shibe. Cars. Oh no! Uh-oh, that was a sacrificial play. Severo's looking for the kills now. Shooting them slowly but surely.
That was initially great for Na'Vi, right? They won the team fight. Onyx was able to get the neutral objective. Wait, Na'Vi? Did Na'Vi get the neutral objective?
That was Worship Paul, brother.
Worship Paul, that was supposed to be super worth it for Na'Vi then.
But no, it's actually quite equal. And all things considered, 3 kills onto Shive. We've mentioned it, but Shive has been able to perform at a very decent level here, even though the team sometimes isn't doing as well. Now with 3 kills, can he really do enough to be that main damage output? Because if he can, you know, the X-Borg is strong, but with proper DPS, it might not really be as simple as that.
Yeah, despite the 3 kills, it looks like the Granger Savero is still holding on to that gold lead, almost 1k in gold. So it's a step in the right direction, but Onyx now with Granger on the Skypiercer, I think that's 1 stack to his name, could be and counting as we get back into the 6th minute of the game. Still a 3,700 gold lead for Onyx.
Well, if you look at the gold difference here, Lutfi has 1,200 gold ahead from Becky Shy. And I think he's the main problem here, because there's no easy way for Na'Vi to get him under control. Even if they want to expend some of the crowd control, there's the eye for an eye that Lutfi can use to deny that and even turn it back against Na'Vi. So as long as he is exerting pressure, there's so many things he can do so that Na'Vi are the ones pressured to make a mistake. Onyx can just send Lutfi on a split push mission and just kite back and just poke down the members of Na'Vi. But look at this, Keyboy.
Oh, Keyboy wants a smoke, has to revitalize. Cars. Uh-oh, traps himself a bit there. Luffy is looking for the angle. There's no Purify on Shiva's side, by the way. On Navi's side entirely, Luffy can find a massive Petrify. That's gonna be slammed down onto the ground. The Petrify already used up, and that's gonna be Sans who secures it. Kai in the midst of it all still, and Sans is just landing all the bullets. X-Magic, final blow, but gets gunned down by Savero. Both Sans and Savero just having a field day. Cars ball and Luffy dive, and BQ Shy will survive under the turret. Oof. As Savero walks away, but uh-oh, Flamethrower man's coming in. He has his ult. Okay, he's not gonna go for it.
Yeah, but in the end of the day, still a 3-0 trade, plus Onyx picks up the neutral objective. San steals the purple buff away as well from Washipal. What initially was a 3,000 gold lead has now been increased to a 7,000 gold lead. That's the advantage that Onyx have been able to take time and time again. It's super unfortunate how these team fights actually go for Na'Vi.
And man, the last Insanity trade here from Kyrie and X-Magic is just so interesting. And I dare say, since Kyrie uses it first, X-Magic always comes in, but always gets bursted down so that he doesn't really get full value from it. You almost wonder if it's better for him to actually go for a different ultimate, because the last Insanity, it really isn't being allowed by Onyx to actually be that impactful. They're not grouping together for that big explosion.
So what's the option though? Right, if they don't go for Last Insanity, do they go for, you know, Keyboy's ult? At this point, with being behind 8,000, do they really have the damage to look for an opportunity like that?
No, not really. I don't think so. Last Insanity, there's just so many ultimates that just dive in, dude. Like, Na'Vi wanna... Usually, the strength of the Lucas is you can just walk in. You can go through, right? But it's the same for Onyx lineup with the Benedetta and for... and what's great about the Benedetta, by the way, against Lucas is whenever you use skill 1, that's counted as a CC. You displace your enemies. If Ludwig pops eye for an eye, it's the Lucas who gets punished.
Yeah, there's a bit of skill involved in there as well. Look at this. They can't... There's no way for Na'Vi to walk up. The purple falls to the hands of Savero. And now, back to neutral. Back to the void here. Both teams... not making any moves just yet, but Na'Vi, wait, they're trying to go for something on the top side of the lane. The Lord is going to be taken for free.
Yeah, they know that they can't contest, right? I think they're looking for maybe a trade into the top lane, look for that tower, but that's all they can do right now.
Not even a turret Eterna.
Or, hang on, might Let's go, minions. Mirko. It's going down. Going down. Lutfi.
No, Lutfi! He cleared it!
Lutfi saves the turret from destruction there.
Feels
Only one for Na'Vi so far, so no control. Becky Shy.
Oh my god! That's Sonata Savero. Sans. Look at him. He's playing like a Kadita.
That's a Sky Piercer stack, an additional one.
Oh boy, man. From range. Oh man, the gold difference on the main carries that need the damage, 2,000 more or less on almost everyone. Actually, might be 2,400 on average. It's going from bad to worse here for Na'Vi. The Lord isn't even in the picture just yet, and they're already pressuring.
Oh man, holy defense already. 3 lanes gone. Now they can play in slow push with the next minion wave. Turret in the bottom lane definitely will go down with the Lord slow pushing slowly with the next wave.
We look at the roster for Na'Vi as well, the composition. They don't really have good siege either. It's really just on Shive to really kite back and clear out this Lord. His bottom turret should fall, but Onyx one more.
Watch the Paul force a skill 2 out of there. Keyboy still there. Cars, no. Okay. If he went in, he would. Oh my lord, that is 2 Death Sonatas on Naruto, man. It might be lore accurate Sakura, but that is not lore accurate Naruto. Oh, they're gonna go for it. Look at this, they're just sieging it down. Oh, Na'Vi, they're really just. Oh, there's no way they can do anything. Savera gets an execute. Oh man. Cars brought back in. Final blow to the back from Mr. Lutfi. Gets taken down, but X-Magic will fall too. 11 minutes and it's a triple for Savero. 12,000 gold lead for Onyx.
12,000 gold lead for Onyx in 12 minutes. This was a disaster on all fronts for Na'Vi. Unable to have control over anything on the map, no neutral objectives. They were able to take one, but the map was already super controlled in by Onyx. It was just really good drafting, I think, from the get-go from the Sky Kings.
Wow. It was just really, really good. Again, there was no options available. You saw what happened in the base defense. Na'Vi can't get an engage, can't win the poke fight, can't sustain from the damage. Slowly but surely, they get melted down by the fire, by the bullets, by the lasers from Onyx.
So brutal. We're looking at the final moment. They didn't even have to do anything too fancy. Sure, Lutfi goes into the back line here. We do see him get taken down, but that range alone was enough, and the damage that they already were able to accumulate with items was already enough to win them that final moment and get damage over the turret.
Yikes, man.
Yikes indeed.
Lutfi wasn't even part of that final fight. He got Tsunami slammed into the base.
Yeah.
And it was still a one-sided event for Onyx there, that final fight.
Na'Vi.
You don't want to partake?
Onyx?
I don't know what to say.
I don't have an emote here. Oh, he's gonna go like this.
Onyx glass. I see. No, is that a no-no? Na'Vi no-no.
Na'Vi no-no?
Man.
Triple N?
Actually, Onyx, no.
Onyx no-no. I agree.
Onyx, no.
Onyx.
Stop. Stop!
Yikes. That was a brutal one. You know, usually we would fault a coach for not getting any engage tools, but when you have the range advantage like this, when you have the freedom to just walk in, face first as one of the main damage dealers, who cares?
I can't. It's... Hila Sans on the Kimmy, already taking control of that mid trio prio, 2-0-10 KDA. As we take a look at the highlights for the player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Already first blood in the first minute there.
It was bold for them to start brawling level 2 against a Kimi that just sprays you down. That in the first place is already a questionable decision. But afterwards, they kept trying to fight. Again, with and of course the steal from Keyboard here. Like I mentioned, he was there for a long amount of time. You can't really fault Washer Paul for not expecting a Gata to be pitching up a tent in the jungle, in your jungle.
Oh my goodness, man. I mean, this was a good fight, actually, for Na'Vi, right? They were able to get the turtle, skirmish over, Shive getting the triple. but just couldn't capitalize on it. And Onyx, oh man, unfortunate.
But again, that fight was with a man disadvantage, so you have to keep that in mind when you want to judge that fight for Navi. It certainly was a great move, but look at that. X Magic, every single time he pops in the last Insanity, he just immediately gets bursted down, so he never really gets full value, full channel damage on that last Insanity. So it's just a slow grinding process here from Onyx, understanding their win conditions, just not using any big spells until Navi make the first move, and then it's just counter, dude. They just get swatted every single time.
Stompy stomp, man. 11 minutes.
41 seconds.
We had so many collabs in that game, by the way. I just want to say, like, that was also a Ducati for the Irithel.
Right.
We got collabs. And then Edith MPL, I believe.
I think so.
Was it Benedetta Ducati too?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Didn't seem like it, at least. But yeah, man, immediate enough for Navi. That's the immediate question. What hero, what part of that draft really caused them the most problems? Because the Kimi definitely is up there, but along with that, the Benedetta was a problem. So if you're on the Granger, he wasn't really all that present in the beginning, in the early stages of the game. But if you look at the stats, he actually has the most gold and the highest damage dealt, even with the Kimi spraying everyone down, even with the Kimi harassing everyone since the beginning of the game. So that's the amount of damage that Savera was outputting onto this Granger. You definitely have to respect it.
What else to unpack?
Not much to say there. I mean, Kyrie on the export.
I guess we saw the same Washa Paul. Like, I mean, Washa Paul in the past, the main criticism towards him is he's very indecisive, right? He hesitates a lot, and he's a young player. But that is the case, and we saw that earlier. He went on orange buff, and then he saw the team on turtle, and he was like, you know what? Nah, I'm not having this orange buff. While the orange buff was like really low, and then he could have gone that level 5, and then maybe had a better shot at turtle 1. Was it turtle? Yeah, it was turtle 1. Yeah, because Onyx kited it. So in the end, him being there was kind of a punish.
Yeah, definitely overreacted a bit more. But I mean, Onyx, again, this is the issue here. This is a very non-committal composition. So even if going there was the right call for Washer Paul, they can just take a step back, and then see where it goes from there. There really isn't anything they have to do, that they need to do. And Navi were unable to use a lot of their tools there to really force that out of Onyx. So I think that's where it really went south. And honestly, another big factor is the fact that usually Shive will have a bit more presence, a bit more impact. But in a game like this, where there wasn't really any space to move forwards or backwards, Shive doesn't have the range to fight backwards, right? But when he moves forwards, he runs into the bullets and the lasers. So it's almost like the composition counters the Irithel anyways. Because it's no way you're gonna walk forward into all that damage.
Yeah. I mean, even in the laning phase, how would Shive be able to get the space to get to his items if you're losing all 3 lanes anyway?
Yeah.
That is true, yeah.
But the laning phase immediately gets called into question. Because we discussed it, the fact that Keyboy was able to just hang around there in the opposing side jungle.
It took orange buff, I forgot. Oh my
yeah, where's the pressure, right? This is precious seconds without the roamer active on the map, and there was nothing Navi can do about it because the lanes were just losing.
All of them, all 3.
Keyboy has the most buff seals in the history of MPL ID as a roamer. Seriously, as a roamer, because he's done this so many times. I don't even, this guy just does it.
It's his ninja way.
Tate bayo.
Learning.
What's the ninja way in Japanese, Rashi?
I forgot if it's translated directly into ninja way. Might have to look that up. I don't quite remember.
Oh,
You'd ask Choji then.
Oh, by the way,
Choji would know.
I forgot. We had Star Wars, we had Naruto, we had Ducati, and we had Transformers. It was Export Bumblebee.
Right.
My goodness.
All 4.
All the collabs.
Soon, it will be 10 heroes with collab skins.
What's
Soon
next?
enough. Soon enough.
Did you hear of anything? Another collab?
Another collab. It's collab for protection. Ladies and gentlemen, when you're at home, actually no, when you're riding, protection is very, very important, all right? I always say, don't worry, I have protection. Tap in my RSV helmet, the one what I got. is the MPL ID one. You guys can get the Geek Fam one, the Onyx one, Alter Ego one. Those are the 3 that are still available. The others are, I think, sold out, or they don't produce those other team helmets. I tried to buy one of those, but I ended up with just the MPL one. This is the one you see here, by the way. It's the best one in my opinion. Look at that design.
Pretty sleek, low-key as well, but in a sense also quite fancy. So
I think
subtly
Shiva needed
fancy.
that. He was on a Ducati. He didn't have a helmet. Oh, he
that's
did.
pretty bad.
I think that was RSV.
Yep. But guys, for all the super fans back at home, the Super Fans League has arrived.
What?
This competition serves as a platform to prove which team community is the best and most united across Indonesia, while also giving super fans a stage to compete, unite, and show their pride for their favorite team. So go ahead, check it out, gopay.co.id/games.
Check it out, guys. I mean, if you guys want to play, if you guys think, again, that you're good at video games, you have to show it.
Show it, as we're gonna show you the leaderboard standings for the MPL ID Superfans League. Looks like, number 1 from Group A and Group B is Navi Lysel and Sonic Royal Makassar. Where's RQ here? RQ Kingdom. Oh, there's 6 in Group B.
What?
That's pretty whack.
Hey, man.
Interesting.
Troopers Wyvern.
There. Dragon Troopers. That has to be it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
And Troopers Wyvern.
even in Super Fans League, we're mid.
Navi rank 1 though. Navi Lysel.
See? I told you 12-0. It's just...
It's just what? Silence is the answer.
TL, you can do better, man.
Where's TL?
TLAC Sikon.
They're 3rd.
There's 9.
I'm 5th.
9th in Group A.
Oh, you're right.
Pretty
Sikon.
bad.
Hey, Elsu are doing really good. Sikon. Oh my god, I like that name. RQ Kingdom Bang Bang.
Yeah, I was about to mention.
Dude,
Pretty cool name.
dude, I'm a fan of RQ Kingdom Bang Bang right
RQ
there.
Kingdom Bang Bang.
RQ Kingdom Bang Bang.
Ditch the Hoshi. Make it RQ Bang Bang, dude. That's so good.
Is that copyrighted though?
By Mobile Legends Bang Bang?
It's Bang Bang.
I think it's fair to say that
Go, go.
MLBB will let RRQ use the BB. Or maybe they want to be RQ Go Go, right? Like,
Right, exactly.
Or maybe it could be Alter Ego Go Go. Those 3 goes. Alter Ego Go Go.
For every mask.
Alter Ego, go.
I'm
have 5?
confused. I'm gonna go cry. Wait, this is not the right emote.
Don't cry.
There's another emote.
That's
not the right emote to...
But that is the
Whatever.
right emote that we are right now marketing for you guys. You guys can go check it out right now. It's up for y'all to buy in the shop in game. Open it up, click on shop, click on Poo Sapu or Santai Bro Santai or this one.
Sounds like a hog.
Huh?
What?
Like a hog? Something like that. They do that, right? Like
Right.
So it's very good. That one is my favorite. Glass as well. There you go.
That one?
That's the old one. Like they haven't changed. It was back when Fersik was still playing. I remember that one. Yeah.
Where did Fersik go?
RQ.
Yep.
Yeah. Season 11? No, 13. No, 12.
I mean, like now,
12.
where is he now?
Where is he now?
Is he just streaming now? Is
I
he
don't
not
even think he's
active
streaming.
professionally?
I think Man's just
Chilling?
chilling. Man's chilling.
Must be nice.
Yeah.
To just chill.
Be chilling.
I mean,
Always nice.
technically Navi can chill too.
Can they though?
I mean, technically they can.
Can't fight for playoffs anyway.
But that's so rude.
But it's true. I'm not trying to be rude.
It's just straight facts.
That's the person who went 0-11 Navi last time and now 0-12 Navi.
I say that's 12-0 Navi. You read it as 0-12. That was clearly 12-0 Navi.
Okay, fine. Arashi?
Arashi's in the building?
Arashi's in the building?
I think it's Chefin, bro.
Arashi 2?
Whoa, Arashi! Realize!
All the casters.
All the casters, goners.
Everyone.
Everyone.
But also this man right here.
Savero.
Mr. Savero, man.
They got really cool jackets, man.
I wonder if they're for sale.
They sold out.
That's why.
Sold out, yeah. I
I
got
wonder if they're back in
information
stock.
from Yeb. I think he probably doesn't want me to tell you guys about this, but it'll be restocked in June.
Oh,
so long.
So get ready. Get
Wait,
ready.
are you allowed to divulge
It's a
that
month.
information?
Oh, yeah.
He didn't tell me to keep it a secret.
So you do it first, right? And then apologize.
Exactly.
Got
I don't think
you.
yeah, well, right.
Shout out
chill.
Lafel.
Shout out to LaFell.
All right, and now Onyx will have blue side first pick with a better stat as well.
Second pick selection here. Navi. Interesting. I wonder how this one's gonna play out because
they took second pick away?
Exactly. Like, I don't know, man. That's a bold move. Just because you do have the reactive chance doesn't mean you're gonna be able to.
Yep. I mean, it is Aldo, so technically he does know about Raja Yeba and how good he is on red, but their red side is not too good, so I really wonder if it's wise to give Cryo picks technically over. Because I think Keyboy would love to get his hands on Kalea. Sakura.
Well, let's see how that factor plays through.
I'm more of an Ino guy.
More of an Ino guy?
Yeah. What about you, Arashi?
I think you still have to go with Hinata, right?
Damn.
We had this conversation before.
I see, Arashi, you like big eyes.
I like, you know.
Hey, my friend cosplayed Hinata.
Oh yeah?
Does she have big eyes?
Yeah?
There you go.
Can we see the dedication?
Maybe I'll introduce you to her.
Oh, okay.
But let's get through this drafting phase first. Game number 2 presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. That's Naruto banned out. Jushin, Kimi, Vanny. All right, so no Kimi here in game number 2.
Okay. Again, we've seen this before. Go up against the Kimi, pay the price, ban it immediately afterwards. We have to see if this pattern continues all the way until tomorrow. Not for Navi though. Along with the Fanny and the Kimi, they can only ban one of the Chip Loyi global tools. Now that's a concern.
And this time, there's going to be a lot more choices for the jungle, right? Last time it was Fanny, Haya, Joy banned out. All three of them are still up for grabs. Hilda is the choice of ban for Onyx. And the Luo Yi, final ban in from Navi. Onyx have the pick of the creme de la creme.
Joy's up for grabs.
Or the Chip. Or... Yeah, there's so many options available here. The Kyla, I guess, if the Onyx really wants to get Keyboy on something that can really engage, can help with the early game brawls, that's fine. But I think they're just gonna go with something that's very flexible, right? Something that can confuse Navi and wait for the second phase to show their cards. It's just classic Onyx, and they have the hero pool to do so.
Yeah, there goes
There you
Sakura, Kalea.
It is flexible.
So what do Navi go for? Oh! So they still take away the chip.
Interesting. This is a pick that requires a lot of coordination. And it needs, I think now, it just needs a lot more supporting tools by all means. We've seen what happens when the chip has to do everything alone and try and solo engage. It really isn't as reliable. And for their troubles, Onyx has picked up the Harith as well. So even when the chip gets to him, he has a great amount of outplay potential here, Severo.
Yeah, also can pick up the Purifier, right? Do they want to go Joy is the question, or do they want to pick up something different like the Hayabusa instead for the Kyrie?
I think not. Oh, they go for the Hayabusa here. So that means Joy should come out on the other side for Navi. That doesn't... Is that still Hayabusa? That was a long voice line, all right. Oh, Sasuke. Oh, the teacher against the student.
That's an interesting one. Even lore-wise, it's also an interesting scenario. Early on, Kakashi would decimate Sasuke, but afterwards, Sasuke had his whole semi-main character arc, so...
But perfect Susanoo Kakashi with Obito's eyes, both. Would that beat Prime Sasuke?
With the Susanoo?
Yeah. The golden one, the perfect one. It's technically the strongest one. lore-wise,
But
right?
see, Sasuke is more of a main character, so it's a tall order for, you know, supporting character Kakashi to really come out on top there.
What? Was Sasuke ever a Hokage? Just wanna...
Oh, you're right. Wait a minute. Yo.
Welcome to the nerd talk.
That's a fair point, man. Kakashi, the temporary Hokage for a little while. Let's see how the performance is, man, because we've... On Kyrie, I think this is definitely a great pick, but the targets, the squishy backline that this Hayabusa is gonna target hasn't really been shown by Na'Vi just yet. They banned with a Gatot as well. So again, they're still thinking of going in all in here, going in aggressive. But now Onyx can still go for something like a high loss to really get a good matchup against the Tovius and still secure a way to chase or escape away with that glorious pathway.
That, and also Na'Vi could pick up something like the Badang here. Oh wait, there's already Phobius. Oh, and the chip. Okay, so they can.
Yeah.
So we're looking at what, gold lane?
Gold and mid lane for
so
Na'Vi.
Moskov is still an option for Shive.
That'd be it though.
Moskov against Harith, I guess?
Yeah, that seems to be the straightforward answer. It will indeed come through. Now for the reveal, one pick early for Onyx. Now we have one pick left to trying to shift everything around. The Hylas, as expected. But along with that, what else?
Huh.
Do they go Valen?
They need a mid
Or Marsa if they want to be more aggressive.
Right.
The early game.
Against a chip though.
I think it has to be something crowd
Do they just
control.
want to go Kadira?
Imagine if they go Veil.
Oh, that's actually not bad, no?
Yeah, can stop the dive, right? It's all about stopping that dive. Valentina, though.
You were right about the 4 characters, Val, Veil, and Tina.
Oh,
yeah.
Close. Well, not close enough. Final pick here for Na'Vi. X Magic is gonna... Oh!
Oh my god!
Wait a minute!
Oh my goodness!
Oh, I love it. We finally get the Valir.
Thank you, Do. Thank you, Coach Do.
That's debut Valir, right? MPL ID?
That is debut Valir. It was used by Onyx Philippines, I believe, in MPL Philippines. Here, we get it first on the hands of X Magic.
And technically good against, you know, the Hylos, good against the Harith, Kalea, not so much the Hayabusa, but...
Exactly, the Hayabusa and Harith are... With the Harith it's kind of complicated, but against the Hayabusa, yeah man, there's gonna be ways for Onyx to find him in the backline, that's for sure. So that's the main concern. If they can avoid that from happening, I mean, it's looking pretty solid.
Lineup rating heavily favors Na'Vi here. 7-2 for Onyx. So, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps for the final time of the day, the wings are flapping over the land of dawn. Let's get into game number 2 between Onyx, the Sky Kings, and Na'Vi.
Is it enough to get Na'Vi a game win to equalize on the standings? At least in this match, and then maybe pull off a reverse sweep.
It'll be a tall order to go reverse sweep against Onyx, but maybe the chip factor will be enough. Looking at the mid lane though, so far, the pressure is still for Onyx. Later on, maybe with some more items, X Magic can clear faster, but in the early game, the Valentina always has a bit of an edge there.
Yeah, you can see them being able to roam around the map a lot quicker. A better footing on the Lethal Wanderer as well. You see an attempt to steal it, but at the end of the day, it will go into the hands of Onyx. It's on Keyboy, actually.
The emblems right here though, movement speed is of the utmost importance for Na'Vi here. Agility, especially for Cars and Bekishai, they need to roam around as well. X Magic with the Wilderness Blessing, can he find moments to participate in though? That's the main question. He might really be stuck just shadowing around Cars and making sure that any kind of damage Cars takes gets traded back. And essentially that will be a winning situation.
Uh-oh.
Look at the invades here already. Whoa.
Unit Misery, locking Kyra down into the crash course. Some fire there. Keyboy punching X Magic. Flickers out.
Resource burns out for the side of the Sky Kings there. That's information given over to Na'Vi. Quantum charge for Sans on the Valentina.
Yeah, it allows him to actually... It's a bit of a different version of a Brave Smite, right? It's just basic attack base, so you have to kind of weave in that basic attack whereas previously you do have to just spam your spells out, but it also gives you movement speed bonus, and that's something that Sans likes to do because he goes up close and personal. Look at his play though.
All in over to Washer Paul. Kai! Oh my god! Kairi Hayabusa gets the kill. BQ Shy jumps on Keyboy, taking him down.
It's a 1-for-1 trade and looking for more, it seems. Has some damage over, but they don't go for the commit. Keyboy taken for Washipal. No retribution. Onyx should be able to start this turtle early, but it looks like they don't want to commit onto it just yet.
Ludpi doesn't have the Revitalize ready though, so that's a bit of a concern. Almost a 2-for-1 there for Onyx if they were able to get the kill onto X Magic, but fortunately they were able to avoid that worst case scenario, and now Navi making the play onto the turtle. Kyrie is a bit too far to participate.
Shortcut coming down too. Where is it going to be? Oh my lord, X Magic gonna be wiped down. Cars, can he pop the shortcut too? Now it's gonna be Ludwig jumping in. Worship Paul with the red tree win. Kyrie jumps on. BQ Shy still able to get the in front of pursuit down, and he won't be able to survive for such a long time. In the end though, Kai taken down. Keyboy still there. X Magic and Worship Paul standing true, going in. Sans able to escape as Worship Paul just blade surges towards the lethal.
Still very healthy from the side of Navi, aside from Cars, but that's A-okay because they were able to win that favorable trade in that neutral objective take. Suyo won the retry, plus they were able to get a few kills under their belt as well. Navi fighting back here in game number 2.
Great deed from them there to really go and win the 50-50 contest. Even though they were a member down due to Onyx finding ways to kind of get the pick off early on. But it still really isn't clean at all for both teams, so it's still gonna be a waiting game. But when there is no neutral objective, you already know Cars is looking for something. And that's why you can see Keyboy sitting in the bushes, just scouting out for information, making sure that Cars might surprise them, but from a more predictable angle of approach.
We have a game fact here by GoPay. This marks Valir's debut in MPL ID Season 15 after last being used in MPL ID Season 12 by Renbu when Navi or RBL lost against Geek. Wow, Season 12. It's been quite some time.
3 seasons, so just over a year and a half, more or less, technically. Man, even though there has been like the buffs onto that Valir, really haven't seen it really being used in Indonesia so far. Look at the audience prediction though, 82% for Onyx. Definitely still the strong favorites. Now we are trying to overturn that.
Rotation here from Washipal into the top side of the map. Trying to help in the clear as well from the EXP lane side as they're starting to look for maybe perhaps set up for the next neutral objective. That's Keyboy.
Tsunami Slam on the Phobius and all in onto him. He still is able to get in front of pursuit, but that's gonna be the shadow kill! Into the back, look at the push from X Magic though. BQ Shy able to survive for such a long time, but now Kai jumps in with the quad shadow. X Magic and Washipal low as the turtle spawns in the game.
Even with the chip here, Navi hasn't really been able to get the better of Onyx when it comes to the surprise engages. Onyx is doing a better job just managing the waves and rotating around unnoticed by Navi. It's a shortcut. Whoa.
On to Sans, he's able to flicker out. Sans also has almost the steal from Washipal. The Queller Savero on the Zaman Force. Keyboy takes the portal just to say hello.
Wow, very early portal there. Oh, Kyrie goes in.
Oh, and able to get the shadow kill down. Gets stunned up twice by BQ Shy and Cars.
Alright, Onyx still getting all the advantages, but Navi might get a turret on the top side. All things considered, even though there are moments where it looked good for Navi, Onyx are still able to actually get the better in most of these fights by just skipping the front line and going straight for X Magic. And you can see a lot of emphasis by Onyx to really target X Magic before a fight begins, because they know that Ludpi, Keyboy, they're kind of stuck there if X Magic is in the picture. So it seems to be chase down X Magic, get him out, zone him, take him out or zone him out, and then go for the big play.
It's not going to be as straightforward, right? Because X Magic's ult is anti-CC, no?
Exactly. So which is why the longer the game goes, it's going to be on the shoulders of Kyrie to find a way to get to him, especially if he's away from his team, which is why I think there's a lot of prior from Onyx here to really manage the waves and manage the pressure so that they can actually get to X Magic and a lot of the other more vulnerable characters when they're not together, right? When they can't really stick together to cover and spread the damage from the shadow kill, and they can just kite back using that Valir, that final surprise pick by Coach Do.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Navi now able to get that turret in the top lane finally.
Oh.
But that's traded in by Structure.
Cars! Oh, K-Boy! He just took Cars down before he could even shortcut.
That's one man down, an advantage as the turtle will spawn in 15 seconds. Should be enough time for Cars to come back into the game, considering he does have his portals as well.
Sans wants a shortcut. Worship Paul has to respect it. Purple buff taken away. Turtle. Oh, but Kyrie used Retry.
Wait, interesting.
Does it matter?
Right now, Navi doesn't really have the vision. Dekishe coming in to try and contest. Ludpi left alone, but now Navi, they're trying to use the pressure from Shive to force Onyx into making a mistake right here. Keyboy is not in the picture. Can they still go for the 50-50?
Dance has a shortcut, places it down. Now it's going to be the Kalea who's walking in. Keyboy in the fight already. That's going to be some very confident in front of pursuit again. As Keyboy is still in the midst of it all. Worship Paul wins it out with a shadow kill. Goes into the back, and it's PQ Shy with a kill. PQ Shy, though, will be caught inside the Zaman Force and will be taken down 2 for 2 in favor of Navi.
2 for 2, both the roam and the EXP lane taken out for both teams. Overall, though, you can see immediately which team has more threat, because Onyx immediately go into the jungle of Navi, and Navi are really forced to respect that. And back away, Cars.
Flicker, and Zaman Force already used up the stun, and the Spear of Misery! Worship Paul getting the kill.
Even through the Purify there, Shiva held on to that Spear of Misery just long enough to actually get him pinned there and go for the surefire kill. Great hit back from Navi, but the problems hasn't really been solved just yet. And they gotta be really careful about giving the shortcut to Sans, because Onyx is doing a much better job using this Valentina shortcut, stolen shortcut, to do better. Oh, look at this, whoa, MPL ID Extremer by Yute Coffee.
It's Upi. Upi, one of the BAs, I believe, for Onyx, or talent
I
for
thought he's
Onyx.
playing for Onyx as the XP. What is he doing restreaming?
Huh?
Ludpi.
Oh man.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That was low-hanging fruit, Mirko.
But
He's
dude,
watching all the way from Bandung.
It's good though, right? Like it's literally his name, Ludpi too.
That's
Ludpi.
true. That's true.
It's P and F. It's a difference between the P and the F, basically. Alright, back to the game though. Equal gold for both teams. So far, Navi has gotten the better of Onyx in the 50-50s. Do Onyx want to have the same kind of odds going into the first Lord here? Cars already in position, not on the opposite side of the Lord though, so that's quite interesting.
Whoa. It's crazy to think that Navi actually can scale up and do really well with the Moskov, you know, and the Valir. With the chip and the Moskov technically, that's also global presence, so it's going to be really, really good as we get into the later stage. As long as they don't get wiped out, you know?
Right.
Like, they gotta understand when to sacrifice some dudes.
Well, because now Onyx going for it immediately. Navi, can they respawn in time?
Uh-oh. Chip in the back. Oh, Tsunami Slam. Whoa, my lord! He gets a shortcut down though. Kyrie still in there. Zaman Force already used up by Severo. Is going to be able to get the stacks down. And Biki Shy will beat Severo's double. Worship Paul, the blink backwards. X-Magic slain by the restreamer. Oh, sorry, the player, Ludpi.
That's 3 members taken down, and that's literally what you just mentioned before they went in for that neutral objective fight. Don't get wiped out, and that's 3 members down. We did see a little bit of a trade coming from Shive. He attempted to go for the split push, didn't work out. That's damage now onto Washupal, but he's still able to get out. That's 2 turrets taken down. Meanwhile, that Lord has not even knocked on the base for Onyx.
There's definitely a need for Onyx to equalize in turrets. Shive was able to work on that topside base turret there, so they want to get something of equal value, if not more. But Mirko, when you're a Suyo and the Valentina can stand in front of you, unfazed like that, what does that say?
That says, wait, Keyboy. Tsunami Slam! Oh, into BQ Shy, who's just going to get obliterated. The shortcut plays down too. And Lord's still there, Kai with a jump. Oh, with a shadow kill! Severo, the combo of the double K, Killua and Kakashi.
That's a lot of damage placed down, and it looks like they're looking for more here.
A shortcut just for another health bar. Cars able to sustain for a bit. Kyrie with the shadows jumping back and forth. Not going to be an end in the 11th minute. And Onyx will play it slow. Sans gets pushed away. Mid lane, holy defense.
Inhibitor turret taken down to the bottom side of the map. That shield breaks in the mid lane, and it looks like they will be able to pick up that turret in the top side of the map as well. So all in all, still a big win for the Sky Kings, cracking open the base of Na'Vi.
All right, man. Almost all the turrets taken out by Onyx already. They have the constantly pushing lane. So now Shive is still gonna be a problem, but it's gonna be a more manageable problem. 80 seconds to go. All the time in the world here. Onyx, what do they want to try and do? They have to be careful about cars setting up for a play, but seeing how the fight went earlier, I feel like they've already have enough damage to really fight back against Na'Vi, even if Cars gets the jump on them. The fact that Savero was able to get out from the initial danger zone and just delete Becky Shy, dude. I don't think Becky Shy had this Athena in that previous fight, but if he did, that's an even worse sign for Onyx. I mean, for Na'Vi. It means Onyx can just burst through him with or without that Athena.
This is a little late, by the way, but Savero already has the Divine Glaive. We saw it earlier on next to his name, but it's not shown in the items just yet. But he was already doing that much damage with Holy Crystal alone, and now with the Divine Glaive, we saw the pairing of damage between that magic plus physical from Kyrie, and I think that is still going to be the main problem that Na'Vi really have to work with.
I think Na'Vi right now has to find ways to allow, first of all, Shive to do damage instead of just split pushing, and also X Magic to actually output some of those fireballs towards Onyx, because otherwise, it seems like they're really forced into a rushed play, and Onyx just has the better, more calculated, calmer decision making. But look at this. Oh, Cars sitting around on the bottom side, on the lower side of the map. Keyboy? Has he spotted Cars? Wait.
No way. Look at that. The whole team's... Okay, no.
Okay, wow.
No. Or maybe they do, but they don't want to go. Okay.
Right. Back to the slow, calculated game. Onyx now with the wave already closer to the base of Na'Vi. They're gonna start pressuring it, and Cars gonna eventually be forced to come back. They're gonna leave Keyboy near the portal though to spot him out, maybe pick him up immediately. Might see that happen.
Glorious pathway. And that choke point, watch a oh, good flicker out by BQ Shy. Cars comes in, pops in the shortcut as well. Rest of the team will follow through. BQ Shy and Shive. Enters the portal. Come on, Force coming over. BQ Shy just getting obliterated. Keyboy! Tsunami Slam, Washapal down. Kai with the shadow kill. Oh, and the shortcut from Sans. The rest of the team follows through, but it seems like they're just gonna go for the Lord.
All they need to do is that, right? Don't play into anything too risky with Washapal out of the building, out of the picture. This is a sure Lord in for Onyx. We saw earlier on she was maybe looking for a play in the top side of the map on the far lane, looking to push, but in the end, amounts to nothing.
It's full control for Onyx. And the fact that they let go of the Lord there, they're forced to play. I think Keyboy was going for an engage there, didn't land. But as Cars comes in, pops the shortcut, Onyx says, cool, you want this 50-50. You want this high risk, high reward situation. We don't. We have all the control we want here with the base tower advantage. They back away, they let the Lord regen, and they focus on the frontliners. And that's how Becky Shy got caught so out of position, gets immediately deleted by Savero. Now with the concentrated energy, I'm not even sure if Na'Vi have the tools available to really shut him down. This is a full build Harith with a Purify. Dude.
Yeah.
Even if Washapal is on curve, I don't think there's any way for him to just, burst down Savero that easily.
Oh man. Could be the final Lord of the game. Na'Vi though, they do have some pretty good clear with X Magic too. Keyboy again! Tsunami Slam, lock and oh, what the heck was that damage? He's down, Lutpi, glorious pathway into X Magic. Sans steals the shortcut, places it down. Oh man, for them to look at, and the base will surely just be taken out. Na'Vi falling once again. Onyx with a clean sweep victory.
It took them longer here, 16 minutes compared to the previous 11-minute victory in game number 1, but at the end of the day, they got it done. The Sky Kings on their way to the top, looking for more points under their belt. This 2-0 win will surely help them get and climb their way back.
Oh boy, that's a dominant showing. I think a lot of people were confident that that was how it was going to play out. The Onyx right now is way too clean. But again, you can't help but be impressed with the draft initially and the execution afterwards. Navi, despite some inkling, some moments of positivity there in the game, they're really unable to get anything meaningful.
Yikes. A big loss for Navi once again, 2-0. Now they will be standing at 0-12. Just 2 losses away from breaking the record of a dear friend of mine.
What's his name, Virgo?
Kaisam is no puedo.
Oh man. Look at this fight, dude. The fact that Onyx pulled back, got Becky shy, and Keyboy found Washerfall immediately afterwards. Just the calls, the decisions on who to go for, when to go for it, so good.
Yikes.
Let's go take to the winner's interview with the Sky Kings up on stage and how they feel about that decisive victory against Navi.
Dan Onyx, mereka menutup hari ini, hari Sabtu dengan 2-0. Kemenangan mutlak di leg pertama, kalian menangnya tuh 2-1. Leg kedua, kalian 2-0 langsung. Mindset apa nih yang kalian bawa untuk hari ini?
Paling ini sih kita belajar lebih baik dari minggu-minggu sebelumnya.
Belajar lebih baik.
Ya benar.
Lalu sekarang hasilnya juga cukup baik kah menurut Lutfi?
Alhamdulillah lah.
Alhamdulillah 2-0.
Alhamdulillah.
Dari gameplay udah maksimal, sudah sesuai dengan yang di plan dari tim Onyx?
Bisa dibilang gitu.
Bisa dibilang gitu. Tapi melihat hari ini 2-0 melawan, bisa dibilang mungkin Suns yang bisa jawab nih ya, melawan tim yang sudah diumumkan tidak bisa maju ke babak playoff. Dari Suns sendiri ada mindset apa nih yang kamu bawa untuk melawan tim Navi hari ini?
Nggak ada sih Bude, kita main seperti biasa aja. Yang seperti biasa ya kasih yang terbaik gitu-gitu.
Tetap memberikan yang terbaik berarti ya. Dan hari ini 2-0 kita ngeliat juga banyak kejutan yang dihasilkan. Tadi Suns terkejut nggak tiba-tiba ada Valir dihadirkan oleh tim Navi yang mereka masih berjuang nih untuk memecahkan telur mereka.
Sebenarnya dia pick Valir mungkin buat early terus tadi ya terus ada Hylos juga kan. Jadi itu lumayan ngeganggu juga buat Hylos. Jadi ya emang bagus untuk Valir di situ.
Oke, ini bakal jadi famous lagi kah Valir? Kapan terakhir kita lihat Valir, Suns? Cukup lama loh.
Ya belum keluar, baru keluar lagi sih. Cuman emang sekarang kan emang kalau banyak yang hero-hero tebal kan. Jadi itu lumayan ganggu buat musuhnya kalau pick Valir.
Berarti memang cukup enak dan potensinya cukup besar. Dan akhirnya Suns juga nyobain nih hero mid lane yang lagi cukup ramai di MPL. Kimi mid lane. Nyobain dan langsung dapetin kemenangan loh Suns kamu. Bagaimana ngelihat Kimi ini sekarang?
Sebenarnya ya emang bagus lah. Terus hero-nya emang hero-nya bagus lah untuk sekarang. Soalnya terus di mid emang bagus lah pokoknya.
Makin seru
emang
berarti.
lane-nya emang bagus.
Lane-nya bagus, hero-nya bagus, bagus. Tapi kalau dari Suns, berarti sekarang mid lane tuh makin versatile banget dari hero-heronya. Berarti makin seru kah untuk Suns mengeksplor mid lane?
Ya emang hero Kimi juga emang aku suka sih. Soalnya emang hero dari dulu juga.
Cocok.
Ya cocok aja.
Cocok. Dan hari ini udah berakhir dengan 2-0 Savero. Kemenangan 2-0 ini berarti lebih baik dari hasil sebelumnya. Savero datang ke minggu ini cuma 1 match doang untuk kalian. Ada perubahan nggak dari persiapan kalian untuk menghadapi minggu yang cuma 1 match aja?
Kayak biasa aja sih, kasih yang terbaik aja buat 1 match ini.
Kasih yang terbaik, tapi kalau dari segi latihan, dari apa gitu ada mungkin lebih sedikit.
Sama sih latihannya.
Sama latihannya. Dari Savero sendiri melihat hari ini 2-0 hasilnya, menurut Savero ada arti tersendiri nggak sih buat Savero bisa menangnya tuh di leg kedua tuh lebih bagus lagi gitu?
Ya senang lah, bersyukur bisa udah jadi yang lebih baik lah di leg 2-nya.
Menjadi yang lebih baik. Dan dari tadi kayaknya kalian rame banget ya di sini. Tapi Kairi, kamu lihat di pojok sana, kok ini Kairi yang asli yang di sini atau di sana? Ini pada lagi ngapain itu?
Kenapa?
Kamu lihat itu, kamu punya banyak kembaran di sana?
Halo Kairi, halo.
Halo Kairi. Halo. Itu banyak banget. But how do you feel for this season, for this seventh week? Especially because we saw the klasemennya itu benar-benar deket. Apa yang kamu rasakan nih? Dengan perjuangan tim Onyx yang sedang mencari tiket playoff.
Ya enak.
Enak, perjuangannya enak.
Ya, apanya? Apa itu?
Tapi dari klasemen sementara kayak gini, dari klasemen lagi kejar-kejaran tiket playoff seketat ini bikin deg-degan gak sih? Bikin nervous?
Enggak sih.
Enggak. Kalem aja?
Ya kalem aja, main santai.
Main santai. Minggu ini cukup santai berarti untuk Kairi?
Ya,
Oke, hasil juga sesuai dengan harapan Kairi?
iya.
Iya, tapi mungkin hari ini kita bisa melihat hasil sesuai 2-0. Nextnya mungkin kita akan langsung bahas karena penantang kalian untuk minggu depan adalah dua tim yang posisinya lagi dekat banget sama kalian. Bigetron dan EVOS will be your next match up. What do you think about Bigetron first?
Ya emang kata Kiboy warna ayam kata Kiboy.
Hah? Gak denger nih. Apa Boy? Kasih tahu Boy.
Boy. Cuma
Jadi Bigetron, apa yang kalian lihat
Ya.
dari Bigetron sekarang nih?
Kata Kairi ntar kita mau warnain juga warna kuning ya Kai. Ya. Nanti. Kairi duluan, nanti kita nyusul.
Wow, oke. Lalu satu lagi, masih ada EVOS menjadi lawan kalian. Gimana kalian melihat EVOS yang di leg pertama itu berada di atas, sekarang lagi berjuang nih di zona merah bahkan di bawah kalian?
Ya kalau buat EVOS paling Kairi sih, dia mau banget lawan Albert.
Ulala.
pesan kan buat Ibos.
Ya, langsung Kai.
Ya semangat Ibos.
Oh,
Kenapa?
gitu aja. Buat Albert?
Oh ya good luck juga buat ini, buat Albert.
Good luck untuk Albert. Kalau mereka dapat luck, kalian gimana dong nanti?
Ya sama good luck juga buat kita.
Sama-sama good luck. Tapi minggu ini kita hanya bertemu satu kali aja. Dan kita juga pengen tahu bagaimana kalian mungkin menghadapi minggu ini. Dan silakan closing statement dari tim Onyx.
Sabero,
Mungkin mau kasih
ngomong
puisi
Sabero.
atau mau nyanyi boleh.
Woi.
Iya Kiboy nih. Gak ada Pak W gak bisa pantun.
Si cewek udah ajarin Savero pantun, cuma masih malu-malu.
Berarti akan dikasih sama, bentar di sini Savero yang jadi ininya ya. Udah bukan Upi lagi ya. Upi, kedekatan kalian gimana sih ini di Onyx, kasih tau Bude dong.
Apa?
Kondisi dari tim Onyx gimana sih sekarang?
Baik.
Beneran?
Ya beneran.
Oke, dari keamanan baik-baik saja?
Ya baik.
Tiada saling teknik mengancam?
Ya ada, kan kita udah bersatu.
Oh iya bersatu. Kalau minggu ini teknik bersatunya apa tuh?
Kenapa?
Teknik bersatu untuk minggu ini apa?
Apa ya Lang? Oh ya.
Kasih tahu dong, teknik bersatu kalian.
Nggak boleh.
Apa? Pokoknya
Tetap bersatu.
tetap bersatu. Udah ini Sonic itu udah pada ngumpul-ngumpul di sini, berarti udah siap nih mendengarkan pesan-pesan dari Sans.
Ya,
Terima kasih buat Sony.
Terima kasih buat Sony, karena minggu ini kita cuma main sekali. Kita bakal kasih yang terbaik di minggu depan. Terus dukung kita sampai selesai di beberapa minggu lagi. Thank you Sony.
Thank you Sonic, thank you juga Onyx karena mereka telah menyelesaikan minggu ini dengan sangat indah, memberikan game yang begitu memukau. Mari sambut kemenangan dari tim Onyx.
Congratulations once again to the Sonics back at home and the Sonics in the MPL Arena for a 2-0 win from the Sky Kings. It's a slow climb, but it's a slow climb back to the top. People are even considering that Onyx, after, you know, like weeks and weeks of doubt, might even still have a possibility to win MPL ID Season 15 this time. They're looking in shape.
They're looking really good from the decision making, the drafts as well. I feel like this is something that, even if teams see it, right? They see Onyx performing this way against Navi, there's not much they can do about it. It's just clean decision making. There's nothing to really, to take note of and exploit from their gameplay. They even use the same picks, technically, almost all the same picks we saw previously too.
Yeah, I feel like they're still saving strats. Saving strats. Gila Sans, player of the match. Wow. Again, 2-0. Wait, what was his KDA in the first game?
Ooh, that I don't remember, but it
feels similar.
It was really good. Again, the guy finds a way to be aggressive and still stay safe, have a very low amount of deaths. Here are the highlights presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy S25 series, where as you can see, the pick-up game plan, at least when it's outside of a neutral objective 50-50, it seems like Onyx has a grasp on that. Only early on were Navi actually able to force in the 50-50, but eventually Onyx learned from it. They wisen up, they focus more on the fight rather than the actual neutral objective, and from there, they're able to actually win it out. Even though here it's a 2-for-2, watch what they do here. Immediately stop going for the Lord. Make sure that they go and deal with the Navi threats first. They take out cars, they take out Becky Shy. And from there, immediately, Navi just lose all momentum because there's no way they're going to be able to shut down, secure that Lord immediately. And when you least expect it, as always, the pickup potential of the Kalia is always in the back of their minds. X-Magic has the ultimate, Shibe has the Purify, but sometimes the fact that you're locked in animation for just a little bit is enough time for the members of Onyx with so much burst damage, especially from Severo and Kyrie, to just secure the kill before you can even react.
Wow. I mean, it was, again, looking back at it, it just feels like more of a stomp here. It really looked like Onyx were chilling. Just like Kyrie said, he was just chilling in the game. They just did their best. It wasn't anything too crazy, like you guys said as well. And they have just gone with the same picks that we've seen throughout the last 2 weeks after Yeb's return back to Onyx. I don't know. This is an unfortunate match again for Navi. It's getting to 7th week, and Navi are 0-12. They will be going up against BTR tomorrow. Yikes. Yeah. So, man, this might actually be the shattering of records for the first time. With 9 teams, we might get a 0-16.
Tough times for Navi for sure. I mean, even before Coach Yep was back, I don't think a lot of people were counting on Onyx losing to Navi anyways. But now with Yep in the picture, it's just a lot cleaner, a lot more dominant, I would say for sure. There's definitely so much homework to kind of solve for Navi. But for Onyx, again, it's a great moment for them. They do need the dominant 2-0 wins if they really want a chance to actually be a contender for the top spot. Or for the upper bracket at least.
Upper bracket it's still possible.
Yeah.
Right?
It is. It's still possible for every team right now. Like even matchup-wise, I don't think it's possible for RRQ to drop out of upper brackets right now, especially after beating EVOs. But for the rest of the teams, Geek Fam, Alter Ego, BTR, Onyx, TL, they're also going to be competing for upper brackets, and technically they'll also still be competing for playoffs. Right now, the third and the second, the bottom two teams are still battling it out for playoffs, Dewa and EVOs.
Yeah.
Yikes, man, if EVOs actually don't make it, that's crazy to think about again. They're top 3 in the first 3 weeks.
Because at the start of the day, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Equal in match wins.
With Ultra Ego and Onyx winning, I believe Bigatron dropped to 6, right? Yeah, Bigatron will be down to 6th now.
Dang.
Best team in the world.
Again, it's
You're crying, man.
it looks scary, but again, it's showing again how close the teams all are. But hopefully, you know, the competition heats up towards the top 3, top 4 areas.
I mean, we're getting there. We're like in the middle of week 7 already, and it's already getting super heated. Imagine getting to week 8, week 9. I think we're going to go all the way to week 9 to see who makes it to the playoffs. But for now, let's take a look at the updated standings in just a bit. Is BTR really at number 6? Has Onyx climbed back into the top? Let's see. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Onyx are now number 4.
My goats.
Oh boy. They really weren't as far down as, you know, as it seemed. Even though they went down to 7th place, again, with how close things were, it's only been like, what, 2 matches? 3 matches? And they're already up there. You know, a game away from maybe taking set number 2.
So weird. Alter Ego back at top 3 as well.
Technically, all Big Hito need to do is win tomorrow to get number 3 back. That's how crazy it is. Because they have the better net game win, actually. So if they win 2-0 against Na'Vi, then they're back at 3. Man, this season's crazy.
Volatile. The standings are super volatile. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. We're going to start things off with RRQ and 1 and 2 on the standings. Na'Vi and BTR, as forementioned. And TLID and EVOS. It's okay, I believe.
RQ and Geek seems pretty fun. Remember, they were called the Kingslayers back then. That pattern, that curse, has been broken already. But there's no telling if it's gonna resurge back from the depths. So definitely a bit of a
super fun,
interesting day tomorrow. Number 1 and number 3, right? Geek fan?
2.
Number 2. So they're actually toe to toe.
Exactly. Good matches tomorrow.
We got some solid matches tomorrow to end the week, week 7. Okay, if TLID win, they'll be 3rd place by the end of the week.
Even if BTR
Even
win
if
2-0.
BTR win, yeah. TLID just need to win. But if they lose, then they will still be where they are. Actually, they might
You know
drop.
what rhymes with lose?
What?
What rhymes with lose? M News.
Oh, I was about to say
Amazing.
something else.
MSC 2025, the Japan qualifier officially announces their first team, Zeta Division. All right.
One step closer to going to Japan for an M series. Please, Zeta.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
Our hopes are on you.
Wouldn't you want to go to Japan?
I do.
You're like the ultimate #1 Japan.
I'm trying to keep the excitement in check. That's what I'm doing.
Keeping it
You
inside.
see me fidgeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations though to Zeta Division. They'll be
cool.
making it to wildcard, I believe. Then, yeah.
That's super cool.
That'd be a fun
to
one.
compete again. Okay.
Has
Zeta.
Japan ever participated?
Yes, back not in I'm not too sure if it's never in MSC.
Yeah,
but
MSC?
Yeah, never in MSC. They have participated in M1 and M2, I believe.
Cool. It's growing. Speaking of growing, let's grow the audience a little bit more because, ladies and gentlemen, week number 7, we still have 2 more weeks plus another day of week number 7 tomorrow. So don't forget to get your tickets right now.
Check it out.
Through the GoPay app or the official MPL ID website to get your free diamonds. Head over, enjoy the excitement. There's a lot of activities in the MPL arena as well. We saw the ramen challenge where if you win, you get 2,000.
That challenge.
Sometimes there's merch giveaways. I heard there was going to be merch giveaways for Naruto, but I don't know. Technically, they're still tomorrow and next week.
Yep. But what we have is playoff tickets already for sale. Batch number 1. Go get your tickets now, guys, because it's going to be sold out very, very quick, especially considering RRQ have already made it to playoffs, basically. Like, it's not confirmed yet, but the Kingdom are on the way to buy all the tickets that they see.
Yep. Common occurrence here.
Yeah.
For sure.
Ooh, I got goosebumps.
The EVOS fans are still waiting.
The what?
The EVOS fans are still waiting, I think.
I see.
I think all the other fans are waiting, and then RRQ, Kingdom, they're probably already buying tickets because
How about the
they're
bigger troopers?
They're also waiting.
I see.
Speaking from experience.
Literally, everyone is still waiting.
It's a lot of waiting. I feel like, guys, the move is to just get it first, right? Just get it.
Get it first.
But what if my team doesn't go to playoffs, Arashi? What is the ticket for?
To watch a great showing of
Exactly.
Mobile Legends bang bang.
Exactly.
Best team in the world isn't in playoffs. How am I going to see the best MLBB?
That's some cope there, buddy.
How has he remained consistently like this?
He's a man
Since
of
season 7.
he's a man of focus, determination, and
8
sheer
seasons.
will.
It really is sheer will at this point, dude.
8 seasons, guys.
At least you guys can't call me a plastic fan. I'm supporting a team with 0 accolades.
You have something.
MDL.
There you go.
What color is your MDL?
What else? There's something else.
Your team has never made it to an MDL playoff, so
At least I have an MPL trophy.
never
So-
made it. Someone give me the always qualified to playoffs trophy.
But it looks like this marks the end of the day, boys and girls, shinobis, ninjas. We're gonna see you tomorrow to see the finale of week number 7. And with that, it's been me, Turna,
Miracle. Arashi.
signing out for the day. Goodbye, boys and girls. See ya tomorrow. You're crying? Yeah.
Dan lintas generasi pun telah mengakhiri hari ini dengan sangat luar biasa. 2-0 3 match untuk hari Sabtu. Mungkin jarang kita lihat hasil yang sedemikian. Benar-benar 2-0 dihasilkan. Terlihat beberapa tim mulai serius, mulai mereka ingin memberikan yang terbaik. Tidak ingin lengah sedikit pun karena tiket playoff menjadi taruhannya. Dan hari ini kita harus berpisah. Untuk mengakhiri hari ini, Budi ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada kalian semua dan juga kepada sponsor dan partner karena MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Munton, supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official dari e-wallet GoPay, official dari sponsor Head and Shoulder, official coffee partner Good Day. Kita juga punya partner ini sports, ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Bersama dengan advertiser Kacang Sukro dan Hokben. Tak lupa supplier kita RSV Helmet. Hari Sabtu, hari yang tidak bisa kita baca. Karena tim-tim yang mendapatkan kemenangan hari ini begitu mutlaknya dengan 2-0. Kanan, kanan, kiri. Namun besok akan seperti apa? Karena di hari Minggu, di hari penutupan minggu yang ke-7, semua tim akan berjuang untuk tempat yang mereka tuju, yaitu babak playoff. Dan hari ini kita harus berpisah. Budi ingin mengucapkan selamat malam, selamat beristirahat, dan sampai jumpa di hari ketiga MPL Indonesia Season 15. We on this!